They said that it was used again briefly in the 80s, but that never felt right to me. Some places just don't wake up well when you disturb them, I guess, but a friend of mine, Ed, came along that day. We carried proper gear: helmets, lamps, gas detector, ropes. We knew the tunnels twisted pretty deeply and the lower parts flooded partway, but the top levels were meant to be safe. It was a still, overcast morning when we went down. The first hour passed uneventfully. The air was dry and stale, our lamps catching glittering veins in the walls where tin and quartz still clung. Then we reached the lower section that I hadn't explored before, a corridor that narrowed, dropping into the oldest part of the mine. The stone here was different too, damp, darker, almost porous. And the moment that I stepped in, my gas detector began ticking off slowly, and then there was a huge shriek. The reading spiked to 100%, and the oxygen dropped like a stone. I stopped breathing for a second, waiting for that dizzy feeling that meant that we needed to turn back, but it just never came. The air felt the same. Heavy, yes, but not deadly. I looked back at Ed. His face was pale in the lamplight. And then we heard something. It wasn't keys, not exactly. It was a faint sort of clinking sound, metal brushing against stone, maybe. It was like something was dragging a chain just out of sight. The sound drew closer, echoing in a weird way, as if it were coming from several directions at once. And with it came a feeling that is genuinely hard to describe properly. Not cold, but like the space around us just had weight suddenly, pressing us into the rock. We both froze. The sound passed between us, the air moving as if something unseen had brushed by us, and I could smell something faintly, sweet and wrong. It was the scent of like burning oil, or maybe like old corroded metal or something. Then the gas detector stopped. The readings returned to normal. Neither of us spoke for nearly a minute, and eventually we decided to keep going. The exit at the far end was closer than turning back, and it felt safer to keep moving. The silence swallowed every step that we took, and about 20 minutes later, it happened again. The alarm wailed, oxygen dropped, and the sound, slower this time, began behind us, chain against stone, dragging and scraping, and this time, though, we also heard what sounded like breathing. I could almost feel it at the back of my neck, like static. We pressed ourselves against the wall, and once again the noise moved between us, carrying that invisible weight with it, that pressure that sort of made your chest ache. When it passed, I swore that I heard it stop further ahead as well, near the flooded chamber, and then, and I will never forget this as long as I live, there was one single huge splash, like something literally just jumped into the water. The alarm suddenly went silent, and we didn't wait. We half ran the rest of the way out of there, the light from the entrance looking impossibly small until we burst into the open air, gasping and just clinging at our chests. We sat there for a long time, the detector lying between us, screen blank as if it hadn't recorded anything at all. Weirdly too, when I picked it up later, the memory log was completely corrupted, just all zeros. And well, I haven't gone exploring since, and to be honest, I don't know when I'm going to go again. When I was 19, I moved back in with my parents after finishing school. We had just bought a modest house on the east side of the city that we lived in. Not the fancy part by any means, but certainly a solid working-class neighborhood. It was the kind of place where people nodded to each other from porches, and stray cats owned the alleys pretty much. It was supposed to be temporary. I had just started community college, saving up while deciding whether to apply for a nursing program or maybe something in healthcare administration. My parents said that I was doing the right thing, staying close to family, keeping practical and all that. I remember thinking that life finally felt steady again after years of uncertainty for me. But that summer I met someone. His name was Adrian. He wasn't from our neighborhood. He actually came to one of my cousin's backyard barbecues with a mutual friend. He was the kind of guy who looked like he knew how to handle himself. A sharp smile, faded tattoos, a jacket even in the heat. He wasn't loud or arrogant though, and when he talked, he sort of leaned in like he was letting you in on a secret. We started texting that night, and a few days later, he asked if I wanted to hang out with him. Said that he knew a little cafe that made the best guava soda in the city. I laughed at that. I mean, who gets excited about guava soda? But his energy was easy and light, and so I said yes. He picked me up around sunset. The plan, he said, was simple. Grab the soda, take a walk, then drive somewhere quiet to watch the city lights. We parked behind a closed thrift store. It had a sun-bleached sign outside and barred windows. The cafe was about a 15-minute walk away, and he said, "Real local spot, you'll love it." The street was nearly empty at this stage. He looked at me and smiled. "You said that you weren't scared of this part of town, remember? Don't tell me that I've got to protect you." I guess my nervousness was pretty obvious, but something in his tone made it sound less like a joke and more like a dare, I guess. In any case, we started walking. Streetlights humming weakly above us. Every few blocks, he stopped to show me something on his phone. Like a meme, a clip, a story. Like he was sort of buying time. I remember glancing at the sky, thinking that it was darker than it should have been. That was when I heard a car coming around the corner. A small silver sedan rolled up behind us, engine idling low. I thought that it was going to pass us, but it slowed until it matched our pace. The passenger door opened and a man stepped out, tall, wearing a hoodie pulled low. "Phone and wallet," he said. His voice shook slightly, like he was reading a line that he hadn't rehearsed enough. I froze, and Adrian didn't move. The guy kept his distance, one hand buried in his pocket like he might have had a gun, though I never actually saw one. His breathing sounded uneven though. "Come on," he said again, louder this time. "I don't want to hurt you." Something about the voice, the hesitation, the way he looked between me and Adrian, made my stomach drop. It didn't seem random. It almost felt like they knew each other. I could feel it, even if I couldn't explain how. He snatched my wallet, but not Adrian's. Then he ran back to the car and I caught a glimpse of the driver, just a shadow behind the glass, but they pulled off, tires squealing. I turned to Adrian and he looked strangely calm, almost relieved. "Are you okay?" he asked, way too casually. I said that we should go to the police and he shook his head. "You really want to deal with that right now? Let's just go and get the soda first. It'll calm you down." He said it like it was nothing, like I hadn't just been robbed. I remember walking the rest of the way in silence, clutching the strap of my bag like it might disappear as well, but at the cafe the lights flickered overhead and Adrian ordered for both of us 2 guava sodas and sat across from me, smiling like we were still on a normal date. When we finally got back to the car, I told him again that I wanted to file a report. He looked at me for a long time before sighing and saying, "Fine, if it'll make you feel better." At the station, things got even more weird too. I told the officer that the car was silver. Adrian, though, said that it was black. I said that there were 2 men, but Adrian said that there was only one. I said that he got into the passenger seat, and Adrian said that he drove off alone. By the end, the officers were giving each other that look, the one that people give you when they've stopped taking you seriously. One of them asked if we had both been drinking, and I said no, and Adrian didn't answer. When we left, he didn't speak until we were almost back at my house, and he said, "You really think that I set you up, huh?" I hadn't said it out loud yet. "You'd be crazy to think that." His voice was quiet, but his jaw was tight. I got out without answering, and after that, I never saw him again, not for months in fact. Then one afternoon I was walking home from the bus stop and there he was, leaning against a lamppost across the street, smiling faintly like we were old friends. He waved once before turning away. That was 8 years ago now, and I still don't know exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure that I was set up, and yeah, I'm just glad that nothing else really happened and that only a few personal items were taken in the end. When I was little, my grandmother used to tell me that people like me were open. I didn't know what she meant at the time, but I think that she saw something in me, something that I've only come to understand recently. I've always been sensitive to strange ways, not just emotionally, though that's certainly part of it. What I mean is that I could walk into a room and instantly feel what had happened there before. If someone had argued, if something bad had occurred, it just sort of lingered, like static in the air, and I could never shake that. Even as a kid, I got attached to things that I shouldn't have. I had a shelf filled with like little trinkets that I swore had their own moods. If one felt sad, I'd rearrange everything else so that it wasn't alone. My parents thought that it was pretty cute, maybe a little bit eccentric, of course, but harmless. By the time that I was a teenager, I'd learned to ignore the odd feelings that came with being around old objects or certain people. But when I turned 21, I started actively trying to understand it a bit more. I began reading about intuition, energy, and spiritual channeling. I thought maybe I could use my sensitivity for something meaningful. Who knows, maybe even help some people. I started journaling after meditation, letting my hand move on its own while I focused on the presence that I felt nearby. Sometimes I would draw faces that weren't mine, names that didn't belong to anyone that I knew. I kept everything in a notebook under my bed, and at first it was comforting, really. It felt like proof that I wasn't just imagining things. But after a few months, something changed in the tone of what I was recording. The words became fragmented, darker and repetitive. Things like, "We see you," and "The gate is open." That was also when the atmosphere at my house began to shift with it. The air would feel, I don't know, like heavy, especially on the stairs, as though someone was right behind me. I started hearing soft knocks in the hallway late at night. Sometimes, when I turned off the lights, the space between the furniture looked almost distorted too, like something was there just out of sight. I tried all of the usual things, cleansing rituals, salt lines, prayer. The more that I tried, the worse it seemed to be getting too. I would also wake up with massive pressure on my chest, unable to move. And one morning I found a handprint on the fogged mirror in the bathroom, way too large to be mine or any of my family members. It was way too long in the fingers. Well, the night everything changed, I woke up because the air was absolutely freezing. I could see my breath and the room was just full of shadows, but they weren't still. They were like rippling, like something submerged beneath dark water. I sat up, and for a split second I thought that I saw figures. Thin, blurred people standing along the walls. Their heads were turned toward me, but their faces didn't look human anymore. They looked almost melted. When I screamed, my boyfriend jolted awake. He said that he didn't see them, just me sitting upright and staring at the corner, but a few days later, he confessed something that he'd been keeping to himself. He told me that about a year earlier, before I ever even mentioned the drawings or the presents or anything, he had woken in the middle of the night and saw someone lying beside him, and it wasn't me. He said that she had long black hair and was pale, and what looked like waterlogged skin. She didn't blink, and she was just watching him. When he turned the lamp on in a panic, she was then gone, and I was still asleep beside him, breathing normally. He didn't tell me then because he thought that it was a dream, or maybe he was hallucinating or something. But when I described the shadow figures that I had seen, his face went white. "That woman," he said, "she was standing behind you." I've been trying to tell myself that it's all just stress, that I'm projecting my fears, but cannot shake the feeling that I've opened something, that maybe all of those nights of connecting weren't what I thought that they were. Sometimes I hear faint voices coming from the walls now, whispering through the wiring or the vents, and they sound almost familiar. So I gathered all of my old journals and trinkets and I took them outside to burn. The flames, they rose high, and for a moment, I could have sworn that I thought that I heard laughter, thin and far away somewhere out in the forest. The fire went out faster than it should have too, like something smothered it from within, but since then, thankfully, the house feels quieter, but I am still remaining vigilant because, I don't know, something tells me that this just isn't over. It was the middle of summer when the four of us decided to do a loop through southern Vermont. A few nights camping, no cell service, just a break from the constant noise of life, really. Our first stop was a small campground tucked near the river, surrounded by dense forest that looked older than the road itself. We arrived before dusk. The air felt strange from the beginning too, still a little bit heavy, and there were no crickets or birds, not even the faint rustle of wind through the leaves. Just the crack of twigs under our boots and the echo of our own voices bouncing way too loudly off of the trees. Feels like someone hit the mute button on nature, my boyfriend joked, trying to sound casual. We all laughed, but we definitely felt like it was off too. Anyway, after dinner we sat around the fire for a while, talking in low voices, and eventually everyone drifted off to their tents. I lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling, waiting for that familiar forest rhythm, a distant owl, a sigh of wind, but it just never came. It was just so still and absolutely quiet. It was so eerie, but sometime after midnight, I must have woken up to what I thought was whispering. It was faint, like two people talking somewhere in the trees, and I held my breath and listened harder, but the sound eventually faded away. But then came the footsteps. They started slow, soft, deliberate, and I could hear the gravel crunch on the loop road just beyond our sight. Someone was walking, pausing every few steps too. Mind you, it was definitely not an animal. Animals move differently. This sounded cautious and human. The steps, they circled once, then again, each time getting closer. At one point, I swear that they stopped just outside of our tent. I could hear weight shifting, fabric rustling. I gripped my boyfriend's arm, but he didn't wake. I lay there frozen, watching the faint shadows of boots move across the thin tent wall. Then, without warning, a sharp, metallic clang sound echoed throughout the night, like someone hitting a steel pipe, or maybe a pan or something. The sound echoed throughout the entire campground, then another, and it followed a rhythm, 5 seconds apart it seemed, steady as a metronome. The footsteps started again too, moving with the sound it seemed. Whoever or whatever it was circled the campground twice. I wanted to unzip the tent and look, but I just couldn't bring myself to move. The air felt charged, like static before lightning. My chest was tight with a kind of fear that just didn't make sense. After what felt like forever too, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise had been too. I don't remember falling asleep again. I just remember lying there until the first hint of dawn. In the morning, I brought it up expecting everyone to laugh it off, but one of our friends, Eric, went pale the moment that I mentioned the sound. He had heard it too. The steady rhythm, the circling, even the pause outside of our tent. We joked about it later, half convincing ourselves that it was a park ranger or some drunk hiker with a stick or something. But when we went out to the ranger station, the woman on duty frowned when we mentioned it. No one's supposed to be walking through the sites after 10, she said, and if someone was, we would have seen it on the night patrol. We were there around that time. That evening, as we packed up to leave, I noticed something strange in the dirt near our fire pit too. A single boot print, larger than any of ours, facing the tent. and beside it, half buried under the pine needles, was a bent metal spoon. It looked old, blackened by the fire it seemed, but we left before sunset that day. The woods felt different in the light, but I couldn't shake the memory of that steady metallic rhythm echoing through the dark like that, knowing that somebody was out there. A few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me too, so I looked up the history of that campground, wondering if anyone else had experienced something similar. There really wasn't much, a few vague mentions on forums, nothing concrete, but buried in an old local article I found a single line about a man who apparently used to live in those woods back in the 1970s. They called him the Watcher. Apparently he had lost his family in a fire, and after that he refused to leave the area. Hikers claim that they had heard him walking through the trees at night, tapping on the trunks with something metal to make sure the forest was still alive. When someone finally went looking for him, they found his camp completely empty, just a burned-out pan and footprints that led straight into the river. The article also said that no one ever found a body and he was never seen again. When I was 24, I picked up seasonal work at a fall attraction just outside of town. One of those sprawling farm setups with corn mazes, haunted barns, and hay rides that loop through the woods. I'd been between jobs, and I figured that a few weekends scaring people would be easy money. The section that I worked in was near the end of the hayride route, where the tractor passed through a bit of a stretch. Our set was pretty simple: an old circus tent with flickering lights, carnival music, and actors dressed as clowns that would dart out when the wagons rolled through. It was loud, chaotic, and honestly kind of fun. Behind the tent, though, were nothing but trees, a dense patch of woods that ran along the back of the property. There was a dirt path that led out there, probably used by staff years ago, but no one really went past the first few yards for the most part. Even during the day, it always felt dim back there, like the canopy just never let the sunlight through. Well, on one of the last weekends in October, I took my usual break after a hayride group had passed, and it must have been close to midnight. The crowd noise had faded toward the main field, and for the first time that night, things were quiet. I sat on a plastic crate by the side of the tent, lit a cigarette, and I scrolled through my phone while the wind pushed dead leaves along the trail. The moon was unusually bright that night, so much so that I didn't even need my flashlight tonight. That's when I noticed movement on the path, slow, deliberate, and heavy enough to crunch the gravel. At first I thought it was someone from another section heading back to the staff area, but the shape was wrong. It was pale, almost luminescent in the moonlight, and tall, unnaturally tall. I would guess that it was at least 8 foot tall from what I could tell, maybe more though, and it was also sort of walking on all fours, its limbs far too long for its body, bending at angles that made my stomach tighten just watching it move. I sort of sat there frozen. It wasn't fear at first, but more like my brain just couldn't decide what I was seeing. This thing's gait was uneven though, almost glitching. What I mean is that it would step forward, pause mid-motion, and then continue in a different rhythm entirely, like its body just couldn't keep up with itself. Then it turned its head toward me. Now, I say head, but there wasn't really a face on this thing, just a smooth, pale surface where features should have been. But I knew that it was looking at me though. I could feel it. My hands began to tremble so badly that I dropped everything that I was holding. It didn't stop moving though. It just sort of kept drifting along the path, slow and silent, its outline warping slightly every few seconds, like it was stepping through layers of air that didn't match the rest of the world. When it reached the bend in the trail, it leaned its body sideways, like it was observing me from a different perspective, and then slipped behind the trees and it vanished. I sat there for maybe a minute, not even moving. Then I bolted to the other side of the tent, where a few co-workers were talking near the generator. I must have looked like hell too, because one of them asked if I was sick, and I told them what I saw, half expecting them to laugh at me, but instead there was just a really long pause. Finally, one of the older guys, a guy who had worked there for nearly a decade now, just said quietly, "You saw it too, huh?" He then told me that apparently a handful of people over the years had claimed to see something in those woods. Always white, always sort of faceless, always walking along that same trail. One girl quit mid-season after seeing it, leaning halfway out of the trees during her smoke break. The owner supposedly had the area sealed off for a few years, but the sightings never stopped once it reopened. No one could ever get a photo of it, because phones would always freeze or lights would flicker when it appeared. Some of them said that it just didn't like to be noticed, but that once you see it, it makes sure that you never do again. I laughed it off at the time, but I also didn't take another break alone after that too. When the season ended, I promised myself that I would forget about it, and mostly I did, until 2 weeks ago when an old co-worker messaged me out of the blue, and he sent me a photo that someone took near this place, a blurry moonlit shot of the trail, and there seemed to be something pale or sort of obscured standing halfway down the path. Too tall for any person, its limbs blurred and its shape wrong in that same impossible way. Again, it was super blurry, so hard to tell, but because I had seen this thing before, I am confident that that is some sort of a photo of whatever this thing is. It was late summer in a small Iowa town. I'd been living there for a few months, renting the upstairs of an old house on the edge of town. My tap water at the time had that terrible taste to it, and even my cat wouldn't drink it. So every few nights I would walk to the park to fill bottles from the public fountain. It wasn't too far, maybe 10 minutes, and I liked the quiet anyway, so it wasn't a big problem. That night though, the quiet wasn't comforting. The main street was still alive when I passed through it. The old bar on the corner was spilling yellow light into the street, the jukebox muffled through the brick walls, and I'd been there 100 times, enough that the bartenders knew my drink and the regulars knew my name at this stage. I wasn't planning on going in, but when someone waved at me through the window, I stopped for just one. Inside, there was plenty of beer and laughter and the same handful of men that were there at usual tables, the kind who just never seemed to go home. They were already deep into that glassy-eyed drunk that looks more like a trance than a buzz. They smiled when I walked in. I waved, they nodded, and I kept my distance. When the bar closed and I headed toward the park to get the water that I needed, I saw them again though, all three. They were sitting outside a shuttered insurance office across the street, smoking and talking way too loud. Their words stumbled over each other, just drunken nonsense really, until one of them called out, "Hey, you new around here?" I almost laughed at that, mainly because everyone in the town asked that. I said yeah, and I was new, and I just sort of kept walking. They started with the usual questions, where I lived, if I had a boyfriend, what I was doing out so late, and I just answered vaguely, then excused myself to get water for my cat. That was when I heard it, the screaming. It came from somewhere down the street, sharp and high-pitched, literally cutting through the night. For a second I froze, but I then realized that it didn't sound human. In fact, it was a cat, somewhere nearby, and something had it cornered or caught. The sound stopped abruptly, like someone had flipped a switch, and when I looked back, one of the men had disappeared, and the other two were watching me, one of them smiling faintly. I hurried across the street into the park. It was nearly 4 a.m. at this stage. The lamps were those old ones that dim and flicker orange halos that barely touched the ground. The fountain stood near the middle of the path, just a dark shape surrounded by open grass. I crouched beside it, filled my bottles one by one, trying not to think about how silent it was again. And then I noticed movement across the street. a figure ducking behind a parked car, and it was definitely the same man from before, the one who had been smiling. He crouched low as if trying to open the door, but no dome light came on, no alarm chirped, and he just sort of sat there motionless. I capped the last bottle and turned toward the exit. That was when I saw the second man, sitting alone now on the steps of another building, closer than before. His cigarette ember flared as he exhaled. He said something that I couldn't hear, and upon seeing that, I walked faster. Thankfully, a police cruiser rolled up then, its headlights cutting through the dark. The night shift officer, someone that I knew from around town, leaned out of his window. "You okay?" he asked. "We got some calls about someone screaming. We saw you here and thought that maybe it was you." I told him then that it was a cat, and he nodded slowly but didn't look convinced. "Hey, if those guys bother you," he said, "call the station." Then he drove off, tires crunching gravel. I started home, cutting through the quieter streets past rows of sleeping houses. The street lights were fewer here, and the darkness definitely thickened pretty quickly. My footsteps sounded way too loud for my liking on the sidewalk now. And then came the psst. I spun around. The man who had been behind the car was now standing at the corner, half hidden by a shadow. Across the street, the other one appeared, his head tilted, hands in his pockets. They didn't say anything at first, and they just watched. Then, one of them made a sort of soft clicking sound like you'd use to call a dog. That broke whatever was left of my nerves, and so, instantly, I ran. I didn't look back until I'd cut through a back alley, hidden behind a dumpster, and I waited. I could hear their footsteps on the pavement for a while, slow and steady, not running and not rushing, and just walking. I waited there for some time, and when it finally went quiet again, I took a different route home. My whole body was shaking, and half the water that I had collected had spilled out by now, and even one of the bottles was broken. I never saw them at the bar again after that. The staff said that they hadn't been back since that night, which was strange. I mean, they were regulars for years. Someone said that they might have been from the next town over, in fact, and that they were just passing through. But when I mentioned the park and the noise, the bartender's face changed a bit. "Yeah, there used to be trouble there," she said quietly. "Back before they put up the lights, some girl went missing years ago. They said that she was seen walking toward the fountain with a group of men, apparently, and that's the last anyone saw of her. And well, as you can probably imagine, I didn't go back to that park after that, ever again." For weeks I had been trying to convince myself that the man downstairs was just lonely. That was easier than admitting that he actually frightened me. He lived directly below my condo, in a unit, and seemed to appear whenever I stepped outside. Sometimes he was already there, sitting on the bench by the mailbox, motionless, as if waiting for something. Other times I would catch a flash of movement through the stairwell window just as I reached for the door. He never smiled exactly, but his mouth stayed slightly open, like he was always about to say something but just never did. Lately I had taken to smoking only during the day, because at least in daylight the strange quiet around him just didn't feel so heavy. At night, the wasps came out though, big black and white things that thudded against the balcony rail. They landed on me sometimes, enormous and slow-moving, like they were curious, but I started smoking downstairs because of this by the garage instead, telling myself that it was just a temporary thing. And that is where it happened. It was late afternoon, warm enough for the air to shimmer above the pavement. I was halfway through a cigarette when the door to 3B cracked open. He shuffled out, wearing the same wrinkled grey sweater that I'd seen him in all week, and without a word, he sat beside me on the concrete ledge, way too close. Nice day," I said, just to break the silence a bit. He didn't answer right away. Then, in a thin, oddly high voice, he said, "You came back." I frowned. "Back?" He smiled faintly. "You said that you would. You promised." It wasn't the first odd thing that he had said to me, but the repetition in his tone made my skin prickle. I tried to keep my voice light. "I don't think that I did, but okay, maybe you're thinking of someone else?" He shook his head and said it again, louder this time. "You promised." Something in the way that he said it, slow, deliberate, with a childlike cadence, made the hair rise on my arms. I started to stand. He reached out, catching my wrist. His grip wasn't hard, but it was wrong. It was too steady. I laughed nervously, trying to pull back. "Hey, I've got to go upstairs, but I'll see you later, okay?" He didn't let go. His voice dropped lower, almost trembling. "You said you would come down. You said that we would hang out." My stomach twisted. "You never answered my text," I blurted out, hoping that logic would fix whatever loop his mind was stuck in. That was when his face changed. His jaw tightened, and the pale blue of his eyes seemed to lose focus. "You're lying," he whispered. "You're lying again." He yanked my arm, and I stumbled forward a step before wrenching myself free. He staggered and hit the side of the building, then straightened up slowly, way too slowly. And for one horrible second, I thought, genuinely, that he was about to lunge again, right at me. And so, I ran. By the time that I had reached my floor, I was crying so hard that I could barely see. My husband opened the door before I even touched the knob, and I must have looked wild, shaking, gasping, trying to explain what happened, and he instantly called the police. They came, talked to both of us, and then went downstairs to question him. Through the window, I saw the flashlight lights wash over the courtyard. One of the officers gestured toward the man's apartment. The door to 3B was wide open. I couldn't see much, just the faint outline of furniture, and on the floor a pile of what sort of looked like folded women's clothing. The officer came back a few minutes later and told us that he had spoken to the man, said that he seemed confused and possibly medicated, and that it was probably best if we avoided further contact with him. That was all. No arrest, no warning, just a soft suggestion that didn't feel like enough. That night, I didn't sleep too. I kept thinking about how cold his hand felt, how certain that he had sounded when he said that I promised. 3 days later, I went down to meet my father out front. He was stopping by for lunch. The sun was bright, the air heavy with that sharp, early autumn smell of dying leaves. I almost convinced myself that everything was normal again. But then I heard it. That same thin, reedy voice. "Hey." He was standing by the dumpster this time, hands folded like a child in a school portrait. "You're leaving again?" Before I could answer, my dad's car turned the corner. He saw the man, got out, and said something that I couldn't hear, firm and commanding though, and the man flinched, took a few steps backward, and then literally bolted around the side of the building. Genuinely, I thought that would be the end of it too. But that night, as I was locking the balcony door, I noticed something on the glass. A small handprint. Not dusty, not oily, but faintly wet, like condensation pressed from the outside. Mind you, we live on the 4th floor, and I don't smoke out there anymore. I don't walk past the garage anymore, not even in daylight, and I really don't know what's going to happen, but I am certainly going to be very, very cautious. When I first started working at Lumen, it felt like stepping into the version of my life that I'd imagined when I was 16. The glass storefront, the soft music, the endless rails of silk and linen that shimmered beneath white light, it all felt like a small kind of perfection. My co-workers were kind too, quick with jokes and advice, and I found myself actually looking forward to the long shifts. The store? It smelled faintly of cedar and perfume, and I loved the quiet rhythm of it all. steaming clothes in the back room, chatting with customers about what they might wear to a wedding, folding stacks of cotton shirts until they were smooth as paper. It felt safe, and that was the part that hurt the most later, how safe it had felt. You see, the man who owned the store, Mr. Laird, was in his 50s. I'd always thought of him as a distant but polite person. He didn't talk much, but when he did, he spoke softly, as if the air itself might shatter if he raised his voice. He wasn't around often, only coming in to restock or handle shipments. But when he did, everyone straightened a little bit, eager to stay on his good side. That afternoon, the store was buzzing in its usual low hum, customers drifting between aisles, faint static from the overhead speakers. Mr. Laird came in through the back, carrying a few boxes of men's outwear, and asked if I'd help him shelve them. The men's section was nearly empty at this stage, dimmer than the rest of the store because of one of the overhead bulbs, had burnt out weeks ago, I think. It had a sort of stillness to it, though, like the light didn't reach that corner properly. We unpacked the coats in silence. I had to reach for one of the higher shelves, standing on the low edge of the display rack. The ledge was solid, though, barely 2 inches off the ground, but I heard him step closer behind me. I thought that he was going to hand me another hanger, but instead I felt his hands, cold and firm, suddenly wrap around my throat. He leaned close enough for his breath to brush my ear. His voice was low and level when he said, "If you do that again, I'll kill you." It wasn't shouted, wasn't even said with anger. It sounded true. For a moment, I thought that I had misheard him, but when I turned, his expression hadn't changed. He stood there, calm as ever, and said something about safety, how the shelving wasn't meant to hold weight, as though that explained his behavior. I couldn't answer. My vision tunneled. My hands began to shake, and I tried to tell myself that it was just a misunderstanding, a cruel joke, anything but what it really was. A deliberate act, quiet and practiced. The strange part was that when he took his hands away, I didn't move. I stood there, in that position, one hand still gripping the shelf until he had gone to the back room. The rest of the shift, it sort of passed in fragments for me that day. My co-workers talked to me and I nodded at the right moments, but I don't remember their words. I remember the sound of the air conditioner cycling on and off, and how every few minutes I thought that I could still feel his fingers resting on my skin. Not pressure, but just presence. He left without saying goodbye that day. When I got home that night, I told my boyfriend about what had happened. He wanted to drive down there, storm in, and get this guy into his own hands. My mother cried. My friend from work texted, saying that she would speak to management, but she sounded nervous and a bit hesitant. Others, she said, had complained before, whispering things about him standing too close, watching too long, things like this, but nothing ever really came of it. I struggled to sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadow of the burned-out light in the men's section, the one that had never been replaced before. It wasn't until later, too, that I remembered something strange about it. That when he had come near me, the shadows on the wall behind us just hadn't really looked right. They had moved the wrong way, bending toward him, it seemed, instead of away. I don't know if I was just imagining that or not, but it was weird. Well, the next morning I called the work safety agency, gave them a statement, and I quit that day. Genuinely, too, I thought that that would be the end of it. But 2 weeks later, one of my old co-workers called. She said that Mr. Laird hadn't been seen in since that day. His office was locked, and when they'd finally gotten to the property manager to open it, the inside was completely empty. Not tidied up, but empty, completely stripped. No computer, no papers, no boxes, nothing but an old mirror leaning against the wall. She told me that sometimes, late at night when she closes, she also hears the automatic doors open on their own. She'll look up, but the security camera monitor always goes black for just a second. She doesn't really know what to make of it, but it only started after what happened to me. And she swears that The last time that it happened, the light over the men's section flickered back to life again. She said that she felt stupid saying this, but for a moment, she said, she saw a tall shape standing there, just under the hum of the white light. It was only there for a very brief moment, and she blinked and it was gone, but she could have sworn that something was there. I personally don't know what to make of any of this, but if you have any ideas as to what any of this is all about, well, I would love to hear your theories. Thanks for listening. I've lived in this town my whole life, and nothing ever really happens here. It's the sort of place that is way too small for crime, and also too quiet for comfort. Just a few rows of houses pressed against a river, one main street, one pub, one shop. That's it. After dark, it genuinely feels like the whole place exhales and goes still here as well. So, it was about 10 when I decided to walk to the corner shop. I'd been watching something on TV, but the picture had started flickering in that way that sometimes does when the fog rolls in here. I needed some milk, and the air outside looked soft and white, like breath trapped in glass, and I put my coat on and stepped out. The streets, they were empty. Not just quiet, but completely empty. Even the usual sounds of the town were gone now. No distant cars, no dog barking, just the buzz of the streetlights and the slap of my shoes on the wet pavement. The shop was nearly closed when I got there too. The woman at the counter didn't say much, just scanned the bottle of milk and muttered something about the temperature dropping quickly. When I stepped back out, there was a man standing by the cash machine under the yellow light. He wasn't using it, he was just sort of standing there facing the glass door, almost like he had been waiting for someone to come out. His hood was up, but he wasn't dressed like someone homeless or wandering. His clothes looked neat, in fact. Almost too neat, actually. He didn't turn toward me, but I felt that tightening in my chest that only happens when something is wrong, even if you cannot say why, but I started walking home. Halfway down the hill, I heard footsteps from behind me. At first, they were faint and slow, keeping distance, an echo just out of sync with my own. I crossed to the opposite side of the street and heard the same shift behind me. The air was thick with fog by then, swallowing the shapes of things, and I could only just see far enough to make out the next lamppost, maybe the next patch of wet road as well, but when I stopped, so did the sound. I remember the exact sound too, the scrape of soles catching grit, not closer and not farther, but just staying just out of view. I pulled my phone out, though there was no signal on that stretch of road. I pretended to scroll, to look busy. I thought that maybe I was being paranoid, that maybe he lived nearby, that maybe I would make a fool of myself if I ran. So I kept walking. By the time I turned onto my street, my hands were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped my keys. The houses on this end are pretty close together, but the lamps don't reach all the way to my door. And I could hear his steps still, slow, steady, pacing the rhythm of mine. I didn't dare look back until I was at my doorstep. When I finally turned the key and slipped inside, the sound stopped. I pressed myself to the wall beside the front window, the thin curtain between us, and peeked through it. And he was standing at the edge of the lamplight, facing my house. The fog was thicker now, turning everything into washed-out grey, but I could see enough. His hands tucked into his sleeves, his head tilted slightly as if listening. He didn't move. He didn't smoke, didn't reach for a phone, just stood there, the light bending around him. After maybe half a minute, he turned and he just disappeared into the mist. I kept expecting to hear the gravel crunch outside again during the night, or the slow drag of footsteps along the curb, but I didn't. When morning came, I almost convinced myself that it had just been fear, a trick of the fog, or just my nerves, my imagination feeding off of the quiet, that the guy wasn't there to hurt me or do anything sinister, that I had just misread the whole situation. Until I stepped outside. There were footprints on the path leading right up to my door, and I know that they were not mine. Large, deep ones, and not just a few as well. They circled twice, stopping directly in front of the letterbox. You see, it had rained overnight, so they couldn't have lasted unless someone had been there close to dawn. And again, I know that they're not mine. I followed the trail to the corner of the street, but that's when they just stopped. Not faded, mind you, but just stopped, almost like the person had just stepped into nothing. All day I've been hearing things outside too. Not loud, but just small sounds that really don't fit the rhythm of this place. A shift of gravel, a creak of the gate. Once just before sunset, I thought that I heard 3 slow knocks at the door, spaced evenly, like someone wanted me to know that they were still there. I'm still trying to tell myself that it's the wind or a cat or the sound of the old pipes in the wall, but every time that fog rolls past that window, I swear that I see faint shapes outside, tall and still, facing the house. I've ordered a camera for the front step, though I don't know if I'll ever look at what it records, to be honest. I'm genuinely afraid that my place is being cased out, and I just don't know what to do. This all happened during COVID times when I decided to visit my old friend Ben. We hadn't spoken much since the year before, but he had moved to a weathered coastal town about 2 hours south, and I'd been craving something like normalcy. The roads were empty, the sky clear, the radio full of half-hopeful voices saying that it would all be over soon. His new place was small, a sloping bungalow at the edge of a cliff that overlooked the sea. It was the kind of house that seemed to belong more to the wind than the people living in it, but when I pulled up, I found Ben outside painting on the porch. His partner, Mara, she stood beside him in the salt-heavy sunlight, her dark hair swept back, and she had a cigarette in her hand. Mara was kind, but very quiet. She had this sort of careful way of speaking, in fact, as though every word had to be weighed before being released. Over dinner, she told me a little bit about her father, too, a fisherman who had raised her and her sister after her mother disappeared when they were children. She said that she had died of cancer the year before, and she showed me a photograph on the mantel, a man with a deep tan and laughing eyes, his arm around 2 young girls by a dock. She touched the frame before sitting it back down. That night, we stayed up drinking by the windows. The air smelled like salt all night. Mara told me that she still dreamt of her father sometimes, not in words or images, but as a bit of a presence, like the tide pulling at the edges of her sleep. When I left just after midnight, she was sitting out back with a lantern beside her, staring toward the dark horizon. The world, it began to shrink after that. Borders closed, movement stopped. I talked to Ben over the phone sometimes, and he said that they were both fine, though Mara had grown more withdrawn over time. He joked that she had taken to collecting driftwood from the beach and arranging it in strange little piles around the garden. He called them her little offerings. Months later, when the restrictions were at their worst, I went into the nearby city for groceries at one point. The mall was almost empty, even though it was mid-afternoon, though it certainly felt like evening already with such a lack of people. The light was dim and grey through the skylights, and that was when I saw her. Mara. She was walking down the opposite side of the corridor, but she looked thinner, paler, her hair pulled back the same way that it had been the day by the sea when I saw her. But her eyes, they looked wrong somehow. Not scared exactly, but more like she was trying very hard to remember something. I called her name, but she didn't stop. She passed me with this strange focus, her gaze sliding over my face like I just wasn't really there. I almost followed her, but by the time that I'd turned the corner, she was gone. When I got home that evening, the phone rang. It was Ben, and he sounded hollow, like he hadn't spoken for days. He told me that he had come home from work that afternoon and found Mara in the backyard. She had apparently collapsed by the stairs, the same place that she always sat to smoke. and the doctors said that it had happened early that morning. Honestly, I didn't know what to say. I just sort of remember standing there, the dull buzz of the fridge filling the silence between us. I didn't tell him what I had seen, but it's been years now, and I think about that day often. The mall has long since reopened, filled again with ordinary noise of life, but whenever I walk past that same location, I always think back to that moment. Sometimes I tell myself that I was just seeing things, or it was just a reflection or something, but if I'm being completely honest, really, I don't believe that. I've been riding in the southern forest since I was a kid. Out here, the land sort of folds in on itself too. Ridges, bluffs, creek beds, you name it. You could ride all day and still not see another person. Well, a few months ago, I took my mare Daisy out for a long trail ride with my friend Claire. Her mother ran a campground along the edge of the Shawnee National Forest, and we had made plans to follow one of the older bridle paths that cut across the low valley and looped back around through the pines there. We left just after sunrise. The air was clear that day, and it was a really good day. Claire's mother's dog, a big shepherd mix named Hank, he trotted ahead of us, tail wagging like he owned the place. It was just one of those perfect mornings. Birds singing, the sound of hooves on packed dirt, the rhythm of creeks passing beneath us, and we had been riding for maybe 2 hours when we came to a fork in the trail. The main path followed the creek, but there was a new sign nailed to a tree where another trail branched upward toward the ridge. Someone had scrawled, "Caution, difficult terrain," in bright orange paint there. I had heard talk of it around, how it wasn't properly cleared yet, how it ran too close to the cliffs and all that. We decided to stay on the creek route instead. Just as we started around the base of the hill, Hank darted ahead into the tall grass, barking once before vanishing from sight. Claire called after him, but the only sound that came back was the creek moving slow through the stones. We heard something too, and at first I thought it was Hank, a sort of high broken yelp like he had caught his paw on something or hurt himself. But it didn't stop. The sound rose and sort of cracked and turned into this awful wailing all of a sudden, like an animal suffering while it was dying. I've worked in animal rescue for years, and I would say that I've heard pretty much everything by this point. Pain, fear, panic, but this was different. It was almost like something was mimicking the sound of a dog, without knowing what made it real. Well, the horses instantly froze. I could feel Daisy's muscles tightening under me and her ears flickering toward the hill. The sound was coming up from there, and it was somewhere on that new trail. Maybe somebody's dog was hurt, Claire said, already calling out hello and is anybody there, but there was no answer. We moved slowly through the creek, trying to get a better look, but the trees grew thick on that slope and nothing was moving. But the wailing, it kept going, steady, and sort of terrifying now, until the moment our horses turned away. Then it suddenly stopped, just like that. Let me tell you as well that the silence that followed was way worse than the noise itself. We didn't speak again, not until we reached the open ground on the other side. Claire looked pale, and I probably did too. I mean, there was no one else out there that day as far as we could tell. Not a sound and not even a squirrel moved in the brush, only the birds and the creek. By the time that we made it back to camp, we had convinced ourselves that it was probably just a coyote or something. Maybe it was a sick one, or maybe stuck somewhere, but Claire, she just couldn't let it go. On the ride back too that afternoon, she asked if we could take the new trail just to be sure, and I really did not want to, but in the end she convinced me. The path, it climbed steeply and wound around the bluff higher than I expected. The ground was soft with moss and the light felt wrong, dim even though it was midday. When we reached the top, the trail leveled out into a clearing that looked recently cut. Trees stood in sort of odd rows, their trunks scored by something sharp. There were no paw prints, no feathers, no sign of a struggle or anything, just a bit of a mess. But near the center of the clearing, the ground was blackened. Not burnt exactly, but more like something had bled maybe onto the dirt long ago. Hank started whining upon seeing it, circling and tail down. Claire called his name, and for a moment, I swear that I heard something answer. A distant noise deeper in the woods, just once, but drawn out and long. I don't know what that was, but we left without saying another word. The next day, I went out early to check on the horses, and Daisy was pacing in her pen, nostrils flared, eyes fixed on the tree line. Later, Claire told me that she had apparently gone back up there alone before sunrise, which I thought was absolutely crazy. She said the trail was different now, though, that the clearing was gone, replaced by thick undergrowth and fallen branches. I never went back myself to confirm that, but look, I don't think that she's lying. I have heard stories of skinwalkers and the forest doing odd things elsewhere from other people, so who knows? Maybe it is something like that, or maybe she just got lost somewhere along the way and thought that she was at the clearing but wasn't. Either way, I know what I heard personally, and I won't be going riding up there again. When I was little, I thought that my family was just eccentric. The kind of people who made meaning out of coincidences and swore the dead could still eavesdrop. They would whisper things like, "We attract the old ones," or "Magdalena left the door open too wide again." I never really understood what they meant, only that they said it with a strange mix of fear and sort of pride. Now that I'm older, though, I wish that I had never learned what they were talking about. My great-grandmother, Magdalena, came from Lithuania during war times. My father says that she crossed the sea with nothing but a wool coat, a pocket knife, and a set of rosary beads that weren't hers. No one ever explained where she had gotten them from, but she just never let them go. When she died, they went missing before the funeral, apparently, and my aunt swore that they had been on the bedside table that morning. After her passing, the family stopped talking about her at all. The stories, the superstitions, the rituals, all of it faded like it had been rehearsed for a generation and then deliberately forgotten. But forgetting, it doesn't always work, right? The first time that I noticed something strange, I was staying at my grandmother's farmhouse. It sat on a patch of dry land surrounded by broken fencing and overgrown wheat. Catherine was a bit of a storyteller, let me tell you, the kind who could make a breeze sound haunted. I used to think that she would exaggerate for fun too, until one night when she told us about the tapping. She said that after her husband died, she started feeling someone tapping on her lower back when she tried to sleep. Gentle at first, like a finger tracing a message, and she thought that it was a dream until the dog started growling at the empty hallway. She moved to the couch for weeks after that, but the tapping, it seemed to follow her there too. Now, as a kid, I honestly thought that it was just an old woman's fantasy, and I didn't realize at the time just how much those stories were a warning. Years later, I stayed with my aunt for a few months in a housing complex. It was on the edge of town, and everyone said that the place was built over an old burial site. Not that anyone respected that fact, but yeah, it was mentioned. It was sort of half parking lot and half scrubland, really, but one night when I was about 10, I looked up the staircase and I saw a little girl at the landing. She wore a dress too thin for winter, and she seemed to be holding like a broken doll by the hair or something. She didn't look at me, she just whispered something that I couldn't understand and then literally vanished behind the wall. I told my aunt, expecting her to laugh, but instead she went pale and called her son into the room. He told me that he had seen her too, years before, the same girl, the same place, holding the same doll. After that, my aunt sprinkled salt across every doorway and made us sleep in the living room for 3 nights at least. At that time, I thought that I had imagined the whole thing, but when I asked my cousin about it years later, he got quiet and He said that it wasn't a girl that he had seen, but it was something pretending to be a girl. That line always stuck with me too, because it was quite creepy to think about. Well, my family has always brushed up against strange things, and shapes in doorways, faces in windows, voices calling from rooms that nobody's in. My father told me once about driving home late with his brother, seeing their grandmother's silhouette washing dishes through the kitchen window of an empty house, and he said that she looked peaceful, scrubbing a plate and holding it to the light the way that she always had. When they went inside, the sink was dry though, the window latched, and there was no one there. He told it like it was funny, but personally, I never really found it that funny. The older I got too, the harder it became to dismiss these things, especially after the night that I decided to prove that none of this was real. So my friends and I had heard of a haunted road out near the quarry, a strip of cracked asphalt lined with some trees and the occasional rusted mailbox. I brought a cheap camera, determined to catch nothing, but we walked into the dark laughing and pretending not to be nervous. And when we looked back at the photos later, every image with me in it had the same thing. There was what looked like a ball of light hovering near my shoulder. Now, this was not a lens flare, not a dust or a bug, just this faint pale sphere. It almost looked like a second moon, in fact. And whatever it was, it seemed to follow me for years after that. Not visibly, because I never saw it again in photos, but I would sort of feel it, I guess you could say. It sort of felt like the way that someone stands behind you and you just sort of know that someone's there. It's like the hairs on the back of my neck were rising when I would walk past mirrors, and I would sense something waiting for me in my dreams, always just off to the side of me. And look, I know that that's weird to say, but that's just what it felt like. My friends used to joke that I had a sixth sense because of this, and I just brushed it off as intuition, a coincidence, or maybe something that I'd learned from my family's paranoia. Who knows? Sometimes, though, I could predict things before they would happen. Small things, too, very uncanny. Like, my husband asked me once how I knew the neighbor's cat would die before we found it on the road. Honestly, I didn't have an answer then, and I still don't now. I just sort of felt it. A few years ago, I tried to trace Magdalena's old belongings too, the rosary beads specifically, and I wanted something tangible from her life, something to connect all the pieces, but there's just no record of them in any estate papers. Also, no one remembers seeing them after her body was taken too, which is weird, right? My father insists that she was buried with them. My aunt swears that she wasn't, and I don't know what the truth is, but all I know is that weird things happen with my family, and this is just another one of those mysteries. So this one time, I was at Walmart with my dad. But this wasn't a large Walmart. It was one of those neighborhood grocery store or smaller versions. I believe I was about 8 or 9, and I'm now in my 30s. We were grocery shopping like any other night. On this particular night, my dad and I were walking towards the exit after checking out when suddenly my dad realized that he'd forgot the toilet paper. He hadn't exited the store quite yet, and we're right outside of the bathroom or drinking fountains, which, from what I have seen, are typically placed in the same general location in most Walmarts. And my dad said, "Wait right here by the basket, buddy, and I'll be right back." This wasn't unusual, since I was allowed to go and grab things that I needed on my own, like shampoo and whatnot, and I knew to be on my guard at all times. Now, it couldn't have been more than 2 minutes that I found myself being approached by a man. To be honest, I really can't remember much else other than the fact that he was a man and was a lot older than me. I really can't remember his face or height or what he was wearing. The rest is pretty much a total blur, but this man came up to me and said, "Hey." I remember looking up at the man as I gripped the handles of the basket. "I have puppies in my car," he said. "I've also got candy." You know, the whole spiel all of our parents warned us about. The man began to wave me toward him and reached his hand out, as though he would place it on my shoulder. I held onto the basket handle as tight as I could, and in that exact moment, I heard my dad shout, "Hey!" It was almost an actual roar as well. The man, he reacted instantly and moved so quickly through the exit doors that it almost looked like he evaporated. My dad, he grabbed me and was likely putting together the pieces faster than my little brain was processing the whole thing. Since nothing actually came of this though, I can't say for sure what the man's motives were. Regardless though, my dad will always be my hero, and I'll never forget the lesson I learned that day about the importance of being aware of your surroundings at all times, no matter how often you have been somewhere or how comfortable you may feel there. I live a little ways out in the woods, on a small dirt road with a few neighbours who also live on our small street. It's a quiet place, I guess. We all know each other and get along pretty decently. Given that we host little bonfires sometimes and invite the neighbours around to grill and have a few drinks, we often discuss things that we've seen lately in our little patch of the forest. A group of lovely deer, a mischievous raccoon, or the odd wandering bear often are topics of conversation. However, inevitably, we often end up on the subject of a mutual experience most of us have had with unexplainable phenomena happening around our homes. It's really no secret that my woods tend to make people a bit uneasy. It's dark, it's quiet, and that tends to make people a bit tense. I'm definitely no different too. I mean, I don't go outside after dark if I don't have to, and I get spooked at times when an animal makes a ruckus. There are some things though that I just cannot attribute to animals. To start though, I have to go all the way back to when I was 13, when I first moved onto this property. I often felt watched at night, I guess you could say. I was terrified to sleep without the lights on. I tried my best to ignore it, but I was honestly terrified to be outside at night or to be here alone. For my 14th birthday, I decided to face my fears so I could pitch a tent outside and camp in the yard with a few good friends. One of them left in the middle of the night because they were so anxious. Another left early in the morning after barely sleeping all night. The last friend stayed a couple of extra days, but was creeped out the entire time that we were there. She claimed to have briefly seen the apparition of a pale woman with dark hair as well, standing in our yard, and allegedly felt something touch her at night. She was truly terrified, and I could tell that she was being honest. Like when I tapped her shoulder once, she startled very easily and almost hit me out of fright. This was very abnormal for her, and I spoke to my uncle who lives next door about the woman that she saw, and to my surprise, he claimed to have also seen the same apparition multiple times. He wasn't even surprised when I brought it up. I moved out not long after this, but recently I've moved back here. Since returning as an adult, I've heard several stories from my family and neighbors about weird phenomena like this too. My uncle has seen the lady, but also shadow figures, and heard some unnatural noises coming from the woods at night. As a man who has lived out here for over 40 years at this point, he's very familiar with the unusual sounds of animals and nature, and he didn't think that these sounds were natural. His wife has also seen shadow figures and weird masses of black energy. She claimed to have been pushed over by an unseen force after witnessing one of these black masses of energy, and she has never gone outside at night since then. My grandmother claimed to have been chased by a shadow entity several years ago on this property while walking back from my uncle's place. It stopped at her front door and watched her while she cried and called my aunt and uncle for help, understandably too, and they told her to light some sage after this. A couple of neighbors have claimed to have seen similar shadow figures, as well as the apparition of the lady on occasion. I still feel watched, and I regularly cleanse my house to keep, well, whatever this is, out there as far from my home as possible. A good friend of mine, when I first moved back in, called me with concerns over a dream that she had too. This was before she had even set foot on my property. She described my property perfectly, and described seeing the same pale woman that multiple people now have seen. I was understandably shaken by this, considering that she'd not once been to my home at the time, and I hadn't really discussed the weird happenings with her at all. She did spend the night one time, but after that just refused to do it again. My street is honestly super creepy, and I've come to accept that something more is here. With all of the shared experiences, I just cannot deny that something is out there now. It's been here a long time from what I can tell, and seems to make itself known to anyone who spends enough time here. For context, this teacher was in his late 50s to 60s and was highly respected in the small central Californian community that I lived in at the time. He was the AP economics teacher at my high school. This took place about 15 years ago when I was a senior. I remember several weird experiences with this teacher, like one day in class, and I don't know how it was brought up, but Mr. Smith decided that he was going to give our class a mental exercise. I didn't think anything of it, but then again, I was a pretty innocent and naive teenager at the time. The class went along with it and didn't see an issue with this, but I remember him saying that he was also a psychology professor at the local university. Anyway, he told the class to close our eyes and meditate for a few minutes and begin thinking about immersing ourselves in a body of water. He said that it was okay if we envisioned a river, a creek, an ocean, or whatever, but he stressed that it had to be water that we were imagining ourselves in. So I begin letting the thoughts come, and I imagine myself next to a creek bed, throwing rocks into the water. You can stop now, open your eyes. The exercise was done. He told us to remember our visions, and he said that he was going to ask each of us what we imagined. Mind you, the class was split between girls and boys, so each of us go around one by one and tells the class out loud what we thought about. I remember a boy in my class said that he imagined himself in a rushing waterfall, that there were girls that mentioned that they were swimming in a lake, fishing at the pond, and so on. My turn came, and I told Mr. Smith in our class that I imagined myself next to a small creek. I specifically remember that he has this sort of weird grin the entire time each of us were telling him what was in our minds during this exercise. Mr. Smith finally told us why he had the class do this exercise. He said the exercise was to measure our sexuality and our awakening, I guess you could say. He said that the people who envisioned themselves in large bodies of water had a high drive, while the students who were in calmer and smaller environments of water hadn't really tapped into their sexuality yet. The boy who had the vision of being in a waterfall made a joke and the whole class laughed. I just remember thinking, though, that it was really weird. I looked around at the class and it didn't seem like anyone was uncomfortable, I guess. If they were, they didn't voice it or express it. Mr. Creepy, though, also did this thing where he would pick on a student and ask them a very specific question from our economics textbook. If the student didn't give him an answer that he liked, he would stare them down for literally what felt like a minute without saying anything. You could feel the tension in the class too in these moments, and usually the student with the wrong answer would sink down into their seat with humiliation. Anyway, a few months later, I approached Mr. Smith after class and asked him what I could do for extra credit. I only took away a few things from this conversation. I remember him telling me, "You're incredibly smart. I don't think you need extra credit." Okay, but still, I wanted extra credit. So then he says, "I love your shirt. Where did you get it?" I was wearing a shirt with a unicorn, a yellow yield sign, so I told him that I bought it at a thrift store called Red Light, located in Seattle, where I'm from. He had this stupid grin on his face and asked, "What is it?" And then he said, "You know that Red Light is a explicit site, right? Did you know anything about that?" Upon hearing that, I immediately left. I later looked up the website, I admit, and sure enough, there was all the explicit material that he was referring to. Later on in the semester, Mr. Smith stopped coming to class and we had a substitute for the remainder of the year after that. I remember other students whispering in class where Mr. Smith had gone, and some students were also saying that they had overheard that he got in trouble, and was also now being investigated. When I was a Mormon, ages 18 to 28, I went on a mission for the Mormon Church like all Mormon men are supposed to do. It was a rite of passage, basically, and it was a full-time sales force for the church. You've probably seen them around, white shirts and ties, usually riding bikes, knocking on doors, trying to get people to believe in angels, giving gold tablets to a farm boy named Joseph Smith. Not much luck if you ask me. It was like trying to sell yellow snow to Eskimos. They just weren't buying it. However, I did have some supernatural experiences, I guess you could say, on my mission. I had such experiences all my life, in fact, and I would like to share some of them with you guys. So, on my mission, I had a dream of a woman and baby being put into a coffin with lots of people crying. I woke up very depressed and sort of sad, and the next day we tracked it into an active member family who recently lost the wife and baby of the son at Ocean Shores, Washington. She was holding the baby in the surf and a wave came up with a log on it, hit her in the head. She died and unfortunately the baby didn't make it before they could rescue him. They were both buried in the same casket and they were the people in the dream. Another time on a mission, we rented a room in a house from a crazy woman who ran a boarding house for men, and a voice called my first name from the closet at night. Mind you, nobody knew my first name, not even my companion. On Mormon missions, missionaries go by Elder so-and-so, and they don't use their first names. But the voice, it kept calling my first name. But how did it know that? I woke up one morning with 3 deep scratches from my groin to my belly, like teen tattoos. They didn't bleed, but man did they burn. The woman had no cat, by the way. A rat could have done it, I suppose, but it would have wakened me up, I think. I never did tell the woman about this, but the next day she said, "Oh, by the way, this house is haunted." Well, we left the very next day. On another occasion in the city of Pacifica, south of San Francisco, we were tracked into an active smoking Mormon. We chatted inside his home near the front door. All he could talk about was how much of a promiscuous woman his daughter was. He heard a knock on the door though, and he opened it, and there stood a massive American Indian about 6'7" or so. The smoking Mormon introduced the Indian as his neighbor Joseph. And when I looked at this Indian, a voice said in my left ear, "He's a murderer." I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. They chatted for a minute and Joseph left. After he left, the smoking Mormon said, "Yep, that was my neighbor Joseph. He's a really swell guy. He's going through a tough time right now. He had to sell his home for bail money. He's been falsely accused of murder." We left pretty soon after that. Also in Pacifica, I lived in a small room with 3 other missionaries. We had bunk beds. One night, when it was raining hard, we stayed in and told some stories. The older elders, they had one story after another of their many sexual conquests in high school. I turned the discussion to ghosts at one point, and as I was talking, a white figure of a young man, about 16 I would say, appeared in the doorway to the tiny kitchen. Just his head and shoulders, and he looked as if he was going to speak, but then got the facial expression of, "What's the use, they can't hear me" sort of thing. The young man faded away and I said, "I see a ghost over by the kitchen." The other elders said, "Shut up, you're just trying to scare us." But my companion said, "No, I saw something too, like a cloud." I could see the young man's face clearly, and the impression I got was that he was a surfer who died in the ocean, perhaps. We lived 100 feet from the ocean, and surfing was illegal there, but many did it anyway, because in the winter the waves were absolutely huge, and there were many great white sharks there as well because of a seal island not far away. Now, the last event on my mission was that I hit a chunk on broken concrete with my 10-speed and went over the handlebars and fell into oncoming traffic. I then felt lifted up by my armpits and pulled back 3 feet. I looked around, but nobody was there, just cars all around me. My companion was already a half a block away, pumping his bike pedals furiously, taking no notice of me. No pedestrians were around anywhere to be seen, and a car ran over my front tire of my bike just as I was being pulled back. Had I not been pulled back 3 feet, the car would have run over my upper body at least, and perhaps my head. That wasn't the first time, nor the last, that unseen hands saved me from death or great bodily injury. But I left my mission disillusioned with missions, mission presidents, and even some missionaries. I thought that it would be an inspiring adventure, but it turned out to be a very boring sort of door-to-door sales job, like trying to sell yellow snow to Eskimos, as I said before. The other missionaries were looking for numbers, I guess, to impress their family and wards, home congregations, and the mission president, the man in charge of the missionaries. I was looking for seekers of truth, though, and was shocked to only find one, a good man who just could not join the church because, well, he smoked. All of our other investigators, people we tried to convert to the church, they were not seekers of the truth, but listened to us because they wanted to marry a good-looking Mormon woman, or because they thought the church could help them out financially, etc. It was all very disappointing, disillusioning, but I did have those paranormal experiences. I eventually resigned from the Mormon church and became the follower of a miracle-working prophet from Lebanon at one point. Those are all days gone by now, but I'll never forget my experiences from when I was a Mormon. I have never truly believed in the supernatural. I thought that it could be possible, I guess, so I stayed the heck away from Ouija boards and the like. But my opinion changed after I had my own personal ghost encounter. I was renting a room in Thailand, and I had been there for a month with no strange occurrences. However, on my second to last day, I woke up and something was off. I felt a distinct presence, I guess. I knew someone was in my room and that he was male. I sat up in bed and I saw a man standing in front of my door. The door was closed behind him. At first I thought it was my next door neighbor had come into my room, but as I tried looking at him, he had no distinctive features. I'm really not sure how to explain it, but it was like I could only see him with my peripheral vision. Any detail I tried to focus on was fuzzy and unclear. That's when the panic began to set in because I realized I was not seeing a live human. I kept thinking that it would go away if I just kept blinking. So I'm sitting in bed blinking over and over like a maniac, and this thing is just not disappearing. After about 10 seconds of this, I reached for my glass to try and get a clearer look. When I looked back to the door, there was nothing. To be clear, I was scared, but I never felt threatened per se. It was just their sort of thing. I was so convinced I must have had a full-blown hallucination, I just went about my normal day. My host called me later in the day to invite me to the market with her visiting family, and I casually said, for sure. Also, I think I saw a ghost this morning. She responds, did you actually? Come downstairs right now. So I went to her place downstairs, and she was hanging out with her family. This is when she drops the bomb that her house is haunted. She said that she doesn't advertise it, because obviously it would hurt her business, but guests have occasionally seen him over the years. Apparently, both her mother and sister also saw signs of the ghost in the hours before me, a toy car moving by itself, and the sound of a boy laughing in the house. She shared that he is the ghost of a young boy, and that he is allegedly the protector of the house. She showed me his shrine, and it was covered in things that a little boy would enjoy. She said that they were discussing how I was going to be leaving the night before, and she thinks he visited to say goodbye perhaps. She also said that I should buy a small treat to leave at this shrine to say thank you, and I did all that, and flew home the next day. Here's the thing though, I didn't see a boy, I saw a man. I didn't feel a child's presence, I felt the presence of a man. So, was the ghost boy and the sightings by her family just a strange coincidence and I just straight up hallucinated? It felt so real though. I've never had any sort of hallucinations prior or since that encounter. I've never had sleep paralysis before, and that morning I wasn't paralyzed or anything. This whole experience has shifted my worldview, and sometimes I feel like I'm just going crazy. I'm looking for an explanation, I guess, supernatural or otherwise, for what I witnessed. I've lived here for 10 years now, and there have been things that have happened that have driven me to find answers about it, and even at times beg my husband to leave. I often hear disembodied voices, so compellingly I think someone is in my house, so I go meet them, only to find that there's nobody there. For a while, my front door would open and close by itself. It's a heavy door, made of steel and glass, and there's no way that it could swing open by itself and slam shut. The knob has become a little stuck over the years, and we often have to try multiple ways of opening it now. I even started dowsing to try and find if there were any higher energy fields in my house. I've read so many books to try to explain the sense of anxiety that I get here as well, from fairies to telluric currents. My pendant showed me a path that goes from a hill outside my house, through my house, out the other side and down the creek. After asking it to show me the door that it comes through, I came into my living room from working one day to see the door had been put up in search on my TV, which honestly, I have no idea how that happened. Just yesterday, I noticed a handful of little white pills on my coffee table. I have no idea what they are and how they got there, and neither does my husband. There were probably 10 or so just sort of lined up in a row with no suggestion of how they got there or who put them there in the first place. I've spent 10 years now trying to figure this out, and I haven't even gotten into everything that I've experienced here. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions, I would genuinely love to hear them because, like I said, this whole thing has me absolutely freaked out and I just want to get out of here. A while ago, I was a young and foolish hardcore atheist type who would basically just give it to anyone talking about ghosts or aliens or anything out there, I guess you could say. My worldview was extremely narrow and didn't have much interest in anything outside of going to the pub with my mates. Now, I want to share with you guys the experience which forced me to completely 180 from that old, annoying character into someone who fully believes, no, not believes, but knows the existence of the spiritual world. I was living with my ex-girlfriend, and on her street was a big house on the corner. The property was surrounded by a high fence, but there was a little gate in the middle where you could sort of get a glimpse of the well-kept garden that was there. An old woman who lived alone there and could often be seen pottering around in her garden, who most of her time outdoors would be spent behind the little gate between the fences. We'd see her there all the time, chatting with neighbors or just having a nosy up the street. I never really spoke to her myself, but I did see her there a lot. Now one night at around 10:30, I was pulling up on the street outside of my girlfriend's house after going to see my mate. It was dark, I had literally nothing on my mind, and really wasn't thinking about anything. I parked the car and I proceeded to get out of the door. The house on the corner with the gate was just in front of my parking spot. As I close my car door and I start to lock it, I noticed a bright light coming from that gate. And that was when I look and see a full apparition of this old woman. It was her, but it was like a foggy, translucent figure of her, giving off a pretty big amount of white light. The fence was even illuminated by the light that she was radiating. She turned and looked at me, and as soon as we faced each other, she shifted behind the fence. It wasn't like somebody stepping aside though, it was like she sort of drifted sideways, as if floating. Being who I was, I instantly tried to dismiss it, convincing myself that I just imagined it. I went into my girlfriend's house and said, You're going to think that I'm crazy, but I'm sure I just saw a ghost or something at that old woman's house." My girlfriend replied, "You do know she died 2 days ago, don't you?" At that, I froze. Her words were horrifying because they confirmed what I saw. I started freaking out. Kind of funny now that I look back on it all. I remember my eyes were just sort of streaming and I was just sort of in shock, I guess. I kept replaying what I just saw over and over in my mind. It just hit me like a truck. I needed that experience badly, and it changed me and led me on a whole journey of, well, if ghosts are real, what else is there? And I've since discovered a ton about this strange realm that I would have never learned if not for that experience. I really don't care if anyone believes me or not. I wouldn't have believed me either if not for seeing it with my own eyes. We can entertain ghost stories or even choose to believe them, I suppose, but you can't really know them until you've definitely seen it for yourself. I personally have never really shared this, though my wife and girlfriend loves to share this story with anybody who will listen. Years ago, when we first met, my wife and I shared a love of photography and exploration. We called it ghost hunting at the time, but it was more akin to visiting abandoned locations and just taking photographs. I used a 35mm camera with Ilford HP5 Plus film, and she used a Canon Rebel digital camera. We would often scout locations online, with plans to visit them and get some pics for our library. This time it was an old abandoned fuel refinery or storage depot, just off of a beach overlooking Lake Ontario. It would be tricky getting into the old refinery itself from the front, and so I used Google Maps to see if there was any other way that we could get in. It looked like a wall was blocking most of our way in, except for a small section just off of the beach that had only had a chain link fence there. The beach itself looked extremely disheveled, like it had seen little use, so we hoped that this would give us the privacy that we needed to sneak in. I mean, sneaking into an abandoned industrial structure isn't exactly legal, and we didn't want anyone calling the cops on us or whatever. So we packed our gear and we headed out on our excursion. We had a hard time finding the entrance to the beach parking lot, but we found that it was blocked only by a loose chain that lay on the ground, half buried in the dirt as if someone had removed it long ago and just sort of left it there. As we pulled into the parking area, there were no cars except for ours, which we noticed immediately. As we pull in and I park, my wife points out and says, "There's people here." I look up and see several dozen people, all along the shoreline, and all staring out at the water at literally nothing. No ships, no planes, no boats of any kind. They're all just sort of staring blankly. There was nothing particularly interesting about these people. They were all different age groups from young adults to elderly, though there were no children and all were dressed as you'd expect people to dress. What I mean is that it was a warm sunny day, and though some were in shorts, I found it odd that others were in long pants with jackets. It was far too warm for a jacket. What really struck me though was the confusion of how they got there. I mean, there were no cars, no bikes, nothing, and no place to park up on the street for, I would say, at least a few kilometers. No houses nearby either, so no chance of locals. No houses nearby either, so perhaps they were locals? Maybe, but from where? Anyway, they're pretty much ignoring us as we sit in the car, contemplating whether to call the whole thing off, partially because of our need for privacy and partly because of how weird it was feeling. After a few minutes of deliberation, we decided to continue on with the plan though, thinking that whatever they were doing, they're not really interested in us it seems. So we got out of the car, grabbing our cameras, and no sooner do we close and lock our doors when every one of their heads turns to look at us. I mean, every one of them, and there's a couple of dozen of them, still facing the water with their body, but their heads turned to look at our direction. We sort of froze for a second, looked at each other, just completely weirded out. It felt like a long time, but was probably only a minute or so when they all just turned back to face the water, ignoring us again, but all at the exact same time. At this point, we got together and in whispers were discussing what to do. All the while we were watching these people who were now completely ignoring us. Finally though, after some back and forth, we decided to press on in the end. Honestly, we'd been to some far sketchier places in the past, though this was definitely a new one for sure. We walked along the beach to the section of the wall where the fence was, and found a gap to enter it. This is when I noticed that they were looking at us again, every single one of them. We paused at this, and hesitated to enter. After a few minutes, they again turned away, so, trying to be sneaky, we ducked behind the wall to the fence, and from where we were, I couldn't see all of them, but the half dozen or so that I did see, they had again turned their heads toward us, not moving their bodies, just their heads. It just seemed that every time that we moved, that's when they would look at us as well. We were sort of committed at this point though, and so we decided to get in, take our pics, and then quickly get out. Now, the time that we spent in the refinery, it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. We'd planned for an hour or more originally, but the strangest being what it was, we knew that this one had to be a short one. As we climbed back through the gap in the fence, the first thing that caught me was that there was nobody in sight. As we climbed back through the gap in the fence, the first thing that caught me was that suddenly there was nobody in sight. I stopped my wife and told her this as we hesitated before passing the wall. We looked out slowly, trying not to call attention to ourselves. As we passed the wall, the entire beach was in view, and there was not a single person there, nobody. Even stranger though was that it looked like nobody had been there at all, at least for a long time. Now, I certainly didn't make any close inspection of the area, but the sand looked undisturbed. There were some footprints, but not enough for several dozen people, and they didn't look new by any means. You know how a beach's sand can look sort of dry on the surface, but if you kick it, darker wet sand underneath shows? Well, there was none of that. Just a few small dunes of dried, blown sand around. It was really, really eerie. The only noise were the distant cars on the road, and after this, we just hurried back to our car. Not running really, but definitely not taking the time to enjoy a day at the beach. Not that there was much to enjoy there anyway. We will never forget that place and how truly freaky all of that was. This story is of some of the first memories that I have. It takes place in a house in Ostel. There's no real order to these, as they happened over 30 years ago now. Since these, though, I have never had another experience again. To be honest, I sort of wish I had, though. So I had a toy record player that was plastic. It played thick plastic records, and one day while I was playing with it, sound just started coming out of the speaker. I don't remember what it was. It didn't last long. I tried to get it to do it again, but nothing. That night, I would hear dishes clank together when everybody was asleep. The way my bed was in my room, I could see down the hallway, and one night, while laying there, I saw a skeleton peek around the corner and wave at me. Another night, I was sleeping on my stomach, and I felt a hand or a claw down my back. Not hard enough to be painful, but definitely enough to wake me up. The next morning, I asked my parents if they had been in my room or not, and both of them said no. These things didn't really scare me, I guess, as I wasn't really old enough to understand what was going on. But the next things, they definitely did scare me, and are 100% as I remember them. So I awoke one night to my bed moving, shifting around, levitating even. I heard two male voices talking. I quietly said, "Hey," and one of the voices said, "Shut up, kid." I promptly did just that, and I hid under my covers until I woke up the next day. which is the theme for the next two as well. My mother was sitting on the side of my bed. She was wearing a towel around her body and one around her head while she had just gotten out of the shower. We were praying at the time, and she laid me down to go to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep, and it was at this time that she just sort of faded away. I screamed for her as loud as I could. She came running out of my sister's room into my doorway. Behind her, soldiers in full uniform came running out as well. I hid, and my screaming seemed to have not been heard by anyone, like I was in a bubble at the time. The only one that heard anything was my mother, who came running. The final story is when I went to my parents' room to climb in between them one night, that they were both very much asleep, and after laying there for a few minutes, I hear a voice. "Hey kid." I look at the foot of the bed, and there's this ventriloquist doll, Charlie McCarthy, just sort of, I don't know, like standing there, or floating maybe. Mind you, I didn't know that this was him until much later, but he asked me what my name was, what my parents' names were, and after that I got too scared and I hid under the covers. I once wrote the people who lived in this house a while back, asking if they had anything happen to them, and unfortunately I never got a response. But those are my experiences, and to this day I swear by them that they are true. I've decided to share my story because it's something that has stuck with me, and I've never heard a similar experience from anyone else. For context too, I grew up in a very haunted farmhouse. My family saw and heard things as well. So, I was around 10 years old, and I was upstairs playing with a little bouncy ball at some stage. I bounced it, and it went behind a big dresser, so I went over to grab it naturally. Now, there was a smaller dresser next to it that was full of my dad's old comic books, and when I leaned over to grab the ball, a slender white hand came out of the drawer and grabbed onto my wrist. Obviously, I freaked out and tried pulling away. Then the hand gripped tighter, so I started screaming. My brother came running up the stairs, and as soon as he reached the top, the hand let go and disappeared back into the drawer. He didn't see it, unfortunately, but he believed me because of, well, just how shaken up I was. I'm curious, though, if anyone else has experienced anything like this. It's not the only thing that happened to me there, but it was definitely one of the scariest. I still think about it a lot. This happened back in 2017, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was in my bedroom laying on my bed. The way the bed is positioned, you can sort of see out into the living room, seeing the TV. My door was open at the time as well, and it was about 1 a.m. Now, the living room television turned on by itself to its loudest volume, and it startled me a lot. I didn't think too much of it because I assumed it was my stepdad, because he enjoys playing pranks on me all the time. So I waited it out until he would come out laughing or do some sort of a jump scare, but in the end he never did. In fact, he came out of his bedroom asking why the TV was on and why it was so loud. Quite honestly, I thought that he was joking, but he was really serious and had a sort of groggy look on his face. So he turns it off and we go back to sleep eventually. The next morning, I ask my dad why the TV went off like that, and he claims that it was the connection to the satellite, and it was nothing to worry about. His explanation, though, it never really sat right with me at all, because, first off, that just doesn't make any sense. We don't have a satellite. We had Xfinity at the time. And that television, it didn't have cable, just my dad's room. I asked him again, and this time he tells me in a soft and serious tone, "Don't tell your stepdad that it was a ghost or he's going to freak out and be terrified. Just say that it was the satellite and move on." I did just that as to not cause a commotion, but man, I was absolutely terrified now. Mostly because a few days later, it happened again, this time in my room. I had just turned my TV off after gaming for a few hours, when not even a minute later, my TV turns on by itself. And to make it worse, the TV in the living room turned on too at the same time. That was downright terrifying. I also honestly don't remember what I did after that. Maybe the anxiety is just blocking it all out, but I'll never forget that experience, with the TVs both unexplainably coming on like that simultaneously again. This didn't happen to me, but to my dad. I walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and my dad walks into the room, asking me if I'd used the bathroom in my parents' bedroom. I tell him no, and that I've been in my room the whole time. I could tell, though, that something was wrong when I saw the look of fear on his face. He told me that somebody was in the bathroom, and it wasn't my mum or my brother because they're asleep apparently. I asked him what he was talking about. He told me that he was going to use the bathroom but heard loud noises, so he stood by the door, which was open, but didn't walk in because he didn't understand what was going on. He said that he thought that for whatever reason someone was using the toilet with the door open, so he continued to wait by the door sort of confused. But then he said that he realized that it sounded like something different, and that it was too loud to be someone using the toilet, and that it sounded like someone was vomiting into the toilet because he heard splashing. Then he said that he heard the sound of a man gagging and clearing his throat, so he gets concerned and peeks into the bathroom, but nothing. The noises were gone and nobody was there. He said that he knew what he heard was real and that it was so real that he had to check behind the bathroom door just to make sure that no one had broke in. And then he checked the shower and he said that his jaw dropped because he saw soapy water and dirt all over the floor of the shower. He then says that he doesn't know how to explain what happened, and to be honest, neither do I. If anyone knows what this is about or has any other logical explanations, then I would genuinely love to hear it. I'm really not quite sure how to start this, so I'm just going to say it. I have some sort of an entity in my house that is getting more and more active, and I really don't know how to get it to stop. The lights in my bathroom flicker, even when I screw them in more. Lights in my bedroom have turned on and off by themselves, at the switch, mind you. I often see something in my peripheral. Whenever I look at it, it disappears, but it seems like it's wearing some kind of black robe, and I feel or hear 3 gentle taps on my temple every now and then, usually when I'm trying to fall asleep. It's unsettling having this much activity lately, since the activity had previously declined. A little bit of background. I live at home with my family. I'm in my childhood bedroom in the basement. When I was a teenager, I was really stupid, and at one point, 2018 if I had to guess, me and my friends held a seance with a Ouija board in my room. We had contact with something that called itself Jason. It told us things that we knew were lies, like that it died in this house, no previous owners mind you, and stuff like that. We said goodbye and thought that that was the end of it, kept the Ouija board in the hall closet. After that, there would be random cold spots in my room though. Like, you would be sweating from the space heater until you sat on the bed and it would be super cold. There was also a really uneasy feeling in the hall where the closet was. Then at some point, maybe 2021 I think, I started seeing this thing. It was like it used to be a woman, but there was black instead of a mouth and eyes, and it was smiling literally from ear to ear. I would always pretend that I didn't see it. This took place at an abandoned industrial warehouse district in the outskirts of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was about 25 at the time, and I was working for a security firm that specialized in high-risk vacant lots. The place that I was working, it was a defunct, heavy sort of machinery plant that spanned 4 city blocks, in fact. It was my 3rd month on the night shift, and I had long since stopped expecting the job to be anything other than a slow, quiet rot. So, it was close to 4 in the morning, it was a Wednesday, and I was performing a sweep of the main assembly hall when I saw something. A shadow moving across the upper level windows. It wasn't a flicker too, it was clear, a deliberate silhouette of a person walking slowly from the north end of the building to the south. I called dispatch, my voice steady, requesting a secondary unit for a perimeter check. I reported what I'd seen, and I didn't enter the building. I waited by the gate, my spotlight fixed on the darkened glass. I didn't see anyone come down, and the exterior doors were all chained and padlocked. When backup arrived, we did a tactical sweep. The interior was a cavernous, desolate place filled with silence and dust. And after an hour of checking every level, we found a solitary office in the back, and inside, a man was hunched over a heavy wooden desk. There was a letter on the desk too, and a stillness in the room that felt weird. The investigators arrived, and the procedure was pretty clinical. They confirmed his identity, secured the site, and checked the logs. What bothered me though, and still bothers me a little bit, was the review of the internal surveillance system. You see, the cameras were hardwired into an old DVR setup that tracked movement. The logs were perfect, unbroken, and the footage, it showed the man entering at 2 o'clock the previous day. It showed him walking into the office, sitting down, and literally never moving again. I mean, this guy was like a statue. There was no other movement in that building for 14 hours as well. I checked. Not a stray animal, not a maintenance worker, and certainly nobody else walking across the assembly hall windows at like 4 in the morning. I gave my statement, signed the forms, and tried to wash the smell of that office out of my uniform. The investigators told me that it was visual persistence, the way that the brain tries to fill in gaps in low-light environments, especially when you're anticipating movement. But I know what I saw. I saw someone moving. But when I think back about it, the way that they moved seemed a bit weird. They moved like something was being projected against the glass, like an image with no mass and sort of gliding. Even all these years later as well, in a completely different line of work now, I still wonder about that night and what that was all about. I know that I saw someone up there, that much I'm convinced about, and yet every single camera that I looked at, again, I confirmed, this guy was there for like 14 hours and didn't even seem to move, even an inch. It makes you wonder though if we're really alone in these places, or if maybe there's something else there. Do you guys ever feel like you've caught a glimpse of something that reality just wasn't meant to show you? And does it make you question what else might be happening in the gaps when we're not present? This whole event, it certainly did for me, and it's something that I'll never forget. This happened in 2011, on a stretch of logging tracks near the edge of the Adirondack Mountains. I was taking a solo trek across a series of decommissioned logging paths that crisscrossed a patch of unmapped forest. I technically wasn't supposed to be there. The state had closed the trails due to hazardous terrain, but I was arrogant and bored, equipped with nothing but a map that was 10 years out of date and a rusted mountain bike. It was a late Tuesday afternoon. The sky was pretty ugly, and I was about 5 miles into the interior when I heard the first strike. A heavy, jagged rock hit the frame of my bike, snapping the chain guard clean off. I skidded to a stop, spinning around to see who was behind me, but the logging track was empty, a straight ribbon of dirt slicing through the dense pine behind me. Then the second strike. A branch, thick as a human forearm, slammed into the gravel inches from my boot. I dived into the scrub, pressing my chest into the damp, decaying floor of the forest. I waited for a laugh, a shout, some sign of a prankster. There was only silence, though. That's when the volley started. It wasn't just a barrage of throws, it was literally a horizontal assault. Stones, branches, and chunks of bark zipped through the air at waist height, moving in straight, impossible lines. I literally heard them pass by my ear, like arrows fired by a machine, racing past me as I huddled there. Each one struck the ground or the trees with terrifying force, too. I sat there, hands over my head, feeling the wind of the projectiles passing inches from my ears. I felt a sharp, burning graze across my shoulder. A branch had sliced through my jacket. I didn't dare look up, though. I was so worried that something would hit my head. I just screamed, "I'm going, I'm leaving, okay?" And the barrage ended instantly. Now, the silence that followed was so absolute that it was terrifying, deeper than the woods had ever been before. I sat there for a minute, catching my breath until I gathered the nerve to stand up again. I needed my bike to get out, so I stepped back onto the track, and that's when I saw it. On the left side of the trail, where I knew for a fact that there had been nothing but dense, impenetrable trees 5 minutes ago, suddenly stood a shed. It was a ruin, weather-beaten and grey, and its door hanging off a single rusted hinge. The door, though, was covered in a thick black moss that seemed to drink the light in. It looked like it had stood there for a century. I looked at the spot where I'd been riding seconds before, trying to orient myself a bit. I knew the trail. I had scouted this area just last month. There was no clearing, there was no shed. From inside of the structure, though, I heard the sound of somebody moving inside. I didn't turn back. I didn't try to look inside. I just grabbed my bike. The rear tire was now shredded, but the frame held, thankfully, and I ran, half carrying and half dragging it until I hit the main access road 3 miles away. I counted myself lucky to get out of there that day, and so I promised myself that I would never go back again. I was working a graveyard shift as a security monitor for a cluster of high-end, unfinished housing developments. It was a job where mostly you were just paid to sit around in a climate-controlled shack and watch grainy infrared feeds of empty driveways and sort of half-built garage frames. Now, one Tuesday I noticed a glitch in the feed for Lot 42. Every 10 minutes, the camera would toggle from IR night vision to standard color for a split second, then snap back. It seemed to be a hardware hiccup, nothing else, but during that 1 second of flicker, I saw something. There seemed to be a man standing in the center of the framed-out living room. He wasn't walking, but he was sort of like vibrating almost. His entire body was sort of oscillating at a speed that blurred his edges, almost like a long-exposure photograph taken in a windstorm. He was wearing a standard-issue work suit, the kind the contractors wore, but his head was angled sharply toward the camera lens, his mouth locked in a wide, silent scream. It was sort of terrifying to look at. Then, the feed snapped back to black and white, and he was gone. I sat there, my pulse skipping a bit, and I waited for the next cycle. 10:10 a.m., and then there was a click and the color mode. He had moved. He was now standing right at the perimeter of the garage door, his hand pressed flat against the drywall. But his fingers, they were way too long. They almost looked like they had more joints, and they were pressed against the wall. I didn't call anyone. I didn't want to explain why I was staring at a screen for hours. Instead, I just turned the monitors off and I tried to breathe a bit, telling myself that I must be seeing things. But then, I suddenly got this feeling of just being watched. I tried to get up to check the perimeter for a bit, but my legs just wouldn't move. My skin felt like it was being prickled by thousands of tiny needles all of a sudden, like I had pins and needles all through my body. I looked down at the desk. The surface, usually cool to the touch, was now warm and sort of pulsing or vibrating violently. And it was then that the shack door suddenly started to rattle like crazy. I grabbed my mag light from the desk and stared at the door. Something inside of me just knew, too, that if I opened it, I was about to see something that would scare me half to death. So instead, I just white-knuckled that flashlight, listening to that sandpaper sound circling the building all night, and I just waited until dawn. When the sun finally hit the mountains, I walked out after the sound stopped. I unlocked my car and I just drove home. I was so shaken too that I forgot to turn in my keys that day, and I didn't go back for my final check-in either. I literally quit that very day, and I swore to myself that I would never do night shifts ever again. A few months ago, I was working as a courier for a regional supply chain. My job was to hit the medical offices, drop off the specialized image equipment that they needed, and get back on the road before lunchtime. The clinic in the North Valley was my last drop on a Friday, a gleaming glass and steel building that looked more like a hotel than a healthcare facility, really. I had both arms full of delicate equipment cases when I reached the lobby. The sliding glass doors whirred open and the man stepped into my path. He looked mid-60s, dressed in a sharp, albeit dated beige suit. He didn't look like a patient. He looked a bit more like a landlord, really. He held the second door open, though, with a practiced grace, and he said, "Let me help you with that." His voice was smooth, resonant, and entirely too familiar. I gave a polite, distracted thanks. I was in a bit of a rush to hit my deadline. He walked alongside of me, though, his stride perfectly synced with mine. He didn't just walk, though. He kept pace, like really mirroring my shifts in speed, his presence a constant heavy weight on my shoulder. He didn't stop at the lobby. He followed me into the restricted hallway, his conversation a seamless loop of benign, sort of disjointed questions. Things like, "Are you heading back home after this? Do you have family in the area? Is the pay worth the travel?" He didn't wait for answers. He treated my silence as an invitation to just keep asking questions. When we reached the imaging room, though, I started unloading the gear. The man started moving the empty cases, stacking them with clinical and rehearsed precision that genuinely was a bit weird. He knew exactly where the supply closet was. He knew where the trash went. He moved like he owned the square footage, in fact. When I finished, I turned to leave, and he was blocking the doorway, not with his body, but with his posture almost. He sort of leaned against the frame, arms crossed, watching me with a gaze that felt like he was mapping me almost. "You're very efficient," he said. It wasn't a compliment, though. It was an observation, as if he were grading a performance. Most people would have asked for a tip by now. I didn't engage. I sort of sidestepped him instead. As I walked down the hall, I could hear his footsteps behind me. When I reached the lobby, I didn't stop at the front desk. Instead, I just headed for the exit. He was right behind me, his voice pitching up, shifting from polite inquiry to a sharp, insistent command. "You haven't answered my question. What's your next stop?" I reached the parking lot, the Arizona sun blindingly bright. I could hear his shoes hitting the pavement, getting faster, closing the gap. I dropped the empty carrier, unlocked my van, threw the stuff inside, turned around to begin telling this guy that he needed to leave me alone. But when I did, there was no one there. But that's when I noticed that he was now suddenly at the front of my vehicle. He had stopped about 10 feet away and just stood there, staring at the driver's side window. I have no idea how he got there so quickly, though. He then pulled a slim black device from his pocket. Not a phone, but something that clicked with a metallic shutter-like sound as he held it up, and pointed directly at my dash. I didn't wait to see what it was. Instead, I just got in the vehicle and I floored it, the tires kicking up a cloud of desert dust behind me. I looked in the rearview mirror as I hit the main road, and he was still standing there, motionless, his arms still raised, still tracking the movement of my van until I was miles away. Now, here's where things get really weird. So like I said at the beginning of this, I was doing this sort of deliveries frequently for this place, and so eventually I had to go back there and do the same thing. So I went in and I actually stopped at the front desk and I asked them about what happened that day and if they had security camera footage of that guy, and so I asked who he was and why he was acting so weird and sort of going into restricted areas and all that. They seemed curious about this too. and they said that really nobody should be going in there with me, that it was actually a restricted area and that I was really the only one who should be going in there. They sort of gave me a bit of a slap on the wrist about that and warned me that if it ever happened again that I shouldn't let anyone in there and that I should call security and all that. But anyway, they eventually checked the cameras and it was the weirdest thing. I mean, you can sort of see me doing my movements and picking up things, and I still have the boxes in my arms that I thought that I had given to this guy. I also seemed to answer someone at some point, and anyway, long story short is that apparently I was behaving weirdly as if somebody was there, but in the video you don't see anyone. But I am absolutely certain that I saw this guy. I mean, I remember him clearly. I still don't have an explanation for that day, and, well, the people at the front desk sort of looked at me weirdly, like maybe I was lying or something, which, given the fact that they don't even know me, I can sort of understand their reaction. Anyway, I didn't get any official warnings or anything because, well, in the security footage, I'm the only one there. I have no idea if I was just hallucinating the whole thing or what, but I certainly know that the whole thing felt real. But if there was no one there, then who did I give those boxes to? I mean, there's no way that I could have carried all of that up by myself. Usually I do like 2 or 3 trips, but this guy helped me get it all up there. But in the video, you see me literally carrying everything, which normally I just wouldn't even do. It's way too precarious for all of that stuff, and it's pretty fragile stuff as well, so I just wouldn't really take the risk. This whole situation has me just really weirded out. Every time that I return there now as well, I'm always looking over my shoulder. I don't know. I just get this really eerie feeling there now that I'm being watched, and I really don't like that place. I was 16, living in a neighborhood where the fences were high and the privacy was absolute. My best friend, Sam, and I spent almost every Friday night at her house, a sprawling modern building that always felt like it was a little bit too large for just the 3 of them. It was mid-autumn. Sam's parents were hosting a dinner party that day, a rotating circle of high-earning neighbors and their friends. We were relegated to the media room, but the adults, they were loud enough that the air in the house felt charged and sort of erratic. There was one woman there, an acquaintance of Sam's mother. Her name was Diane. She had arrived late, dressed in a sharp, monochromatic suit that made her look like she had stepped off of a corporate board meeting, despite it being a casual dinner. She'd spent the early evening holding court by the kitchen island, laughing a little bit too loudly, her gaze snapping toward us every time that we walked past. Around 11 p.m., my ride arrived. I said my goodbyes to Sam, and the house felt entirely normal. The next morning, I woke up, though, to a barrage of texts. Sam wasn't just upset, she was vibrating with a quiet, icy shock. When I finally got her on a call, she sounded like she hadn't slept at all. You see, after I'd left, Diane's behavior had completely deconstructed. She had stopped drinking, stopped laughing, and stopped blending in. In fact, she cornered Sam and her younger sister Maya in the mudroom, a small windowless space meant for storage. She didn't slam the door, but she pulled it shut with a deliberate slow click. Sam said that Diane didn't yell, but she started touching her shoulders, pressing her palms into her upper arms with a force that left visible bruises. She whispered, a low monotone cadence, about the hidden nature of families and the necessity of keeping quiet about private things. She wasn't just talking, she was grooming the space, forcing them to listen to a narrative that felt like it was being pulled out of a dark, forgotten well. Maya started crying, but Diane didn't stop. She just tightened her grip, her eyes fixed on the door, watching for adults. "If you tell them what I'm saying," she whispered, "they'll realize that you're the ones who invited me into the room." It was a preemptive strike, a twisted psychological anchor that she was trying to set into their minds. When they finally escaped to the upstairs bathroom, they could hear Diane out in the hallway, loudly confiding to Sam's mother that the girls had been acting disturbed and aggressive in the mudroom. It was a complete fabrication, obviously, delivered with the casual, terrifying ease of a seasoned predator. Sam's mother, sensing the sudden shift in the house's energy, had managed to escort Diane out within the hour, but the aftermath, well, that lasted for months. You see, the car started showing up. It was a nondescript silver sedan, and it would appear at the end of Sam's street while we walked to the bus stop. It would idle outside our favorite coffee shop on Tuesday afternoons. It never approached us, never honked, never made a move to block our path or anything. It just sort of existed in our peripheral vision, a static presence in the background of our lives. We eventually moved on as we stopped seeing the vehicle so much, but still, the terror of that night wasn't the physical intrusion, obviously. It was realizing that someone could look at two children and see a canvas for their own sick and calculated power play. Thankfully, nothing happened to them that night, but still, it's disturbing to think back on it all. I was 17 when this happened, living under the kind of roof that made sneaking out feel like a high-stakes intelligence operation. My parents, they had a set of chimes on the front door, and my bedroom floor was pretty notorious for its telltale creaks. I spent weeks mapping the path of least resistance, out the garage, through the back alley, and into my beat-up car at the time, which I'd already rolled down the driveway and into the street before turning the ignition. It was 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I was coming back from a friend's place, my head swimming with caffeine and the creeping dread of being caught before dawn. The suburban streets were ghost town empty at this time, lined with identical oak trees. I was 6 blocks from home when I saw the headlights behind me. They were high beams, searingly bright in fact, hanging back about 50 yards. I ignored them for a few turns, but the pattern, it was too clean. Every time that I hit a blinker, they mirrored it. Every time that I slowed down to check a street sign, they dropped their speed to match, never closing the distance but never falling away either. I decided then to run a bit of a diagnostic. I made 3 consecutive right turns, looping back toward the commercial district. The car behind me didn't skip a beat. It was a dark, boxy SUV, the kind that looks like a smudge against the asphalt. My heart practically skipped a beat, and I felt a sharp sort of metallic sting at the base of my throat. That distinct phantom taste of blood that you get when your body knows that something isn't right. I took the final long turn onto my street, though. I didn't pull into my own driveway. I drove 2 houses past it and killed the lights, pulling into a neighbor's empty spot, hoping the darkness would hide me. The SUV followed, slow and deliberate. It didn't drive past either. It drifted to a stop directly in front of my driveway, blocking the path to my house. The engine stayed on, the engine low and vibrating, echoing throughout the silent street. I sat there, my hands locked into the steering wheel until the leather bit into my palms. I waited for a door to open. I waited for a flashlight to scan the street. I waited for someone to emerge or something to happen. But nothing did. The car sat there, a black idling monolith, for 10 minutes at least. At least, that's what it felt like. Then, without a sound, the taillights flared a dull, bruised red. The car reversed, turned in a 3-point arc that was perfectly calculated, and rolled slowly back the way that it came. It didn't accelerate away, it just sort of drifted into the dark until the sound of its engine was swallowed by the suburban silence. I sat in that dark car for at least another half an hour, and when I finally crept into my room, I didn't sleep. In fact, I spent the next 3 days walking my neighborhood, staring at every parked SUV, checking for that specific boxy shape. After that night, I stopped sneaking out too. I learned then that the world isn't just dark, it's observant too. And sometimes, it seems to like to show you exactly how much it knows about where you live and other things about your life. just to see how much you might panic, I guess. Anyway, thankfully nothing else happened to me after this, but unfortunately, the neighbors that I stopped in the driveway of, they had to report to the police that some people had tried to break into their place. So I'm a project manager who spent the day in the loop of the North Shore of Chicago. It was late November of last year, and it was the kind of night where the wind off the lake cuts through anything thinner than a winter parka. I was out with my fiancée, Sarah, celebrating a promotion that I'd received. We'd spent the evening in a lounge in River North, and by 11:30 the temperature had plummeted, so we pulled up a rideshare app. The pickup was a nightmare. When the car finally swung into the curb, it wasn't the vehicle that the app promised. It was a heavy slate grey van with tinted windows that seemed to swallow the streetlights. I got in the back left. Sarah slid into the right. The driver was a man in his late 50s, his face obscured by the shadow of the visor, his hands draped over the wheel with a heavy, unnatural stillness. He didn't say a word when we gave the address, too. He just sort of pulled away, the doors locking with a metallic thud that echoed throughout the cabin. For the first few blocks, the silence was sort of aggressive, really. Then he started tapping his fingers against the leather of the wheel. And then he started talking to himself, his voice a low, gravelly drone. He was listing streets, I think, house numbers and names of people that I didn't know. It felt less like a conversation, though, and more like he was sort of reading a list of inventory. My internal compass started screaming as well. He wasn't heading toward our suburb. He was steering us toward the industrial corridors along the river, a dark, deserted stretch of abandoned warehouses and high-tension wires. Hey, I said, my voice intentionally level. You're taking the long way. The highway's open. He didn't acknowledge me. He kept staring ahead, his eyes fixed on the empty road, his mouth still moving as he kept saying things. I said, you're missing the turn, I repeated, louder this time. He then literally slammed on the brakes, the car skidding on a patch of black ice, coming to a dead stop in the middle of the empty road. He sat there, his shoulders hunched, and then he just let out a laugh. A sharp, dissonant sound that had no humor in it, though. He didn't turn around. He just tilted his head toward the rearview mirror, his gaze locking onto mine, and with a terrifying, hollow clarity said, I was looking for the one. His voice dropped an octave when he said this. I didn't realize there was a pair. I didn't argue with this guy. I didn't reach for the door either. I just leaned forward and tapped my phone screen, ending the trip while we were still moving. End it here, I told him. Right now. The shift was instantaneous. The man slumped, his shoulders dropping, the tension leaving his frame like an air from a punctured tire. He didn't speak. He just flicked the blinker, made a U-turn that barely missed the curb, and drove the rest of the way out of the neighborhood in total terrifying silence. He then dropped us off at another street, and he didn't wait for a rating or anything. He didn't wait for us to clear the sidewalk. As soon as the last door clicked shut, he just tore away, his tires literally spinning on the pavement until he was gone. We walked home in the end that night, and we spoke about it the whole way home. My poor fiancée was practically beside herself, but she said that I handled it well, and so she was thankful that I was there. Eventually we made it home, and we didn't report it as an assault or anything because, I mean, what do you report? A detour? A strange comment? We did report the driver for unprofessional conduct, though, with the app. But that's when we found out that apparently this guy wasn't with them. And the real person that we had ordered that night for a ride, well, they had apparently cancelled the ride after we didn't show up for a while. That was certainly creepy to find out. And after we heard that, well, we did actually make a report with the police in the end. I never did hear back from them, but I sure hope that they got this guy. This was back in the early 2000s, when I was living in a neighborhood that genuinely felt like a bit of a sanctuary. Miles of groomed trails winding through dense forest. It truly was quite a beautiful place. Now, it was a Saturday in late April, and my parents, they were at work, and my brother had taken our golden retriever to a groomer in town that day. But boredom had gotten the better of me, so I slipped on my sneakers and I headed for the main trailhead. I walked the loop clockwise, my headphones on, the music providing a nice barrier between me and the world. When I reached the lower section, near the gravel parking area where out-of-towners usually started their hike, I saw a man there. He was in his late 30s, balding, wearing a heavy oversized flannel shirt that looked too thick for the mild weather. He was standing perfectly still, watching the trail entrance. He wasn't walking a dog or anything. He didn't have a pack or a water bottle or anything like that. He was, well, just sort of standing there, anchored. As I passed by him, though, I gave the universal nod of a local. He mirrored it, then immediately took a step toward me. "A beautiful day for a walk," he said. His voice was too loud, though, carrying with a sharp, forced sort of cheer to it. I didn't stop, but I slowed my pace a little bit. He fell into step beside me, his gait awkward and sort of mismatched to mine. "I used to hike this every day," he continued, not waiting for an invitation, "before things got, well, difficult." He then started unloading. It wasn't small talk, too. It was a deluge of grievances, a failing business, an ex-wife who didn't understand the work, a landlord who was trying to steal his time. It felt like standing in the path of a broken pipe. I kept my answers short, and I was trying to give him the hint that I just wanted to be alone, but this guy just didn't get it. Anyway, we reached the junction where the trail splits. One path leads back toward the suburban streets, and the other circles back to the parking lot. He should have turned left, but he didn't. He drifted right, sticking to my shoulder like a shadow. When we hit the residential street bordering the woods, I stopped. I wasn't far from my front door now, and the realization that he was following me onto my own street sort of snapped something in my chest. "Hey, I'm actually turning off here," I said, pointing toward a random neighbor's driveway. He didn't break stride. He just kept walking, leaning in close enough that I could now smell the stale tobacco and what smelled like, I don't know, burnt electronics or something. It was sort of an acidic odor that made my eyes sting a little bit. "That's a nice house," he said, nodding toward a home 3 doors down from my own. "Do you live in that one? Or maybe the one with the blue shutters?" The air suddenly turned ice cold. He wasn't asking. I could tell that he was fishing. I forced a laugh, my hands shaking in my pockets now. "No, I live on the other side of the trail. I'm just meeting my mum here." He stopped. His expression shifted from a forced cheer to a flat, vacant stare. He looked at the house, then back at me, his eyes tracking me, like he was deciding if the effort was worth the reward. He then began fiddling with something in his pockets. Now, I don't know what it actually was, but it sure looked a lot like a knife. But thank the heavens, because just then a neighbor, a woman that I knew from the neighborhood, pulled her car out of the driveway down the street. I didn't think. I just ran and waved my arms. "Hey, Mrs. Gable," I shouted. The man's posture suddenly collapsed. The intensity that he had suddenly vanished, and was replaced by a sudden shifty sort of nervousness. He didn't say goodbye. He just turned, his movements jerky and sort of disjointed, and hurried back toward the trailhead, his heavy flannel shirt billowing behind him. I didn't go home straight away. I walked to Mrs. Gable's car and waited until my parents pulled into our driveway 10 minutes later. I never did tell them the full story. I didn't want to lose my freedom, which, yes, I know is stupid, but I never did hike those woods alone again either. Even now, though, when I sometimes walk through that area with others, I still don't listen to music. I keep the world loud now, and I keep my eyes peeled as well. I guess you learn quickly from things like this that A place can feel like a sanctuary, that is, until the moment that you realize that, well, you're the only thing on the menu. So I grew up in a house built in the late 1970s, nestled deep in a valley where the light seems to get trapped in the trees. We bought it from a retired university professor who had lived there for 30 years, a woman who rarely left the property and who, according to the local rumors, had spent her final years conversing with the house itself. Well, when we moved in, the house never really did feel vacant. It always felt occupied, like a room that you've just stepped into while the residents are sort of holding their breath. The incidents, though, they began with my younger brother. He was 7 at the time, and we'd wake up every morning at 3:17 a.m., always the same time, and walk into the kitchen. He'd stand in front of the pantry door and start a one-sided conversation. When we asked him who he was talking to, he'd point at the air just above our heads and describe a woman whose face was made of static, like a television screen, he would say, tuned to an empty channel. He wasn't scared, or at least he never seemed that way, but he seemed more frustrated, really, as if he were trying to explain a complex concept to someone who just couldn't quite grasp it. My father, a man who believed only in physics and bank statements, also had his own breaking point. So one night, he was reading in his den when he felt a sudden sharp pressure on his shoulder. He described it as if someone had just placed a heavy, cold item over him. He looked up at the time, and the shadows in the corner of the room had coalesced into a dense, oily mass. It didn't have features, but it had a distinct sense of will, is what he said. He then walked out of the room, closed the door, and didn't open it again for like 3 days after that. My mother, however, well, she took the opposite approach. She was the one who normalized it. She'd leave small offerings on the mantel, a polished stone, a sprig of dried rosemary, and speak to the empty space with a sort of casual, neighborly tone, I guess you could say. "We're here and we're keeping things tidy," she'd say, as if she were addressing a difficult but manageable tenant. For years, though, it seemed to work, really. The house quieted down. The static-faced woman stopped showing up with my little brother. But then, unfortunately, my father died, and the house sort of seemed to realize that the primary defender of the house, I guess you could say, was gone. Within a month, the settling noises, the creaks and the pops of an old house evolved into something way more intentional. Objects didn't just fall, they were moved from one surface to another. I'd set my keys on the foyer table, for instance, and 10 minutes later, they'd be in the middle of the hallway, down on the ground, and I have no idea how they got there. But the most jarring incident, well, that actually happened a little bit later. So I was in the living room with my dog, and he was a rescue who usually slept through everything. We were watching a movie when the room temperature sort of suddenly plummeted. In fact, it was so cold that I could literally see my breath. My dog, he didn't growl, but he whimpered. His tail was suddenly tucked under, and he was staring at an empty space behind the sofa. I turned around, and I swear to you that for a split second, I saw something. A silhouette, flickering like a low frame rate video, standing in the corner. Its hair didn't move with the gravity, though. If I had to describe it, it sort of like glitched, shifting in and out of focus. It didn't seem to be looking at me, though. It was sort of looking in the direction of the thermostat, its hand raised in that direction. The power in the house suddenly cut out at that point. Not a brake trip, though, but a total system failure. My dog and I, we sat in the dark for a minute, and then, from the basement, I heard something. I heard someone, like, talking down there. It was a muffled sound, and it sort of sounded like the person was underwater or something, but I couldn't make out what was said. Obviously, we didn't go down there, and we were both terrified. I just sort of huddled up with the dog, and I didn't try to turn the lights back on, and eventually my mother came in, and Well, she sort of saved us, I guess you could say. We eventually sold the house after this, and it was an expensive, beautiful home, and moving out from it, well, it was a bit tragic, really. It really was a nice place to live, and if it hadn't have been for all of the paranormal activity, well, maybe we would have stayed, and maybe I'd still be living there now. Whatever the case might have been, like I said, we eventually moved out, and after that, my brother, myself, and my mum, well, we never had anything like that happen again. My mother did eventually tell me some stories of her own from that place, nothing like my dad, myself, or my brother experienced, but still, she certainly had some stories of her own, and, well, it's a place that will live in our memories for as long as we live. So I was working for a private security firm when this happened. My sector was a cluster of 3-story brick lab blocks that had been effectively mothballed since the early 90s. The site, it was a maze of rusted ductwork, long since deactivated cooling units, and hallways that literally felt designed to induce vertigo. My job was basically to check the perimeter, log the thermal readings in the old storage units, and then to just clear the floors. Building 4, the old chemistry wing, was the one that everybody whispered about. It was technically empty, half the lights were disabled, and the air had a thick metallic stagnation that made your lungs ache a little bit. Probably a residue from all the chemicals used in there, but the first time that it happened, it was 2 a.m. on a freezing Tuesday. I was on the 2nd floor, a corridor so long that it almost curved into the horizon. I was logging the temperature on the freezer unit when I heard something. It was sort of a sharp popping sound, followed by a high-pitched harmonic resonance that sounded like somebody running a finger around the rim of a crystal glass almost. It was so loud as well that it actually vibrated in my ears a little bit. I radioed the dispatch center. There was silence on the other end though. They couldn't hear a thing apparently at the time. I did a full paranoid sweep with my flashlight, checking every door, but I couldn't find anything. Just dust, shadows, and well, whatever that sound was. I left that night, not knowing what the heck that was, and made a report, but really nothing ever came of it. Well, 2 weeks later, the visual anomaly started. So I was walking the 3rd floor corridor when I saw something. It was just a flicker of motion at the very end of the hall, but I know that I saw it, near the stairwell. It didn't look like a person exactly. It looked more like a tear in my visual field, sort of a vertical shifting distortion, almost like looking at a person through fog. It moved with a sort of jerky, disjointed speed, flickering in and out of the light range before simply, well, just winking out of existence. I stood there for a full minute, my flashlight beam fixed on that spot, and I knew with a terrifying sort of intuitive certainty that if I had walked down that hall, that I wasn't about to reach that stairwell. So instead, I just turned around and I walked the long way back to the exit that day. I didn't write it in the log. I didn't want the paperwork. The dream, however, was the one that really broke me. So I actually slept in my car in the guard booth on my off hours, and I fell into a sort of state of paralysis at one point that felt less like sleep and more like being pinned to a board. I was back in the chemistry wing, but it wasn't empty anymore. It was active. The lights were on, and I could sort of feel the energy of something around me. I was standing in the middle of that long 2nd floor corridor, and there was something standing about 10 feet away from me. It was a silhouette, but it was just wrong. It was too tall, its limbs stretched out like a wire frame, and its skin had this sort of oily iridescent sheen of spilled gasoline to it. It didn't have a face, just a flat black surface that seemed to absorb the light around it, and it wasn't threatening exactly, but it almost seemed like it was waiting. I woke up screaming, my entire body drenched in sweat, but the weirdest thing is that I could have sworn that I was floating or something. because when I woke up, I felt my whole body sort of fall back onto the backseat of my car. And that was a bridge too far for me. I quit the next morning and I never did go back there. I didn't take any other contracts in that sector, in fact, and it's been over a year now. I still get that weird sort of falling feeling in my stomach. You know the one, right? When you go down a hill that you're not expecting. Whenever I pass an old industrial building, that reminds me of that place. The rational side of my brain tells me that it must have just been fatigue, toxic mold, maybe the chemicals were getting to me, or the residue of it at least. All classic explanations for a haunted building phenomenon, right? But a part of me just sort of knows that it really wasn't any of those. I don't know what was in that building, but whatever it was, I'm just glad that I'm far, far away from it now. In 2012, I was working as a research assistant for a sociology project focused on the intersection of modern medicine and indigenous healing practices. I know, bit of a weird one, but that's just where I found myself at that time. The village that I was staying in was a collection of stone and thatched dwellings clinging to a ridge disconnected from the valley below by a 4-hour climb. In that thin, freezing air, the line between symptom and spirit, well, according to these people, it didn't exist. They were basically the same language. Now, there was a young woman in this village that we called Sophia. She was bright, ambitious, and had spent a year in the city working as a seamstress. When she returned to the village, she brought back clothes and mannerisms that definitely stood out. She would spend hours arranging her hair in a reflection of a polished copper basin, turning away from the community gatherings that were the heart of the mountain life there. In the local tradition, the mountain keepers, they were said to be possessive of those who showcased their vanity. People told her to keep her head covered and her hair braided tight, warning that showing too much of oneself to the open air invited a susto, a soul-frightening detachment. Sophia laughed it off, though, calling it the fear of the uneducated. 2 weeks after the festival of the harvest, that was when the shift really began. It wasn't a sudden break, it was a sort of slow withdrawal. She stopped eating with the family. She took to sitting in a far corner of her room, pressing her face against the cold stone wall, tracing the grain of the rock with her fingernails for hours. Her mother brought in a curandero, a man whose face was literally etched with the geography of the high passes. He didn't come with incense or bells. He came with a bundle of dried herbs and a bowl of stagnant, icy water. But when he tried to look into her eyes, Sophia didn't scream, she didn't lash out. She just began to sort of talk to herself. And then, as we stood there watching, everybody's sort of demeanor started to change. The curandero was baffled. He pushed her, in fact, challenged the spirit that he thought was responsible, but she only smiled, a flat, vacant expression that didn't reach her eyes. "You're trying to heal a ghost," she said, her voice sounding a bit more like a recording played at half speed. "But the ghost isn't me, it's the stone." I didn't know what that meant, but the family eventually reached out to a mission doctor in the city. He arrived days later, a weary man with a bag of antipsychotics and a clipboard. He looked at Sophia, looked at the curandero, and then looked at the village elders. "She's catatonic," he said, tapping his pen against his pad, "and she's also severely malnourished." But the family, they didn't see a medical crisis. They saw a spiritual siege. They refused the medication in the end, fearing that it would lock the door on a spirit that was trying to leave. They kept her in a small, windowless shed at the edge of the property, a controlled environment that looked an awful lot like a prison. I watched it for 3 weeks. I watched as the villagers brought bowls of broth that went untouched, and I watched as the curandero lost his confidence, eventually packing his bundles and leaving when Sophia actually started apparently pointing out things that only really he could have known about his own past. Now, she eventually did recover, but it was a quiet, hollowed-out version of herself. She was never the same after that. She stopped looking in mirrors. She stopped touching her hair. But what really stuck with me wasn't the mystery of whether it was a seizure or a soul left behind or whatever. It was the way that the two worlds, science and spirit, sort of circled each other, both sort of failing to see the girl in the middle until she had already disappeared inside of herself. Obviously, I don't know the truth of what happened here, like at all, and I won't claim to either. All I will say is that it really did seem like Sophia was a completely different person. Back in 2008, I was freshly married and completely broke because of the financial crisis at the time. We'd moved into a converted storage shed on a failing orchard, about 20 miles from the nearest town. It was a truly dusty, windswept stretch of land, littered with abandoned irrigation equipment and the skeletal remains of dead orange trees. The owner was a recluse too, who lived in a farmhouse across the dirt road, rarely seen except when he was checking the perimeter of the groves with a spotlight. We were there to try and, well, save some cash, but that place was eerie, let me tell you. The events didn't start with a bang either. They actually started with the irrigation lines. Every single night, the metal pipes outside of our bedroom wall would rattle. Not just a sort of expansion of metal in the cold sort of thing, but it was like somebody had picked it up and just sort of gone to town on it. It also sounded at times like somebody had taken a wrench and was sort of dragging it across these pipes. When I'd run outside with my flashlight, convinced that somebody was out there sort of maliciously doing damage, the gravel driveway was always undisturbed and I never did find anyone. Then the smell started. Not rot, but a sudden sort of intense concentration of like, I don't know, sulfur or something. It was disgusting to smell and it was potent too. My wife was a bit of a realist, a nurse who dealt with life and death every day, but even she started locking the heavy steel-bolted door before sundown. The events, they weren't limited to the pipes anymore too. We would wake up to find every cupboard in the kitchen standing wide open. Not just unlatched, but fully swung wide, as if the entire house had been ransacked while we were sleeping. Mind you, I never woke up or heard anything, which was weird. One afternoon, though, I found a coyote pup on the edge of the grove. It was lethargic, stumbling in circles. I took it into the shade, gave it some water, and it seemed to perk up a little bit. But by evening, it was dead on our porch. When I went back about maybe an hour later to bury this poor thing, it was now gone. I did look for tracks. I mean, obviously maybe a predator took it, but I couldn't find any. There was no blood, no tracks, nothing. Just a clean, empty patch of dust. I eventually confronted the landlord about what was going on. I expected a bit of a shrug, to be honest. But instead, he sort of stared at me, his face turning the color of wood ash. He then told me that the land was apparently cursed by a debt of blood. 3 brothers apparently had died in a freak flooding accident during the 1950s, all trapped inside of a pressurized storage tank that had rusted shut. He didn't sound superstitious at all. He sounded like he was reciting a crime report when he said this, but the final straw happened in the middle of a hot, stagnant Tuesday. We were in the living room trying to read for a little bit, when, without warning, literally the house sort of tilted. It wasn't an earthquake or anything, but the entire structure just seemed to drop 6 inches on the left side, slamming into the foundation with a force that shattered every window pane in the house simultaneously. But the weirdest thing is that the sound wasn't like a normal crash, I guess you could say. It was a sort of deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the soil itself. And then after that, the house obviously fell and the windows all shattered. After that, I didn't pack. I didn't grab the dishes. I literally just shoved my wife into our car and I turned the key. But then the ignition clicked. It was a dead hollow sound. But then the weirdest thing happened. So, as I'm sitting there trying to get the car to start, the air around the car began to shimmer. the heat turning into a blurry sort of distorted haze. From the tree line, I heard the sound of snapping branches, thousands of them, all at once, creating a deafening wall of noise that moved toward the car. I literally slammed my fist against the steering column, cursing and praying, my wife absolutely screaming now, when suddenly the engine caught on the third try, a sputtering roar that I was grateful for. We hightailed it out of there, not looking back, the sound of branches snapping chasing us all the way down to the main highway. We eventually drove a few miles, and with the cash that we had managed to save, we were able to get a hotel room that night, and we never did go back to get our things. Instead, I literally hired a crew with basically all the money that we had to haul out what was left a week later, and I refused to even sit in the truck while they were working there. I've had stressful jobs since then, and I've certainly slept in plenty of strange places, but I have never, ever experienced anything like that. The whole experience, it certainly changed me as a person as well. I was one of those people that would dismiss the paranormal stories of other people, always thinking that there could be an explanation for it, a logical one. But after that, I certainly don't dismiss other people's stories as quickly as I used to. So I moved into this third-floor loft back in January, thinking that the high ceilings and exposed brick would be perfect for my studio. It's an old building, thick masonry, narrow hallways, and a ventilation system that moans like a tired animal. In the hallway, outside of my office, the air often shifts from dry and stale to thick and oily, coating your skin a little bit, in fact. The first time that it happened, I was working late on a project. I heard my own voice, clear, calm, and perfectly mimicked, call out from the bathroom. "The light's failing, come and check the fuse." Obviously, I didn't get up, I just sort of sat there, panicked and listening to the silence that followed, knowing full well that I hadn't opened my mouth. Then, I would be in the kitchen and I would see a figure, my own likeness wearing the clothes that I'd changed out of like 3 hours ago, walk past the threshold and into the bedroom. I'd follow, expecting to find, well, someone, but the room was always empty, the air still and heavy with that oily sort of feeling again. My partner, Elle, was the skeptic until last Tuesday as well. We were having dinner, and the flat was finally quiet for once, when the radiator in the corner started to pulse. It was like a giant heartbeat pushing against the iron. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her wine glass literally vibrating on the table. I didn't answer. I watched as the heavy floor-to-ceiling curtains in the living room began to billow inward, even though the windows were factory sealed and the air was dead still. Then the mimic started. Elle was in the bedroom when I heard her voice coming from the kitchen. "I can't find the spare key, can you help?" I looked at the hallway, saw Elle standing in the doorway of the bedroom staring at me with a look of just pure, unadulterated terror. She had definitely heard it too. The voice from the kitchen, it called out again, sharper this time. "I'm waiting, why aren't you coming?" We didn't go into the kitchen. We stayed in the living room, backed against the wall, listening as the kitchen cabinets began to open and close in a frantic sort of uncoordinated way. It was then that I said, "I'm here." I shouted this toward the kitchen, my voice cracking a little bit. "Whatever you are, stop it." Then the flat went dead silent. That oily feeling in the air vanished. The air snapped back to its usual dryness. But then, from directly beneath our feet, right through the floorboards, we heard a sound that I still cannot shake. It was a child's voice, clear and bright, laughing, and right behind it, a sound like a dog snarling, but the snarl shifted into a high-pitched electronic screech, like a tape recorder being jammed into a blender. I've spent my life studying the way that buildings are put together, how they hold weight, how they age. I know what it sounds like when they settle, and even how weird it can be at times. But this was not settling whatsoever. Whatever it was, though, we didn't stick around any longer. We left and we're moving out in 2 weeks now. I don't care about the lease, the deposit, or the professional convenience of the space. I just don't want to be anywhere where my own voice can be used as bait like that. Now, I've read up on some things about mimics and all that. I didn't even know about these things before this event. And, well, the whole thing is pretty frightening. Like I said as well, we still have about 2 weeks here, so if you guys have any advice as to how we can protect ourselves during that time, well, that would certainly be much appreciated. The woods behind our place weren't just a patch of trees. They were a boundary. The forest there is thick, ancient, and layered with a kind of damp, suffocating silence that muffles the world. As kids, we had a marker, a natural arch formed by interlocking fallen hemlocks that served as the psychological threshold. Past the arch, the woods didn't just feel wilder, they felt occupied. We grew up hearing the sound, is what we called it. It wasn't a coyote's yip or an owl's hoot. It was a high, undulating scream, really, that would stretch out across the valley from time to time, a sound so hollow and sustained that it felt like the trees themselves were sort of vibrating a bit. We eventually stopped questioning it, though. I mean, asking what makes a sound like that is sort of pointless, really. We just sort of accepted that some parts of the woods are meant to be left alone. The night everything changed, I was 17. My friend Sarah was over, and through a combination of bravado and poor judgment, we decided to walk the trail after dark. We had one weak LED flashlight, a genuinely pathetic sliver of light in a forest that was absolute pitch-black ink. We pushed past the arch and we continued along the slope. Below us, hidden in a deep bowel of the forest floor, was a clearing, and there was a fire. It wasn't the warm, social flicker of a camping trip, though. It was a concentrated, white, hot knot of light that seemed to eat the surrounding darkness. There were also silhouettes, several of them standing in a loose circle. They didn't move, they didn't seem to talk. They just sort of stood there, motionless, anchored to the heat. We instantly froze. The beam of our light turned off instantly to stay hidden. We weren't just watching, I mean, it honestly felt like we were sort of intruding on a closed circuit. Then the forest reacted. There was no sound of footsteps, no heavy boot fall on dry needles or anything, just a clean snap of a branch directly to our right, and then a flashlight, far brighter and more focused than ours, slammed into us like a physical blow. The light was absolutely blinding, and it clearly wasn't a search, it was a lock-on. And whoever was holding it had been standing within arm's reach of us in total darkness for, well, an unknown amount of time. A voice emerged from the black, not shouting and not angry, but vibrating with a terrifying flat sense of urgency. "Go back now." It wasn't a demand per se, it was more of a correction, as if we had stepped into a path that was currently being used by something else. We didn't look for the source, we just bolted, the trail back to the house, which we had walked hundreds of times. It felt like it was sort of shifting under our feet. The distance felt like double, the turns didn't line up exactly, and every time that I glanced back, the forest behind us felt like it was sort of closing its mouth on us. Eventually, though, we stumbled out of the final tree line and we just ran for the house. My mother's reaction the next morning was really the most chilling part of all. She treated it as a sort of matter-of-fact thing. People go into the woods for all sorts of reasons, is what she said. But she didn't understand the physics of that moment. The group by the fire was downhill facing inward. I mean, there's no way they couldn't have seen us. And the person who stopped us hadn't been walking. They seemed to have been there waiting that whole time. I mean, they seemed to have been standing there among the trees, invisible, silent, watching us approach for minutes before they decided that we had reached the limit of our safety or something. I've hiked across the Pacific Northwest since then, but I've never forgotten that night. It wasn't a haunting and it wasn't a crime, I don't think, but it certainly was a realization that there are parts of the woods that are sort of being patrolled, I guess you could say. That there are people or things who treat the forest not as a public space, but as a private room. And well, what do you guys think? Do you think that the people that we saw were actually humans, or were they something that just looked enough like us to keep us from asking too many questions? And if they were human, what the heck were they doing down there? Do you guys have any ideas whatsoever? So I was 24, working as a junior technician for a state environmental survey. My job, monitoring water salinity levels and checking seismic sensors scattered around the desolate, salt-crushed shores of the Salton Sea. It's a place that feels like the end of the world, really. Flat, blindingly white, and smelling perpetually of brine. I spent most of my nights in a sort of retrofitted trailer about 5 miles from the nearest paved road. My only company was a humming generator and the absolute oppressive flatness of the basin. By the second week, I realized that the sensors weren't just picking up tectonic shifts. They were also picking up, like, sequences of something. Every night at exactly 2:14 in the morning, the equipment would register a localized surge in ambient heat, followed by a total vacuum of wind. The air around the trailer would go dead. Not just quiet, but like completely sucked dry. The manifestation wasn't a sound, though. It was a texture. What I mean is that I'd be lying in my cot reading when the linoleum floor beneath my feet would suddenly feel like soft, warm velvet. It would pulse a slow, deep sort of expansion, as if the trailer was sitting on the chest of something breathing miles underground. The smell that accompanied it was impossible, too. A sharp, concentrated scent of wet cedar and fresh pine needles, despite the fact that the nearest tree was like 50 miles away at least, and we were in the middle of a baking desert. I ignored it for days, telling myself that it must have just been the expansion of the metal siding in the desert night. But that's when I started noticing the objects. So I'd leave my toolkit open on the workbench, perfectly arranged, and in the morning, every single wrench, screwdriver, and bolt would be covered in a fine moist layer of like green moss or something. And there's no way that it belonged in the desert. I mean, it didn't grow there. It always appeared overnight, a dense sort of thick moss that felt like it was knitting itself into the cold steel of the tools. I brought the issue up with the lead researcher, a man who had been out there for 20 years and rarely spoke. He just looked at my mossy wrenches, sighed, and told me to pack my gear up. He didn't ask how, he didn't ask why, he just said, "It's testing the architecture. Don't be there when it decides to rebuild." I didn't know what the heck that meant, but I left that night and I didn't even bother hitching the trailer. I threw my bag into the truck and I drove until the sun came up. The smell of fresh pine still clinging to my hair and mocking the dry salt-choked air of the basin, it seemed. I have no idea what that actually was, too. Some kind of geological mimicry or a dormant biological system that we accidentally poked. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that on the last night there before I left, I heard voices coming from outside of the place that I was sleeping. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it sounded like multiple voices. They sounded odd, and they didn't sound like they were speaking English, too. Again, I don't have any idea as to what any of this is, or why the lead researcher basically told me to get out of here before things get worse, or whatever he meant by that. But I didn't go back there after that, and I ended up changing my location and asking for a transfer, which, thankfully, they were cool with. I was 29 at the time that this happened. I was a contract surveyor, hired to map some shifting water tables. It's a job of solitude, really. Weeks spent in modified shipping containers, surrounded by nothing but trees and high desert scrub. The silence out there is pretty thick as well, but My project manager, Miller, was a bit of a stickler for the 4 a.m. start, but he hadn't been to the site in like 3 days at this point. He was working out of the main office in Silver City, a good 90-minute drive across the terrain that ruins the suspension systems, let me tell you. Anyway, it was mid-August, and it was the kind of heat that doesn't break even when the sun goes down. I was sitting outside the container, finishing my second coffee for the day, staring at the blurred haze of the horizon. The back of the container faced a narrow, rocky cut, a blind spot where the canyon wall pressed up against the metal siding. So I was sitting there having my coffee when, I don't know how to explain this, but it was just like the air suddenly changed. Again, it's hard to describe, but it was almost like it got dense all of a sudden. Sort of the way that it feels right before a lightning strike, I guess. Then a voice, Miller's voice, cut through the stillness. It didn't sound like it came from the canyon, but it sounded like it was coming from inside of my own chest. I know that sounds weird, but genuinely it was like I was hearing voices in my head. Get the logs, now, I'm waiting. It was super precise, the clipped impatient cadence he used when he was annoyed with my paperwork. I didn't think, I just sort of reacted. I grabbed my radio and keyed up his frequency. Miller, you're here. I thought that you were in the office. Static. Then his voice came through the handset, sounding genuinely confused. What are you talking about? I'm at the warehouse in Silver City. Are you good? I stared at the radio, then at the blind spot behind the container. The back of my neck suddenly felt like it was being scorched, and before I could answer, the voice came again. The exact same pitch, the exact same syllable-heavy rhythm. Get the logs, now, I'm waiting. It wasn't an echo, it was a playback, but the audio quality was wrong. And this time it didn't come from within me, it was definitely outside of me. What I mean is that I heard it this time with my own ears, and it sounded like someone trying to mimic human speech while holding their nose a bit, a flat sort of nasally sound. I didn't turn around. I didn't walk back there to check either. I felt a sudden sharp taste of ozone, like I had just chewed on a battery, filling my mouth all of a sudden. I unlocked the container door, stepped inside, and I instantly threw the deadbolt. I sat there for 5 hours, and I watched the shadow of the container stretch across the dirt, waiting for a boot, a silhouette, anything to pass the window, but there was nothing. When I finally stepped out cautiously at noon, the canyon was now dead. Not a lizard, not a bird, just the heat shimmering off the shale. I didn't find any tracks or anything, but I did find the ground near the wall, that there the dirt was sort of depressed, as if something incredibly heavy had been standing there. But it wasn't the footprint of a person or anything. It was sort of a pattern of a circular shape, shallow indentations, as if something with a flat pebbled surface was stood there. Maybe like a tire or something. Whatever it was, though, it had been pressing its weight into the earth, and I could see it. I'm still working this contract at the moment, and these days I keep the door locked, and I just keep my music playing on a loop when I'm out there, loud enough to sort of drown out the silence. Whatever that was, it didn't seem to want my help. It was almost like it was practicing how to speak or something, how to sound like a person that I would most likely trust. When I was 22, I had a freelance gig that barely covered my rent. And so, to bridge the gap a little bit, I started consulting, mostly tech-adjacent work for people that I knew through friends of friends, really. It wasn't exactly legal, I guess, but in that scene, nobody really cared as long as the work got done and the check cleared. Honestly, I thought that I was untouchable as well because I was pretty careful about how I did things. I kept the circle small, I never met clients in private, but then I met Julian. He wasn't a client, he was a fixer who showed up to a job site that I was working. He started off useful as well, offering small tips that made the work easier, and then he started handing me some cash, bonuses for jobs that I'd already been paid for. I pushed back and told him that I didn't need the charity, but he laughed it off like it was pocket change. That was definitely the hook. It wasn't long before the questions started. And not the how do you do this stuff, but the who are you when you aren't here sort of stuff. He'd ask about my coffee shop routine, the gym that I used, the quiet paths that I walked near the creek to decompress. I gave him sort of non-answers really, but he didn't seem to hear them. The boundary broke on a Thursday though. He showed up at my apartment building one time. Mind you, I had never given him my address, with a box of high-end mechanical components that I hadn't even asked for. He said that he found them on sale, and that he thought of me. I took them just to get him off my porch, feeling the weight of the box like a chain that I'd just wrapped around my ankle. From there, the messaging escalated too. My phone would buzz at 3 a.m. with vague, fragmented sentences about how he was watching the patterns of my life. He knew where I'd been, who I'd seen, and most terrifyingly, exactly how long I'd spent in my own apartment too. The turning point was at an evening at a local park though. I was sitting on a bench, nowhere near our usual work spots, just trying to reset my head a bit. Julian sat down on the other end of the bench suddenly. He didn't look at me, he just recited the contents of my trash from the night before, his voice low and completely devoid of inflection. This didn't seem to be like a threat or anything, but it almost was like a demonstration of possession. I stood up at that point and I walked away, my heart absolutely hammering and feeling like a predator was tracking my scent. I couldn't handle it alone though, so I brought in my brother, not to threaten him, but to act as a sort of physical wall between us. They met in a parking lot. I wasn't there, but the outcome was final. Julian, he stopped appearing, and the text ceased. But the silence was almost worse than the harassment itself. You see, I started noticing things. My front door lock felt loose, like it had been picked and poorly reset. My laptop would be slightly shifted on the desk every time that I returned from a run. There was a specific sensory anchor too, a lingering sort of sweet sick smell of rotting peaches almost, that would hit me whenever I walked into my bedroom from time to time, even if the windows had been open all day. It became my warning system, really. If the apartment smelled like that, I didn't go inside. I would sleep in my car or at a friend's place. I walked away from that work. I eventually deleted the accounts, changed the number, and I moved across the city without telling anyone. I'm years removed from it now, and I have a normal life, a normal job, and I don't take bonuses from strangers. But sometimes I think back about that moment and the rotten sort of fruit scent in the air and all of that. He must have been following me, and although I can't prove it, I think that he was in my house a lot. I really don't know how he got inside, but my guess is that he knew how to pick locks or something, and that's how he got in. Either way, I eventually just became another face in the crowd, and I never let anyone get that close again after that, because it was truly terrifying to go through something like this. I was 14, the age where the world is just big enough to be explored but small enough to feel like a cage. My 3 friends and I were spending a humid August night drifting between the cul-de-sacs and neighborhood parks that made up our corner of the suburbs. It was 11 p.m., the streets were dead, and the only sound was coming from the interstate a few miles away. We were cutting through a community park behind a local elementary school when the atmosphere just sort of curdled all of a sudden. It was a wide open field, bordered by a thick line of mature sycamores. Toward the back, near the playground equipment, was a shape. It was a muted, neon orange color, a bright windbreaker that seemed to bleed light into the darkness all of a sudden. It wasn't moving, and it just sort of was anchored to the base of a slide facing us. My friend cracked a joke, something about a local eccentric type we'd heard rumors about, and we kept walking. But every time that I looked back, the distance between us and the orange windbreaker stayed exactly the same. It wasn't sprinting to catch up or anything. It was simply sort of there in the new space that we'd left behind. We hit the main road near a gas station eventually, the bright halogen glare of the pumps cutting through the gloom. We thought that we'd lost it. But then, as we grabbed some sodas, my friend gripped my arm and pointed. Standing behind a concrete pillar at the edge of the parking lot was a figure. Up close, the windbreaker looked sort of damp, almost slick. The hood was pulled tight over the face, creating a void where features should have been. Whoever they were, they leaned out just enough to catch our eyes, then raised their right arm, performed a single slow, stiff-wristed wave, the kind of motion that you'd expect from like a marionette being pulled by a tangled string almost. It was weird the way that they did that. We didn't wait though. We tore off toward the downtown area, where the bars and the late-night diners kept the sidewalks alive with people. We sprinted for 6 blocks, our lungs burning and our shoes slapping against the pavement the whole way. When we finally hit the crowded strip near the theater, we eventually stopped, gasping for air, and I turned back expecting to see a crowd or an empty street or whatever. But that same person was 30 feet, I would guess, behind us now, standing perfectly still in the shadow of a bus stop. We eventually flagged down a squad car patrolling the district. The officers were kind, scanning the alleys and the storefronts, but now the streets were empty, and we couldn't find the orange windbreaker anywhere. When I look back on that night, I honestly think about that wave, and I am pretty sure that that single stiff motion, that it wasn't a greeting. It was a confirmation that they knew that we were running or something, and somehow they knew exactly where we were going. There's a specific hollow terror in realizing that you're being hunted like that, and it almost felt like we weren't escaping a threat, but more so that we were being guided right to the edge of safety, and whoever that person was in the orange windbreaker was making sure that we got there without getting lost. To this day, whenever I pass a stranger in like bright reflective gear at night, I think about that moment. And whenever I do, I keep my eyes on the pavement, and I don't stop walking until I'm somewhere loud and safe. At the time that this happened, I was about 12 years old, and my life was practically defined by the 20-minute walk from middle school to my parents' house. It was a predictable flat route through residential streets that ended at a long fenced-in driveway. Our house was the last one there, tucked behind a thick screen of overgrown private hedges. You couldn't see the front porch from the street, and nobody ever came up that driveway unless they were invited. It was a Tuesday, and the air was sort of that pre-storm stillness that makes everything sort of sound muffled. I unlocked the gate, let it swing shut with a sharp clack, and walked up the concrete path. I was reaching for my keychain, focused on the lock, when I felt the change in the pressure, the kind of shift that you get when a doorway is blocked. I turned around. Standing 3 feet behind me, right at the base of the porch steps, was a man. He looked to be in his 60s maybe, dressed in an oversized faded work jacket that smelled intensely of wet ash and like vinegar or something. He was holding a plastic grocery bag that was completely empty, crinkled flat against his side. He hadn't made a sound. He hadn't come up the driveway. He was just there, his feet perfectly still on the pavement, his eyes tracking me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. "I need to check the meter," he said. His voice was gravelly, devoid of any social inflection, like he was reciting a line that he'd practiced 1,000 times. I didn't think about the gas meter. It was on the other side of the house. I didn't think about the fact that no utility company worked at 3:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. I just said, "My mum's in the back," and stepped into the house, slamming the door and turning the deadbolt. I didn't even make it 3 steps into the hallway before the handle moved. It wasn't a tentative test as well, let me tell you. It was a violent, heavy-handed wrenching of the brass, as if he were trying to snap the mechanism off of the wood. The sound was frantic and repetitive, and he wasn't knocking. He was trying to find a weak point in the frame, working the handle with the singular focus of a machine. I didn't yell and I didn't run into the kitchen. Instead, I slipped into the guest bathroom, locked the door, and crawled into the small cabinet under the sink, pulling the towels over my head. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening to the silence of the house. There were no more attempts on the door, no heavy footsteps on the porch, just the sound of the storm finally breaking and the rain drumming against the roof. When I finally emerged, the house was dark and empty. I crept to the side window and peeked through the blinds, and he was standing at the edge of the driveway, right where the gate met the street. He hadn't walked away in all this time. He wasn't looking at the road. He was standing in the downpour, staring directly at our front door, his arms hanging limp at his sides. He stayed there too, a sodden grey statue, for another 20 minutes before he simply turned and melted into the neighborhood shadows. My parents, they wrote it off as a confused neighbor, but I can tell you that it was not confusion. Confusion involves hesitation. This man had timed his arrival to the exact second that I reached that threshold, and he had treated my door like an obstacle that he was genuinely surprised to find locked. I'm 30 now, and I still live here, and every time that I get close to my front door, I don't look at the porch anymore. I always look at the driveway. I check the gate, I check the doors, I check the windows. And look, I know that it's very unlikely that anything like this will ever happen again to me, but still, if you've ever experienced anything like this, then you know that the dread that comes with it is something that just never really leaves you. So my co-worker, Sarah, and I were walking back from a late shift project, heading toward the parking garage on the edge of the industrial district. It's an area of Seattle that feels hollowed out at night, lots of rusted corrugated metal, chain link fences, and the persistent sort of low hum of the nearby train tracks. We cut across a paved transit plaza, a wide concrete expanse that felt way too exposed. And right in the center, underneath a flickering overhead lamp, were two people, a man and a woman standing inches apart, perfectly still. They were talking, weren't looking at their phones, and they were just sort of locked in a static, breathless stare almost. They looked like they had been dressed by someone who didn't understand how people wear clothes, to be honest. The man, for instance, had a heavy wool trench coat layered over a bright orange construction vest and a pair of pajama bottoms. The woman was wearing 3 distinct mismatched scarves wrapped so tight around her head that they looked like a neck brace almost. We didn't slow down though. I mean, people are weird, right? As we drew parallel to them though, the man's throat began to vibrate. It wasn't a growl or a moan, but it was sort of like a wet clicking, like a dial-up modem struggling to process a human voice. He was trying to articulate, his jaw snapping open and shut with unnatural jagged force. It was strange to look at, but we kept walking, keeping our eyes glued forward and just trying to have them ignore us, really. But then, the sound of metal on metal cracked through the silence behind us. Something had swung a pipe or a heavy tool into one of the station's steel trash bins. It was at this point that we both just ran. And it was the sound of their pursuit that was the worst part. It wasn't the slapping or the running of the shoes on the pavement. It was the sort of heavy sliding sound, like 2 bodies being dragged across the concrete, that really freaked me out. It was fast, relentless, and completely synchronized, and did not sound natural at all. I eventually hit the parking garage, my hands fumbling with my badge reader. My fingers were shaking so hard that I dropped the keys, and I dived for them, heard the heavy metallic dragging sound stop just outside of the garage entrance, and I snatched the key fob from the ground. We scrambled into my truck, the doors locked with a desperate, frantic sound, and I backed out, my headlights sweeping across the plaza now. And when I did, the plaza was empty. Not just empty of them, but it was empty of everything, really. There were no trash bins to hide behind, no pillars, just flat, wet concrete where nobody would have been able to go. For them to have vanished, they would have had to have traveled 30 yards across open ground in 5 seconds or something like that. I mean, that's how long it took for us to unlock the truck door, really, and get out there. We drove out of that district in total silence that night. My skin was absolutely crawling the whole way, though, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see 2 figures standing in the middle of the road at some point, waiting for the light to change, but I never did. People can act erratic when they're desperate or broken. I know that. But I don't think that that's what this is. And to be completely transparent here for a moment, I doubt that they were even human at all in the end. I find myself thinking back on that night a lot, and every time that I do, I can't help but dwell on the fact that they had these weird sort of movements when we first saw them. The way that they were dressed was really strange, and the sound and the weird sort of behavior of chasing us out of nowhere. I don't know, maybe they were just 2 junkies or something and they were making weird noises or whatever, but still, I have no idea how they disappeared like that, literally with nothing around. So I'm a software developer. I'm the kind of person who lives in a world of clean logic and predictable code. I also lived alone in a converted loft in a part of the city that was still transitioning from industrial to residential. The building was old, lots of exposed piping, original timber beams, and heavy industrial-grade sort of steel doors as well. It was a space designed for efficiency, not comfort, but it was mine and that was enough. Now, I'd been pulling 8-hour weeks on a deployment cycle, and my circadian rhythm had essentially imploded at this point. I started using a high-dose sleep aid, a prescription-strength sedative that wiped the slate clean every night, turning my 8 hours into a period of just total unrecoverable unconsciousness. It was a Tuesday. I'd taken the pill and collapsed into bed, a kind of heavy, pressurized sleep that feels like sinking into tar. What pulled me out of it, though, wasn't a sound. It was a sort of rapid low-frequency buzzing that seemed to be traveling directly through the wood of my headboard, like somebody was holding a vibrating phone against the frame. I opened my eyes, my brain still mired in the drug's fog. The loft was lit by dim light, and standing at the end of the bed, perfectly framed by the silhouette of the massive steel ventilation duct behind, was a figure. He was tall, thin, and angled in a way that made him look like a piece of furniture that had been set upright. He wasn't moving. He was staring at me, his head tilted at a really weird angle. The vibration stopped all of a sudden. The loft suddenly went dead silent. I didn't have a weapon, but my survival instinct seemed to bypass the medication entirely all of a sudden. I bolted upright, my hand swinging out to knock a heavy glass desk lamp off of the nightstand. The shatter was deafening, a cascade of glass across the floor just exploding. The figure, though, didn't flinch. It didn't move. Instead, it just sort of dissolved, or at least that's how it looked. It stepped backward, not turning and just sliding into the darkness behind the ventilation duct with a fluidity that looked like a video glitch. I scrambled out of bed, adrenaline finally burning through the sedative. I lunged toward the main entrance, fully expecting to find the steel door still locked from the inside. The door, it was locked, but the deadbolt was thrown. The heavy iron security latch was still engaged, but the deadbolt was now moved. I checked the windows. They were factory sealed, bolted shut from the outside of the building's historical designation. I lived on the 3rd floor. There were no fire escapes, too. I didn't call the police in the end. I mean, what would I say and who would I even call? I mean, someone got into my 3rd floor locked loft and then just evaporated? No one was going to believe that, especially once they found out that I was like on sleep medication and all that. I walked to the kitchen, grabbed a chef's knife, and I sat in the center of the living room until the sun hit the rafters that day. Instead, I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a chef's knife, and I sat in the center of that living room all night. The next day, though, once I looked a little bit closer at everything, I found something. So, behind the ventilation duct where the figure had stood, there were like small circular impressions in the dust. There were a series of like precise heat marks that sort of had singed the floorboards there. They were arranged in a perfect geometric grid, maybe about 3 inches apart, spanning the entire width of the space. Well, I moved out a couple of weekends later and I stopped taking those pills after that. Now I sleep with the lights on in the hallway, and I also keep a digital recorder running by my bed. It's not about catching an intruder anymore. It's really more about proving to myself that when I wake up in the dark, that the air around me is actually empty. I don't trust my sleep anymore, and so these are just the precautions that I take now. When I was younger, I was a junior graphic designer pulling graveyard shifts to hit a massive release deadline for a client that I was working for. The building was genuinely a bit of a relic, an old East German manufacturing plant repurposed into a maze of creative studios, dark rooms, and shipping bays. It was a concrete labyrinth, really, where the silence was broken only by the mechanical pulse of the ventilation system there. It was about 1 a.m. I was in the main design bay, hunched over a light table, focused on color correction of a series of complex vector files. The building had been dead for hours at this point. I'd seen the last of the videographers leave at 10, and the logistics team in the back had packed up by midnight. It was around this time that I heard a soft, sort of wet sound landing on the concrete floor behind me, the sound of something heavy and wet being dropped. I spun around expecting to see a leak or a piece of debris or something, but there was nothing. Just the vast, shadowed expanse of the studio. "You're working fast tonight," a voice suddenly said. It didn't come from the hallway. It came from the corner of the room, right by the service elevator. A man was standing there, leaned back against the steel door. He looked like he'd been dragged through a swamp almost, too. His suit was absolutely saturated, his hair matted to his skull. He looked entirely out of place, an anomaly of moisture in a dry, climate-controlled studio. I stood up, my hand hovering near my phone. I have a deadline," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Who are you?" He ignored the question. He started walking toward me, not with a shuffle, but with a sliding, heavy-footed gait that seemed to leave dark, damp smears on the concrete. He reached the edge of my light table and stopped. He didn't look at my monitor. He looked at my hands, his eyes wide and unblinking, the irises clouded with a sort of milky film almost. "The ink," he whispered, his voice sounding like 2 dry leaves scraping together. "It's running thin. You have to feed the press." I moved to step away at this point, but he then leaned in, planting both hands on the table. He didn't kiss me, but he sort of leaned his face within an inch of my ear. The skin on his cheek felt cold as well, eerily cold. "There's a cellar level," he breathed, his voice vibrating through my skull. "The paper is waiting for you there." I sort of jolted backwards as he got closer, and I didn't care about the files, the light table, or the company gear. I just turned around and I scrambled toward the fire exit, my heart thudding in my throat. I made my way down the stairs, and eventually I was out on the street, gasping in the freezing night air. Eventually I called the police, and they checked the building, but they didn't find anyone. Mind you, I kept my eyes on those entrances pretty much the whole time, and I didn't see anyone leave, so I have no idea how he got out without being seen. When I told the site manager the next morning, though, he didn't even look up from his desk. He just waved a hand, his expression a mix of weary indifference and sort of irritation. Probably just somebody off the street. "Stop staying so late, yeah? You're just inviting trouble by being here so late, and the machines aren't even really running that late, so you don't need to be here." I eventually finished my contract there, but I never did work a night shift there ever again. To begin this story, it's important to understand that my dad was never a good father. He lacked all the qualities a normal mentally healthy father would, and we lived in very low-income housing. When he was in high school, he was told that he was unable to have kids due to a car accident. Unfortunately, he still could in fact have kids, and in his 20s to 30s, he actually managed to accumulate 13 kids. 15 now, I was number 13. Even though I lived week on, week off custody with my father, it feels like I never really got to know him, nor was I ever introduced to more than one of my father's other kids that were before me. My older half-sister was the only other person that I'd ever met. I don't even know her mum. A lot of this memory has been repressed into deep corners of my mind, so details might seem a little foggy. I'm 21 now, and I only recently fully acknowledged that it happened. I even confirmed it with my mum. So when I was 10, someone entered our apartment. I cannot remember what his name was, but he claimed to be one of my father's long-lost children. He seemed to be in his late teens to early 20s, and he asked if he could stay with us for a while he attempted to get back on his feet after moving up from California. I'm in Oregon. He didn't seem to have many belongings except an old laptop and was rough around the edges. Mid-length hair, light shadow on the face, fairly skinny and tall. My dad was always weird about him though. He told him that this was my brother, his family, and will be taking my room for a bit while I sleep in the living room. What was weird though was that my dad would never let me enter my old room. I remember thinking, even though my new brother is kind of odd, he was a super cool guy. I mean, we played Minecraft together on LAN. He was a programmer trying to make some Skyrim-like game, and he showed me everything that he had made so far. He stayed with us for around a month. The day that he was chased out of the apartment, we were having a Minecraft redstone competition to whoever could make the cooler redstone build, and the next day, we would present what we made and decide who had the better build. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, who knows, that never came to happen because that night, I'm not sure what time it was, but at least past midnight, I heard screaming. It was clearly my father, and loud banging coming from the wall over in our apartment. After probably 30 seconds of banging, on the couch I witnessed my father, full rage, chasing out whoever my brother was as he ran out of the apartment holding a knife. My dad screamed and yelled, and he chased him outside, but as he ran away, my dad came back to make sure that we were okay. Much later that night, I went to sleep with my dad sitting in the living room until dawn, guarding the apartment. It wasn't until months later that I did find out exactly what had happened that night. Mostly my father's words, and he liked to embellish things, so definitely take this with a grain of salt. Apparently, whoever was pretending to be my brother went into my father's room late at night and stabbed him in the chest while he was sleeping. My father woke up, and since he had previous military work in the Middle East, I guess sprung pretty quickly into action as my younger sister was about to get stabbed too. My father tackled the man and wrestled him for a bit, beating him senseless. After a struggle, he managed to get free and ran out of the apartment. That's about all I can really remember too. Recently I asked my mum about it, and she basically confirmed the whole story and added in some bits that put it all together. My mum saw the stab wound herself and said that he never went to the hospital, but instead that she patched him up, and she's a nurse and he couldn't afford that anyway. It wasn't really that bad, she said, but I guess at some point after it happened, I also told her about it, which I don't really have any memory of, but the police at some point came by and took a look around. The impersonator was wanted in California, allegedly, Oregon and Washington for a multitude of crimes. I don't remember his name, so it's not like I could ever find out if he was caught or anything, but to wrap this up, and I don't know if this is really a good way to wrap it up anyway, but don't let random people in your house because, as I found out through my dad, that is really not a good idea. It was 1997. I was 28, and my then boyfriend and I lived in a remote village in Lincolnshire, England. He had a job where he worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and I was working in a bar, so I would take him to and from work so I could get myself to work with one car that we shared. It's probably worth mentioning too that the car was brand new. It had something crazy like 18 miles on the clock when we got it. I wanted something newer than the car that we had before because I didn't like the idea of being stranded down a dark country lane if the old car decided to just, end itself when I was driving alone. I don't know how many people know Lincolnshire, but most of it is rural with thin winding roads, and the place is so flat that you can see for miles. Now, I used to drive to pick my ex up, and the views in spring when the mornings were getting lighter was and still are absolutely breathtaking. Imagine farmers' fields all around you with basic little roads snaking along the edges. The fields themselves were separated in rows by not quite saplings but trees that would be a couple of years old, still thin and a bit gangly, and at this particular time of year were just starting to show hints of new leaves on their skinny branches. An absolutely beautiful drive in the lighter mornings, mainly because I was usually the only person on the road, so I could also drive as slow as I liked to watch the sun coming up over the horizon. So, I hope I've described the place enough to paint a bit of an image. And here's what happened. So one morning I was driving along the little road. It was about 5:30 in the morning and the sun was just peeking out on the horizon and the sky was completely cloudless. I slowed down to watch it as I often did, not paying much attention to the trees as they were in a row that ran down the side of the field, so they were never in the way of the view. When in my peripheral, I thought that I saw something move against the skinny trees. So I stopped the car completely, thinking that it might be a deer or something interesting like that. I waited for a few seconds and nothing happened. So I was just about to restart the car when I saw two of the trees walking out of the lineup. I say trees, but I don't have a clue what they actually were. Remember, this is a long time before the internet and the Slender Man and all the tales and superstitions, etc. I was literally frozen to the spot with fear. Two tall things walked out of the line of trees and started walking over to me. I was about 50 to 60 yards away from them, and the only thing that I could describe them as were oversized stick insects. They had two long legs and two long arms that almost touched the ground, and I'd say the tallest one must have been easily 12 feet tall, the smaller one maybe 10. They walked in a fluid motion, as if they were wading through treacle, almost like long hair would glide through water. It was just slow and very graceful. When my brain finally kicked into flight mode, I started my car and glanced over to see how close they had gotten. All the while I was putting my car into gear and started it moving. The tallest one slowly lifted his arm up, like a silk scarf gliding through light wind, and pointed it at me. And it was then that my car instantly stalled. The dashboard warning lights were all on, all of them lit up, and at the same time I just got the worst pain in my face all of a sudden. Mainly my jaw, but it made me scream out in agony and I almost blacked out. With the pain debilitating me, I knew that I needed to get away, fast. I was so terrified that the car wouldn't start again because all the lights were still on. So I turned the engine entirely off and thankfully it started again, and I drove like a mad woman to get out of sight. All the time my face or jaw was burning, and when I got to my ex's work, he gave me a bottle of water to cool me down, but it didn't do much to help. And for weeks, my mouth felt like I had chewed on poison ivy, my jaw feeling like I had an abscess under each molar. I needed to see a dentist, and I knew that, but explaining what had happened would have made me feel stupid, so in the end I put it off. I had 3 amalgam fillings, all mallow molars, and once the worst of the pain had gone, a couple of months later, weirdly I couldn't put anything metal in my mouth without getting a shock, like licking a battery shock. So I was eating with plastic cutlery all the time, and decided to give in and see if the dentist would change the fillings to ceramic ones. The dentist looked in my mouth and asked what had happened to my teeth. I played it off casually and asked why, because my fillings apparently looked like balls of mercury. So I explained the car ride, etc., and he said that my fillings looked like they had melted and pulled into smooth, rounded metal balls. I can assure you, too, that every word of this is true. I don't mind banter or questions, but please just don't be mean. It's taken a lot for me to tell this story to you all, and I hope you can appreciate that. I lived in this farmhouse from 2 to 10 years of age, and my mum said ever since we moved there that I would tell her every morning that somebody was sitting at the foot of my bed. I don't recall this because I was so young, but I do remember going to sleep in my brother's room across the hall because the shadow man was in my room. One morning, my mum woke me up for school and said, "Come on, get up." She went to the shower next to my room, but when I finally went to move, I felt something grab my ankles and a low growl sound. I absolutely just froze at that and remembered the anxiety that I felt, and my eyes watering too. The feeling let up and I went to move again very slow, and it did it again. My mum came in and was mad, saying, "I said you need to get up," which I replied, "I can't, something is grabbing me." At that point I was able to get up again. I don't know if this was sleep paralysis or, well, what it was, but I also remember that we had a cat, Oreo, and she never slept with me. So one night I carried her to my room and shut the door so that she had to sleep with me. The minute that I sat her down, she ran under the bed and growled so loud, meowing in distress. She jumped up onto the bed on my chest, swatting my face, and bit me, and then ran back under the bed growling again. I remember leaping from the bed, scared that she was going to bite my ankles, and when I opened the door, she sprinted out of the room. I didn't think anything of it at the time until I got a bit older. There's honestly many more stories to that house as well. Me and my brother both saw the shadow man and watched him reach up to the shelf on the wall. On the shelf was a big glass unicorn my mum got from Mexico. He touched it and it fell to the ground and shattered. My parents woke up from it and we told them the shadow man did it, but obviously they didn't believe us and thought that we had done it. And we still remember this to this day. Before we inherited the house, my dad's uncle lived there alone, and one day he came home and had a heart attack in the front door and fell down the steps and wasn't found until later. My mum also said at night that she'd hear a 5-gallon bucket being tossed back and forth in the basement for some reason. But perhaps the scariest thing is that I reached out to the owners who bought our farm. I asked them if anything unusual happens in the house, and they responded with a text message. It read, "I know at least a few times they have. I don't remember anything specifically besides one time Lauren was putting his boy to bed when he was young, and Trayton told him that there was someone in the doorway and that he hung out up there sometimes when obviously there wasn't." That message sent chills down my spine. I live in Ohio, a rural community, and this happened in the early 1990s. My girlfriend and I were at a local nature area. There's a small fish pond there, county roads to the north and east, woods to the west and the south. My truck was facing kind of northeast, I guess. It was near dusk, and we were sitting on the tailgate of my truck just talking, listening to music and all that. There were a few other people at the park at that time, and as time went on, other cars left the park and it started getting darker. The mosquitoes were getting pretty bad, so we decided to get into the truck. We sat there a little while longer. Radio was on, but low volume as we continued talking. We were just sort of getting to know each other, so there was a lot to talk about at the time. When we both heard a sound, like a thumping or a banging sound coming from the wooded area, but it seemed far away. I turned off my truck radio and we just listened. Some dogs were barking in the distance, but we didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary. I shrugged it off, turned my radio back on, and we just went about our business. I should say here too that my truck ignition was off, was just an accessory to run the radio really, so no engine noise and no headlights. After a few minutes, we hear a similar sound again. Same response, turned off the radio and just listened, but nothing. I decided to just leave the radio off at this point. We were talking about getting ready to head out and go into town anyway. But then, and I'll describe this as best as I can, things went wild. A sound that I can only describe as a choir of voices suddenly started. There was what sounded like stringed instruments replicated by a pipe organ. The voices were chanting words, but I can't tell you what language it was. I didn't recognize any of the words, but it was an ominous, very unsettling chanting in a higher register. And it sounded as if the sounds were coming from, well, every direction. It was in no way a pleasant sound. It instantly filled me with fear and dread because it felt evil. It was as if the truck was surrounded too, and I quickly reached and started my truck and turned on the headlights, fully expecting to see a ring of robed figures surrounding us. As unlikely and crazy as that sounds, that is what my thoughts were preparing for based on what we were hearing. I have a hard time sharing just how intense the sound of the chanting was, but it sounded close, like they were right outside of the windows. But as soon as the headlights came on, there was just, well, silence. Nothing. Nothing running away, no sound other than my engine. Everything was completely normal. Without saying anything, I put it into drive and we tore out of the parking area and we headed south. Once we got away from there, we recounted what had just happened. Neither of us had an explanation, but agreed on one thing. It was, without a doubt, the most frightening and unexplainable thing that we had ever experienced. I guess I'm not looking for an explanation. I realize how fantastical this sounds, but every word of it is true. I shared what happened with a couple of my friends the next day, but it's a story that I've pretty much kept to myself over the years, sharing only with a few people that would appreciate it. I don't talk about this much. It's also been many years since this happened, but this experience, it definitely still haunts me. So I was incarcerated in county jail for a year. My time spent was in lockdown. I could never pay attention to the exact time of day or night since the block clock was never maintained. I do know that it was quiet hours of the early morning before sunrise, though. Multiple days, I would see shadows and reflections through my window into the great room. I would regularly see silhouettes walk past my window, and I would often dismiss them as guards taking rounds checking on us inmates to ensure that we were still present. There would be times, however, that my curiosity would get piqued when I would see a passing shadow, but never heard any doors open or close from the guards in the bullpen. I would climb out of my bunk and try to look left and right out of my door's window, but never saw a guard returning to his post. Now, after weeks of seeing this same phenomenon, I finally saw something that sent shivers down my spine. One night, while I was reading a book, I just couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I was used to the passing shadows by this point, but as I mentioned, they were always passing. This was something else. I don't remember ever seeing it appear or leave. It was, as I can only describe, as omnipresent, but it felt as though it had always been present, just waiting and watching. Only this time it allowed me to observe it, perhaps, almost like it just materialized. There were no shapes, no discernible edges, just a void, a black hole as deep as space itself, and in the middle were two piercing red eyes. I could never steel myself enough to make direct contact, but I didn't need to know that it was there. I could feel its gaze in my peripherals, and I was prey, and it had been stalking me, and both of us were just waiting for the other to make the first move. All I could do was pretend that I didn't notice it, hoping that it would lose interest. At some point, not knowing how much time had passed, I eventually fell asleep. It only appeared the one time, and the only other person I've ever shared that story with is my partner, but never in as much detail. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to hear me out on this, and also for this safe place where someone can feel comfortable to share their deepest fears. When I was 13 years old, I used to leave the school during lunch break and accompany my friend, as she used to eat her lunch at home, a custom in UK schools, and then come back to school once lunch had ended. I wasn't supposed to eat lunch from home, but managed to trick the teachers, and this was due to being pressured by my friend to join her. Her house was only a 2-minute walk away, and I remember that you had to pass by an alleyway which looked very creepy, and anytime we walked past the alleyway, I would get this sort of unsettling feeling. Well, one day, it was a Friday, and I really didn't want to leave with my friend, but she would peer pressure me all the time. I remember the weather being really bad. It was raining heavily. The sky looked grey and dull, and there was a huge wind outside. I kept telling my friend that we should just stay at school this time, but she insisted that we go to her house. We exited the school gates and walked up the street to head to the alley, which you had to get to the top of the street and then turn left. I was casually walking, and I noticed my friend was no longer beside me. She had this sort of deer-in-the-headlights look and was frozen still. That's when I could see a guy walking towards our direction who was covered all in black, and only his eyes were visible. My friend tapped me on the shoulder to gesture me to turn around, and she started speed walking with me closely behind her. It didn't take us long to get all the way back to school, as we were already near the area, and my friend starts running as we reached the gates and screamed loudly. I freaked out and asked her what was wrong, and she told me that the man was carrying a knife. I remember being visibly freaked out by that, and we told a friend about it, who told us to speak to these teachers, who then called the police. The police took our statements separately while we were both at home, but later stated that we were lying because our answers didn't match up. I don't remember the exact questions, but I remember the wording was confusing. They would ask me how many feet the man was away from us, and would tell me to compare my answer to a bus or a car. They did check the CCTV footage and saw both me and my friend running, but no footage of the man. Years later, I would be somewhat haunted by that incident too. That whole area used to freak me out, and I remember a murder happening in the same area where 2 elderly women were stabbed to death. During my early 20s, I used to do voluntary work at a hospital, and once decided to walk into that area to go home. And I felt freaked out, and I decided to not go there ever again. To set the scene, we're a bunch of young girls in high school, year 8. Of course, we've all heard about Ouija boards after watching scary movies, and we all wanted to try it. One afternoon after school, but before we did the board, we went into an abandoned home in our small town. One of the girls said that a local teen had beat the older man to death that had lived there apparently. It was creepy, and I remember feeling like we just shouldn't have been in there. But there we were. And regrettably, I think, we were really rough in there too, picking up random pieces of junk and just throwing it around, just being a bunch of dumb and disrespectful teens. There wasn't any real furniture or belongings, but we were still being jerks, and anyway, we leave, and in an empty paddock just across from the creepy dead man's house, we decided that this was a great spot to summon spirits. What was wrong with us, right? Anyway, I can't remember which one of us made the board, not me, but we 4 sat down in a circle and did all the usual mumbo-jumbo questions. Now, I wish that I could remember exactly what the spirit board said, but I know that I took my hand off the planchette in fear a few times, and so did the others too. Of course, we didn't say goodbye or any of that. We all got freaked out by a spirit named Bob, and that was that. Time went on, and I no longer talk to those childhood friends. Not to do with this spooky stuff, but I can't find out again exactly what they experienced, but I'm also still freaked out about the stuff that started going down and wouldn't know how to even start that conversation, to be honest. But over the next few weeks or so, At least two of my friends said that they had really messed up dreams. I then started being woken up at 3 a.m. every night. Bang on 3, I would just wake up and feel really creeped out and look over at the digital clock to see what the time was. I was so scared that I was sleeping with the lights on, but it would still happen. I had started having general anxiety too and bad panic attacks, but I just didn't know what was happening. I thought that I was going mental, but I just kept it all to myself. As it so happens, while all this negative stuff was happening, my parents had recently split and I was in the process of moving interstate with just my mum. My friends had thrown me in a going away party and invited half the school year. I remember not having a good time at all during the party because of my anxiety, but everyone else was running wild and having a good time, so I suppose it was okay. Pretty late that night, a small group of people came back after going for a walk though, and they had tried messing around with the spirits again. One of my year mates, a guy, was so distressed and he kept saying that he saw a vision of his family dying. So what do a bunch of 14 to 15-year-olds drinking and partying do? Ignore it and carry on. I, for one, was not wanting a bar of that though, and a few weeks later, and it's moving time for myself and my mum. All my furniture was packed up, but because my dad was staying in the house, I just slept on the couch in the lounge room. The weird 3 a.m. wakings up had been still happening, but not every night now. But this last night in the family home was absolutely terrifying. I went to sleep on the couch and it was pitch black in the lounge room. I was dreaming a bunch of nonsense as usual, and in the dream, I was in our backyard near the clothesline. I remember seeing some friends and family members, and then all of a sudden they all dropped to the ground like they died. I then heard my name being called, clear as day, but it was some weird twisted voice. I woke up in the dead of night, and it was darkness all around. I looked around the darkness, and then I looked down to the foot of the couch, and there, standing there, was a dark and big manly figure, just looking over me. I distinctly remember knowing someone was there, and I sort of weakly called out, "Dad." There was no answer. At this point, I tried to look for some eyes or a face or something, but all I could see were these red-looking eyes. And I know that they were a faded color, but red-colored eyes were definitely there staring at me. Think of any time you've woken up in the dark and tried to find whoever was disturbing you. You can sort of see them and know that they're there, but it's not super clear, right? Whatever or whoever was there, they were a bad presence. Well, then, I think I did what any other kid would do and put the blankets over my head and tried to breathe quietly. I was wishing whatever it was to just go away and everything would be okay. I couldn't tell you how long I was under the covers for and trying to breathe from a tiny part that I made in the covers, but I somehow fell asleep for a tiny bit when the sun started to rise again until my mum woke me up. Of course, I didn't tell my mum or anyone what had happened. It was such a surreal thing to experience as a 14-year-old going through all the other hormonal and high school stuff that I just moved to the other state, tried to integrate into school and put it all in the back of my mind. But I just knew that bad juju was going to stay back at the old family house, now my dad's place. Over the next year and a half, a lot of changes happened with family, and I did end up living back at that house, studying a diploma in music that I could only do in Sydney. There was only one more incident not long after I moved back in, but man, was it scary. I was home alone and I was sitting at the computer desk. It was situated behind a wall, and if you looked through the doorway just to the right of the desk, you could see the kitchen and the small living area. I was messing about on MSN Messenger at the time and then felt a sudden shot of unease come over me. Then I heard a loud bang like someone had slammed the oven door shut, but so loud, and even the lights flickered a bit. It was just the yuckiest, scariest feeling that I'd ever had. I jumped up and looked into the kitchen, and I couldn't see anything. I then ran out the back door and grabbed the cordless landline on my way out and called my dad. I would have sounded mad to him, I know, but all I could say was something was weird in the house and please come home soon. I don't remember what happened ghost-wise moving forward after that. I guess I suppressed a bit and then got busy with life, but I do know that I used to sneak into pubs with my TAFE friends and come home pretty, messed up, and that obviously helped a bit, I think. Then I grew up and eventually I moved out. But those memories I still have are so freaky. In the end, my advice is don't mess with Ouija boards when you're a dumb teen. Or, in fact, ever. This happened in Hungary, summer of 2024. I was at my friend's place for the summer with his stepbrother. Us three are pretty good friends, and almost every night we went out into the woods or just walking past them. We have strange minds that we want to see something strange no matter what, and that's why we were there. Well, one night we actually did. We were going home already. It was pretty late, probably around 11 o'clock or so. We agree on checking one last place and going home after that. We went to the place and it was an abandoned horse ranch, not far from my friend's house. We saw a random humanoid-like creature on the end of the road. It was full white and glowing, but it didn't light the ground nor trees around it. We wanted to go close to see what it was. We started walking towards it when it suddenly looked like it turned around. It wasn't walking away, it just sort of stood in one place. At that, we panicked and we ran home. At home, we started shouting and yelling at each other because none of us knew what it was, and everybody said different things than the other. But we agreed on going back and finding out what it was to see who was right. The second time we went there, amazingly, we saw it again, because it was still there apparently. This time we went closer, when all of a sudden we heard a dog barking at us and we ran away. The dog was white like the creature and stood on an empty plain on our right side. And it's really strange too because we all had the same experience, but we all saw completely different things. Like, I saw the dog, it was big and white, no fence between us nor chain on the dog. My friend didn't see it but heard it bark, and the others saw different things too. The strange part is that, obviously, we run at different speeds. There was like almost 10 meters to 15 meters difference between us, but we all heard it directly behind us, like it was on our heels. And when at the end of the street, we stopped and looked back, the dog, or whatever it was, had disappeared. My guess is that that humanoid thing was a, hallucination sort of image that was projected upon us. But what do you think? What could this creature have actually been? Myself and my new girlfriend, now wife, met our freshman year in college. We've now been together 11 years and started dating in 2013. Well, both of us still to this day refuse to talk about this, but I feel someone here may be able to explain it. During our sophomore year in New York, my great aunt from North Carolina passed away just before summer. So that summer, we planned to both go down to North Carolina and stay in the house to clean it up and prepare to sell to save my grandmother the hassle. Things were relatively normal for the first month. Nothing stuck out with the exception of my Australian Shepherd would refuse to walk into the living room unless it was to go outside. He, now 15 years old, always stayed in the master bedroom or the kitchen. I even got a pinch collar to convince him to walk around the 10-acre property, but as soon as he knew that we were going into the living room, he would start yelling and barking, the hair on his back would stand up, and he would just go dead weight on me. A little bit of background to help set the scene too. I'm Ukrainian-American with my mother's side being from North Carolina. My wife is half Hispanic and half white from Southern California. My wife, then girlfriend, is a devout Catholic. No Ouija boards, no tarot cards, even Harry Potter wasn't allowed in her house growing up. I'm not religious at all, really. I was raised Roman Catholic by my dad's side and Pentecostal on my mum's, but drifted away from it all in my early high school years. My great-aunt's house looked like a Pentecostal museum when we moved in. Year-round nativity sets, angels, crosses on every mantle, a Bible on every end table, you name it. The house was built in 1901, and before my aunt owned it, my great-grandparents lived there. Imagine old brown 3-foot wide by 10-foot long wood siding, tin roof, brown shag carpet, and even some traditional pine hardwood floors in the rest of the house. Anyway, about a month into cleaning and clearing the house, we started getting woken up by my Australian Shepherd growling every night for hours on end. This, over about a week, escalated to pots falling out of cabinets randomly several times a day. I'm an extreme skeptic and swore the house was so old, especially the windows, that a draft must be causing this. At this point, we were about halfway done clearing the house, and the tension and the paranoia was really starting to get the best of us. We started getting extremely angry at one another, and started accusing one another of trying to scare the other. It got to the point where I would stay up to watch her sleep as long as I could. And then it happened. We were both in bed around 2 a.m. when my dog shrieked like he was being beaten. We both shot up to see my dog on the bed barking at the door to our room into pitch-black darkness. I told my wife to stay with him, and I got up to take a look around. Everything was normal. The doors were locked, windows shut. Nothing abnormal except for one thing. All the 6 little porcelain nativity scenes in the living room and the 4 in the kitchen had all been turned to where every individual character was facing our bedroom door. The one thing that was worse, however, was baby Jesus was missing from every set. I absolutely lost it, accusing my wife of trying to freak me out, which caused her to freak out, and the whole time that we're fighting, my dog is silent, staring into the living room from the bedroom. So I had a bright idea. I just knew my wife was messing with me, so I borrowed 2 trail cameras from my hunting cousin and had a tape recorder from my classes. Without telling my wife the following day, I planted the tape recorder somewhere that she couldn't see and put a trail camera outside facing the front door and one in the living room behind the recliner facing our bedroom door. Nothing happened for a few days, and we were set to leave on the upcoming Friday to move into our new apartment back in New York. And this was the worst week of my life that I'll never forget in a million years. Monday night, I wake up at 2 a.m. again to find my dog crying under our bed, no other activity. Tuesday night, I wake up from my wife having a terrible nightmare. I wake her up to calm her down and realize that my dog isn't in the room with us. I get up, turn on the lights, and it's freezing cold in the house. Summer in Sampson County, North Carolina is pretty hot though, so that really... We found my dog sitting in the living room staring into the fireplace. He wasn't growling or crying, he was just still. I tried to get him to come back to bed, but he just wouldn't budge. I went to grab his leash and take him for a walk. I assumed that he had to go potty, and for the first time ever, he snapped at me. I've trained this dog since he was 8 weeks old, and he's never bitten or snapped on me ever before or even after this. After about 3 attempts of him biting me, I left him in the living room and tried to get back to sleep. I woke up at 5 a.m. to him sitting on the bed, snarling at me. We stared at each other for what felt like hours before he finally laid down and started to cry like the night before. On Wednesday, my wife woke up at about 8 a.m. and I was still wide awake from the terrible night before. As I explained to her what had happened, she got up to make us a coffee, 4 steps into the kitchen, and she lets out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. I bounce up instantly, run over, and there's a 6-foot black chicken snake trying to climb the wall. I grew up around them, so I grabbed it by the neck and chucked it into the backyard. Side note, we don't like to kill them down here. They eat mice and other pests, so they're good. My wife, though, was done at this point, and started packing her bags to head to New York a few days before I planned to leave. She left at 9 p.m. that Wednesday night for New York City. Wednesday night, I wake up at around 1 or 1:30 in the morning, to what sounded like a crashing sound. I flip on the light, and the first thing that I notice is my dog is still asleep despite the noise. Again, I walk around the house and see nothing. I begin to walk back to the bedroom, and then that was when I see it. The rocking chair in the living room was rocking by itself. Thursday night, I wake up at around 3 a.m. to what I assume was a bobcat screaming outside my bedroom window. Google bobcat screams. It's terrifying, but I've heard them growing up in Sampson County, so yeah, it shook me, but what bothered me more was my dog was still asleep despite 4 or 5 very loud screams. My aunt wasn't some old lady who was frail and defenseless. I knew that there was a double-barreled 12 gauge in the closet, so I picked it up and checked if it was loaded. It was. Walked out the front door, and I fired a single shot into the ground to scare off the bobcat. But within seconds, the screams intensified and sounded like they were coming from all directions of the blackness. So, as shook as I was, I walked backwards back into the house, grabbed a handful of shells, and convinced my dog to at least wake up, and sat on the bed with him all night. The screams continued from about 3:30 in the morning up until 6:30. Friday morning, I'm done, shaken to my core, terrified, distressed, the whole nine, so I pack my bags, collect my dog, and I drive an hour to my grandma's house in northern Sampson County to get some sleep before I make the trip to New York. I'm telling her about what's boxed up and what's not, and then I begin to tell her about the freaky month that I've had. Her face goes as pale as a ghost. The most religious and serious woman that I've ever known says, "Honey, take a look at this." She hands me a detective magazine from the 1940s, modern-day true crime stories. I come to find out that the woman who owned the house before my great-grandparents was sent away to prison for life. Her crime? Murdering her husband, chopping him up with an axe, and burning all of his body piece by piece in the fireplace. With the exception of one piece of him, his head was recovered under the living room floorboards. I still was extremely skeptical despite all that. But Friday night, I took about a 6-hour nap, collected my things, and I hit the road. I'm passing through Delaware at around 9 p.m., and my phone rings. My cousin's calling, and he says, "Hey man, what's up with all the random pictures of our aunt's house?" I stop at a rest stop, and he sends them to me. They were pretty unremarkable, really. I scanned every photo at least a dozen times and never saw an orb, ghost, demon, nothing. But towards the end of the pictures, though, is where my wife is seen pulling off to head to New York. Then no more pictures of the front house except for me, standing outside with the shotgun and the picture of me leaving. Which means that something in the house was setting off the motion sensor for the camera behind the recliner, but I couldn't see anything in any of the pictures. Then it dawned on me that I had at least 10 recordings on the tape recorder to go through. I played one after another, listening for ghosts or whispers, but there was nothing. I hear the pans falling, bobcats, my dog, us arguing, but nothing spooky. So I start to listen to them in reverse order, not playing them backward to find subliminal messages or anything like that. But I get to the point where my wife is leaving, and I know that I went outside with her to talk, hug, load her car for about 20 minutes. In the audio, I hear myself talking to her as I walk out the screen door, and then silence. About 5 minutes in, my dog starts growling. Then, for less than 5 seconds, there's a screeching sound and then just dead silence again. I played it over and over and over again, trying to slow it down and speed it up to make out what it was. I tried everything to justify it was the water heater kicking on or the tin roof buckling, but no. I couldn't get it out of my head, too. I didn't have a fancy tape recorder, I only had it record lectures. But I finally get back to New York, and the first thing that I do is go down to the audio lab to digitalize the recording. Once I slowed it down about 35%, it was clear as day. The most unhuman, deep, terrifying voice I've ever heard uttered 9 words 8 of which I could make out, and then silence again. I am here, I am you, then the unknown word that I couldn't make out, and then no God. I played the tape one more time so my wife could hear it. We agreed after that to never talk about it again, and the tape is still buried in some shoebox in our storage locker to this day. I have never set foot on that property again, and believe me, I never will. This happened in February of 2016 when I was 23 years old. I was living in northern New Mexico at the time and had driven up to Boulder, CO to visit a friend for the weekend. I had taken this route several times before, so I was comfortable driving the long distance alone. The trip home was uneventful until I stopped for gas in Alamosa. This was the last real town before home, about 90 miles to go and not a whole lot in between except for a few tiny rural communities and desolate high desert landscape. It was around 6 p.m. and starting to get dark outside. Now, as I pulled out of the gas station, I noticed a dark blue sedan pull out behind me and turn into the same highway that I was. I didn't think anything of it until the car started tailgating me. I was confused because they could have easily passed me if I was driving too slow, since there were hardly any other cars on the road. When I sped up though, they did too. When I slowed down, so did they. No matter what speed I drove, the car stayed right behind me. I assumed it was a cop waiting for me to make a mistake to pull me over, but it just never did. I was starting to get uncomfortable, so in the next little town of Antonito, I pulled over onto the side of the convenience store, thinking to myself that if this was a cop, they would surely get out and talk to me at this point. They pulled up right behind me, but nobody got out of the car. I parked and waited for several minutes before driving off, with the car still following close behind. 60 miles until home now. As soon as I crossed the state line into New Mexico, I knew that this was definitely not a cop. My heart sank as I drove deeper and deeper into the dark mesa. I didn't have a real phone at the time, just an old iPhone that couldn't connect to Wi-Fi, so there was no way for me to let anyone know what was happening. It also feels important to mention here that this is a particularly sketchy area. A lot of eerie and sometimes downright frightening stuff happens out here on the mesa. I was so distraught over why this person was still tailgating me that I drove right past the last turn onto the long dirt road that would take me home. I was so distraught over why this other person was tailgating me like this that I drove right past the last turn onto the long dirt road that would take me home. Thankfully, just down the highway there was a popular and well-lit scenic rest area that I could turn around at. The sedan, of course, pulled in right behind me. But this time, feeling brave and a bit stupid I guess, I decided to confront them. But behind the wheel was a totally normal-looking middle-aged woman. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that. The back seat was too dark to tell if anybody was sitting back there, but I asked what the heck her problem was, and she apologized, saying that she thought that it was her daughter's car. Which made no sense because my car had a completely different state's plate and was also covered in very unique bumper stickers. There was no way that it could have been confused for anyone else's car, really. And also, why wouldn't she have just called her daughter instead of following for like close to 90 miles? It made no sense, so I told her off and she apologized again. When I got back onto the highway and turned onto my dirt dead-end road, she turned in too. I immediately pulled over and yelled at her, "Lady, stop following me. There's no out to the highway from here. It's dark and confusing and a very dangerous place to get lost. You need to turn around now." She apologized, but when I got back into the car and started driving, she kept on following me. Thankfully, I was close enough to home and knew my boyfriend was there waiting for me, but she even pulled into the driveway with me, this time getting out of her car, asking if she could please stay the night. She was so tired and to please let her in. I was screaming at her to leave when my boyfriend came outside hearing the commotion. Literally, the moment that she saw him, she ran back to her car and she just peeled out of there. The whole ordeal was so strange and so freaky, and to this day I have no idea what she really wanted or why she chose to follow my car for such a huge distance. Wendigo, boohags, the wampus, nobby, the skunk ape, all these cryptids have crept in and out of Carolina's and Appalachia's history for centuries, most of which can be quickly disregarded as myth or paranoia. One thing that has always bothered me, though, is when you compare the folklore of Scotland to Appalachia. The names may be different, but the stories and the creatures are the same. When Pangea split, the Scottish Highlands and Appalachia were the same place. Compare these stories with the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, also the same place, and you'll reach the same conclusion. Rural North Carolina is ripe with superstition and always has been. From the flat plains of the Sandhills to the rolling muggy Piedmont area, from Crybaby Bridge to the Devil's Tramping Ground, the supernatural and unexplained grasps the very heart of rural North Carolinas. Now, I admit that the not deer may very well have been a hallucination. But my question for you is, can more than one person have the same hallucination? I am not and never have claimed to be an expert on the paranormal or the occult. Despite my skepticism and belief in my own ability to protect myself, I do believe that something lurks in these woods, and I don't think there's anything anyone or I can do to stop it. Growing up in rural NC, people were always superstitious. The community that I grew up in was a largely agricultural community that still to this day is pretty isolated. My hometown has one gas station, no grocery stores, a population of 161, and one caution light at the crossroads. To have fun, we did the typical things that you'd expect southern kids to do. We rode ATVs, swam in the local ponds, drank cheap booze, and yes, occasionally we'd harass the local cows. I still to this day have never seen some cow tip, but I digress. One thing we used to do growing up, though, is go snipe hunting. It's a prank that you always play on an outsider, or a new kid to the group who'd never played the game before. A snipe is a small flightless bird common, or to the story passed down claimed, in the Carolinas that's relatively easy to catch. The premise is simple. The group and the unsuspecting butt-of-the-joke player would walk as far as you could into the woods. The player being pranked would be given a trash bag to carry. That player was supposed to hold the bag to the ground for as long as it takes while the rest of the group chased the snipe into the bag. However, the catch was as simple as it was mean. The group, after leading the new player into the woods, would abandon him in the woods. Usually the player would get the hint and come walking back relatively soon. I was, unfortunately, the player being pranked on April 18th of 2005, my 11th birthday. I had been inducted into this awful game by 3 of my older cousins and their group of friends. I just wanted to be a part of these 8th and 9th graders groups so bad that I would have done anything, to be honest. Living there, I had one neighbor to my right who was my widowed uncle, and then not another house in sight. Really just tobacco and soybeans as far as the eye could see. These were my closest friends and the only kids that I ever hung out with. To give you a little bit of perspective on just how small our community is, my graduating high school class in 2012, it had 21 students in it in total. My entire high school, grades 9 to 12, did not equal to 1/20th of the size of my wife's graduating class. Anyway, so I'm standing in the middle of this swampy, muggy, moss-covered, dark forest waiting for my friends to chase a small bird into my trash bag. It's just past dawn and the woods are getting darker and darker every minute. We were never allowed to go into the woods at night growing up. I was no novice to the woods. I was a Boy Scout my entire life up to this point, and had traveled through most of the woods in my area. The woods, they can be a weird place though. Even during the brightest time of the day, take a moment to look into them as you drive. Despite the brightness, you can never see more than 15 to maybe 20 feet into the woods from the street before it gets dark again. When the sun sets, even if the moon is full, the woods become an eerily dark place very quickly. Have you ever heard a deer make a distress signal to another deer? It almost sounds like a loud sneeze with a slight whistle to it. It's pretty distinct and actually a little bit funny to hear. Like the deer is telling its friends, "Yo, there's a kid over here holding a bag, let's bounce." Anyway, I heard a quick two of these sounds and chuckled to myself as I kept holding that trash bag. Another thing I'd like all of you outdoor activists to keep in mind while I'm telling you this is, like I said, I grew up in the woods, did Boy Scouts, I've hunted deer, bear, bobcat, boar, coyote, and elk. It's not the sounds of the forest that should bother you though. It's actually the absence of sounds that really should bother you. Animals like owls, other raptor species, crickets, beavers, cicadas, etc. are not inadvertently scared of humans. I mean, sure, if you walk within 3 feet of the crickets in that area, they'll definitely stop chirping. But the area all around you will still be louder than your TV at 50% with crickets, owls, and cicadas. Anyway, after about 3 hours in the woods, I began to get tired and sat down with my back against a large pine tree. I was starting to get the idea that this was a bit of a joke as I hadn't heard my friends yelling for hours at this point. The crickets chirping and the owl hooting were actually really relaxing and peaceful, and if I wasn't soaked and wet, I probably could have really just slept there that night. It's pitch black in these woods, loud as any night before, and I'm alone with a few owls, crickets, and cicadas. But at the drop of a pin without a moment's notice, suddenly, there's just dead silence. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, no cicadas singing. It took a few moments for me to realize how quiet it actually became. I looked around, but it was obviously useless. Nothing but really blackness in every direction. Growing up hunting with my grandfather, I was always taught to be quieter than your heartbeat, especially when the woods go quiet like this. It usually means that a predator is around, like a black bear, maybe a bobcat, or perhaps a coyote or something. I slowed my breathing until I could hear my heart slowly beat, and beat and beat again. But I never heard a sound. No steps in the leaves, no bear marking a tree, no coyote huffing and puffing. I listened so intently to the point that all I could hear was the echo of my heartbeat getting faster in my own ears. But then, a whistle. This had to have been a human whistle though. It was so clear and had rhythm. Like, imagine a cowboy calling in a herd. It was a bit like that. It was a quick whip whistle that was no more than maybe 25, 30 feet behind me. I assumed it was one of my cousins looking for me, but for some reason, every fiber in my being told me to not move and to not turn around. Do not make a sound was the only thing going through my head at the time. My brain was trying to protect me, I think, and if that was my subconscious going into prey mode to save me from pain, well, I'm thankful, but I don't know. Maybe it was my instinct trying to warn me. Again, I'm not really sure, but if it had been my cousins, I would have definitely heard them walking up at the minimum. In fact, most likely they would have been yelling for me to come back to the house on their way to retrieve me. The hair on my neck suddenly stood up and my heart began to race like I was running a marathon. Another whistle, this time less human, more screechy, almost mimicking a human like a bad parrot. Still no footsteps, not a single other sound in these woods in fact, besides my heart about to jump out of my chest. Another whistle, and this time no more than 10 feet behind me. It was congested, screeching, and definitely not a deer. A disgusting, putrid smell filled the air all around me suddenly, like a chain smoker's sigh after they come back inside combined with the smell of like roadkill. Then, dead silence again. I couldn't have moved an inch, even if you had offered to pay me $1 million at this stage. I swear my mind went into prey mode. I was already dead. No point in struggling and making it worse. I sat with my back against that pine tree for at least 45 minutes, taking as small of breaths as I could and being absolutely as quiet as I could, but dead silence still. I must have sat there for 45 minutes or so, and then the smell disappeared, The crickets began to chirp once more. The owl, who had been silently observing what I thought was going to be my demise from above, let out a single hoot. The cicadas began to sing, and my stomach finally settled back into my chest. I thought to myself that I've got to get out of these woods, so I drop the trash bag and stand up and begin my roughly 1 mile walk back home. As that bag hits the ground and I take my first step, dead silence again. I, standing at this point, begin the process all over of being dead still, but this time, no whistle. This time, just a single deep breath, probably inches behind me, and again that putrid smell. With every muscle in my body telling me not to, I still turned my head a little bit around to look at the pine tree behind me. Antlers were wrapping around both sides of the tree, only inches from where my shoulders sat. Then a single tone, the quietest, calmest, warmest, most enticing, welcoming, short, and sweet whistle that I think I've ever heard. Instantly, though, the crickets went berserk, like summer instantly became winter. The owls invited friends and they were all screaming. The cicadas were no longer singing, they were just belting. At that, I turned, and I just ran with everything that I had in my body left. Every 10 or so feet, I'd glance over my shoulder. Not a footstep in pursuit. No antler moving, nothing. Just the absolute chaos and echo of the woods in utter darkness. I finally made it to the clearing of the pasture and hop under the electric fence. The woods are still screaming at me to run, but I've got to catch my breath. Then there's dead silence again. A single whistle comes from the woods no more than just beyond the first set of trees, and when I hear that, I run all the way home and I never look back. I get home at around 7:30 a.m. and the sun is coming up finally. All my cousins and friends are passed out on the couch after an all-nighter Halo session. I sit down and lean my head back to try and forget and just sleep. I'm starting to finally daze off when I look out the window towards the woods. It's still just as dark in those woods as it was the night before, but out of the corner of my eye, I see something black, so I jump up and wake my cousin Daniel to get his rifle with a scope. He laughs his head off and he hands me the Ruger, because apparently the black trash bag that I had left in the woods somehow had made its way out. So around 11:30 tonight, my boyfriend and I were leaving his house. We pet his dogs as we usually did, and we said goodbye. This is important too, just to note that all his dogs were accounted for. Mac was inside, and we said goodbye to Baby, Sandy, and Little Bit, and we saw all of them. So my boyfriend lives on a private road, and basically everyone knows everyone there, and his parents have been there for like 10 years now, and there's no new people that have ever really come there. And so if there's any new animals around, it's noticed pretty quickly here, as people talk, and literally the moment that the stray comes up, they always talk about it. Anyway, as we were pulling out, we saw eyes glowing about 50 feet away. My boyfriend thought that it was a bunny at first, or some sort of an animal, or something like that. Not to mention all the dogs that were looking in that direction, so general curiosity. So he pulled around his headlights so that the headlights would shine on it, and this thing did not look normal. It was too big to be a cat, too small to be a deer, too small to be a pig, but with that being said, if it were any of those things, it would have run away from that light, like most animals that you don't own do. So at first it went into the wooded area, but then it turned around and it started like inching towards us slowly, but would sit down after every step it took. Its shoulders didn't look like they were in the right place. To me, it sort of looked like it was walking on its back legs, but my boyfriend says that he saw it on all fours, and I'm really not sure if it was both, or maybe I just didn't see it right. This happened about 4 times before we drove off, though, due to fear, and the way that it moved just wasn't natural. It also had glowing yellow eyes, black slick coat. The coat was almost shiny, in fact, and it almost looked like it was contorted or sort of walking strange. It almost resembled a dog, but it definitely wasn't. I'm not sure, I still can't explain what we saw that night, but anyways, fast forward a bit, a detail I probably should have put at the beginning, but the whole reason that we went to his house was because he was spending the night at mine and forgot clothes. So when we left my house, I left the gate open. And the important thing to note here is that I live with my grandparents who are disabled, and this is important because my driveway is about 150 yards long, if not longer. And at the time that we left, the left gate was open. Now, my grandparents would be asleep by this stage, and they definitely would have shut the gate. I know this because I've done this before and usually try to make sure that the gate is shut before they wake up in the morning. But the gate, it wasn't shut, and my boyfriend and I were already quite shaken from what we had seen, so we literally just turned around. And now that I'm sharing this in a parking lot, if you have any ideas, then please let me know what this could be. I guess we just want to know if it's something that we need to be on the lookout for, or if we can just chalk it up to something else. Also, if you have any questions, then please feel free to ask anything, because if you can add any more detail or pull any more information out of this, then I would genuinely be grateful for that. When I was 19, I went to Argentina to actually serve as a Mormon missionary. While I was there, I had a few encounters, I guess you could call them, that still really get to me when I think about them today. So, to preface this, there was a cult or religion or a group that called themselves Umbanda. They're different than the Brazilian religion of the same name, and you won't find any information on them. I've tried many times, in fact. Honestly, I could be remembering their name wrong too, but that's what I remember, so let's just roll with it. Anyway, a bit about them is that they had a lot of beliefs and practices that were identical to Mormonism, just darker and much scarier. From the few people that I talked to in my 2 years there, I learned that they believed in a satanic trinity, baptism by immersion in blood. They believed in a holy power given to man, like the priesthood of Mormons, and believed in a demonic hierarchy like archangels and angels. So, there was a lady that we met that was dating someone in Umbanda and was trying to convert her to it. She started feeling watched in her home, heard unfamiliar noises, and multiple times felt something sitting on her bed. She wanted out and asked us to bless her house, so we went to her home with another companionship and a local leader. The house was small, and we sat in the front room, and where I was sitting I could see into the kitchen directly to the back door. We started talking casually, and I don't know what it was, but something just felt off the whole time that I was there. The more we moved into her experiences and religion, the more activity started to go off around us too. Like, first, there were small noises on the walls. These were made of bricks and concrete, mind you. And then next, the back door started shaking. A broom then fell over. The noises on the walls turned to scratching sounds up and down the wall and over our heads. We did everything that we could to ignore everything going on, but there was this dark presence that kept getting thicker in the air. We finally knelt to pray, and the sounds and the movement and the heaviness in the air grew bigger and louder. We ended the prayer with the scratching still happening, air thick with darkness, the kitchen cabinets rattling, and we sat for a minute, and then it was like a balloon popped and the air just felt lighter all of a sudden. The noises stopped and things felt normal for the first time since arriving there. The second experience that I had was we were walking around the streets knocking doors. In Argentina, you can stand at the front of the property and clap loudly. We come across this house about midday. We clap at it, and a lady stumbles out of this little side house. We get to talking with her, and she tells us that the house is the house of her boyfriend, allegedly, and she didn't know how she got there this time. She said that this keeps happening too. She'll fall asleep across town at her place, and then wake up at his house somehow. She shared information about him too. about how he believed in the Umbanda, and there was a circle in the room that she just came out of that he had apparently performed animal sacrifices on. She also told us that her kids were taken from her because she woke up in the middle of the nearby highway trying to get herself hit by a car allegedly, but she says that it wasn't her or something like that. At this point, I assumed that it was drugs or alcohol, but we kept talking to her and we started moving into religion, and she told us about these awful dreams of her underwater with Lucifer, and he and his host of demons would assault her under the water and all that. Weird, I know, but then we really got talking about religion, and once we brought up Jesus, she just sort of changed. She looked down and her voice deepened, and she would urge us to leave her alone when, not even moments earlier, she was begging for help to get her kids back. Well, we changed the subject and she returns to normal. We go back to religion and the same thing. She looks down and her voice deepened. Both my companion and I could feel an evil presence on her all of a sudden. Any religious talk at that point was met by her looking down and this voice that was almost not like hers. It got so concerning that I remember crouching down trying to look into her eyes and saying, "Look at my eyes and see the light of Christ in me and you'll be healed." This was met by her calling me a liar. Finally, we were uneasy enough that we made eye contact and agreed to go. We dropped religious talk and gave her a pamphlet with our information. We asked if we could say a prayer and, of course, she said no. I started saying a little prayer that even a little handshake would heal her, so I go to shake her hand, and I swear to you that I instantly felt all my life force just leave my body, drained instantly. I became numb, and my brain and my body just sort of went into autopilot. Well, we leave, and my companion said that he experienced the same thing when we left, and went around the corner, sat on the curb, and we both just sort of sat there in silence. I think about 3 or maybe 4 hours passed before either of us said anything and we had any energy to talk about our experiences, and they matched. What we felt, what we heard, what the end was like, everything. We called our mission president, and we were told to cross the street off of our map and make a note for future missionaries to not go to that house, and there were other things, but those were definitely the 2 biggest and strangest ones for sure. There was a lady who thought that her house was haunted as well. We did a prayer and a cat popped out, and it scared us and it was kind of funny, but there was also a girl that we were teaching that used a Ouija board with some friends, and it sounded like one of the friends ended up possessed or something, broke a mirror out of nowhere and started writing in blood on the walls and a bunch of nonsense like that. But anyway, all that stuff is just hearsay and I'm not too sure, but the things that happened to me, I can account for, and it was all very weird, very strange, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. For a bit of backstory first, my husband and I live in an apartment complex with our dog and cat. There's a forest trail behind our complex that leads to a park where we often take our dog. Now, it was a weekday, and I was taking our dog for a bit of a pee while I was on my lunch break. We took the parking lot to the trail right behind the trash compactor for our apartment complex. This trail is usually empty, so walks don't get interrupted with other people and the dog can do his business with minimal distractions. It's very scenic. We have some cross owls, bald eagles, squirrels and the like. The wind goes through the pine trees and we can occasionally hear cars go by on the main road up ahead. It didn't take long to realize that something was different on this day though. You see, we had gone down the trail and stopped at the main road, turned around and started to head back home. The wind seemed to suddenly stop just then, and I couldn't hear the birds that were so loud just a moment ago. It was almost like the silence was loud, if that makes any sense. And that was when I saw it, and I had already walked past it, which is kind of freaky. A man laying on his back 10 feet away in the ivy. Honestly, it didn't even register to me that this was a person at first, so I stopped. I turned around. His eyes were open, his teeth were broken, and he was missing the back part of his head. Now my dog was spooked, and somehow wiggled out of his harness. This man, though, was dead. The 911 operator asked if I had a defib in my apartment that I could go and grab and come back. I said no, but that he was definitely deceased. She asked again, "Are you sure? Check, please." That was the first time that I was ever made to touch a corpse. I relayed back, "No, there's no pulse. He's missing most of his head." And as I backed away, I could see copious amounts of blood that I hadn't even noticed at first. It was soaked into the earth beneath him. While waiting for the cops to arrive, I noticed that he had a box next to him. My guess is that this must have been the box that he brought the gun in. He had his glasses neatly folded and had placed them on top of the gun box. He looked no more than 50, and I will never go into those woods ever again. I just want to say before I get started that my sister and I have seen, met, and encountered some pretty creepy people before. We watch each other's backs, and both of us can pick up on and spot the behaviors of someone with bad intentions pretty quickly. Whether that's an odd conversation or just passing glances from someone, we can tell pretty quickly for the most part. We've definitely had our fair share of scary people encounters, but this was different. I fully believe that it wasn't human, and when I say that whatever it was scared me more than any other thing that I've encountered, I genuinely mean it. So, my sister and I both live in central West Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula, and 2 weeks ago, we wanted to get out for the day, and to get where we wanted to go was a fairly long drive. So we started out at dawn just as the sun was starting to rise. We agreed to stop at the gas station in town to get something to eat and drink. We also needed a new car charging port because the one that we had gone out. This gas station is quite large and pretty nice as far as the gas stations go in this area. Up until this incident, we had both been in there many times before and were very familiar with the layout. It has both a front and back entrance, as well as a sort of little tucked away cutout in the wall with seating. It's located by the back door, so you can buy a sandwich or whatever and sit down and eat it. This little seating area, it's rectangular and is enclosed by 3 walls. One large table at the back with 3 chairs and 2 much smaller tables on the other 2 sides, each with 2 chairs. For you to get to and from the back door, you have to walk right past it as well. Now, we came in through the back entrance, walking directly past the seating cutout to our right, so that we could get to the larger part of the gas station and get our things. Both of us made note that, aside from the 2 workers behind the counter, there wasn't anyone else in the station at this stage. After we found what we needed, we checked out, and during that time we had made some small talk with the workers. I was finishing up the conversation when my sister started walking toward the back door, and because of this she was ahead of me by maybe about 20-ish feet by the time that I started after her. And when she reached the door, she looked over her shoulder at me. It sort of struck me as odd that she was checking to make sure that I was following her, because I knew that she knew that I was. I walked into the view right side of the table in the seating area, and I understood why she looked to make sure that I was following. The moment that it came into my line of sight, I was filled with this guttural, instinctual fear. It's difficult to describe what it felt like because it was so different than anything that I've ever experienced before. But whatever it was shaped like a human, sitting in a chair, back to the wall with its arms resting on the table in front of it. The only 2 details both of us can remember, without a doubt, is that it had long black hair and was holding something that looked to be like cup-shaped between its hands. I never looked directly at it, but it looked at me, stared at me. I could feel its gaze on me as I continued to walk past it. After I reached the door, we both quickly walked out to our car, and after I started the car, my sister realized that we had forgot to grab the car charger port. She suggested that she just run back in and grab one really quickly, but we shot down that idea as well. I mean, neither of us wanted to go back in because of the creepy guy sitting at the table. So we decided to stop at the next gas station instead. We went on with our day, not talking about or even really thinking about the gas station guy again. Honestly, too, I completely forgot about it in the end. And it's been that way for the past 2 weeks. Until Saturday, when my sister was staying at my place for the weekend, did we talk about it. And the weirdest thing is that neither of us can remember this thing having a face. No eyes, nose, mouth, nothing in fact. Just that it had black hair, was holding something cup-shaped, and was without a doubt watching us. Its silhouette and face were blurred, I guess, like an unfocused camera lens. Neither of us can remember any other details, like what the colors it was wearing were, or even if it had legs or whatever, but both of us felt the same horrible feeling from it, and neither of us looked it directly in the face, only through our peripheral. We didn't choose not to look at it, mind you. We just felt like we couldn't. Both of us just sort of instinctively knew not to look at it, I guess, and as we were walking around getting our things, both of us would come into view of the table multiple times, and never once did we notice anyone sitting back there. I mean, if it was sitting at the table the whole time, then we definitely would have noticed. And at no point when we were there did anyone enter or leave the station. Like I mentioned earlier as well, we're both extremely observant people, and we definitely would have noticed. At least one of us would have. And the even more messed up part is that the way that it was sitting and the table size just didn't make any sense. The table is very small and is always pushed up against the wall, and it was sitting in between the wall and a large, long table in place of where the other table should have been. Neither of us have been there since, so it could have been possible that they changed the layout or something, and that was just the first time that we had seen it. Possible, I suppose, but very unlikely. So on Sunday morning, we go to check to see if they had changed the layout, and it is exactly as we remember it. One big table and 2 much smaller tables, which means that it was in fact impossible for it to have been sitting like that. I honestly believe that it was something else. What it was, I have no clue, but it absolutely terrified me. I have had many paranormal encounters over the years. I find them fascinating in a sort of frightening way, I guess, if that makes any sense. This experience, however, was absolute pure terror for me. For context, I need to explain our local legend. So I'm from a tiny town that you really only know about if you live here, are close to here, or know someone here. On the outskirts of this tiny town is where I live. This is also where a back road known as the Bank is. This road is extremely windy and narrow, the type of narrow that you have to lay over as far as you can on the rare occasion that another vehicle is oncoming. It's surrounded by thick forest as well on one side of a steep bank that leads to the creek on the other. Now, local legend says about 60 or so years ago, a woman was traveling alone on this road late one night. It's believed that she fell asleep at the wheel and ended up going over that bank. Her car was found close to the creek, horribly mangled. Sadly, she or her body was never found though. Some say that she went through the windshield into the water. Others say that she stumbled out of the car into the water. Regardless, it's believed that she met a watery grave. The creek in this area, it's said to be bottomless, and that's why she was never found. So after this, there were many reports of others driving along this road after dark and seeing a woman standing alongside of the road, only to vanish when they would slow down. Others swore that a woman would just appear in their car as they were driving solo down the dark road. There were so many tales of this ghostly woman that she became known as the Lady of the Bank. Now, jumping to a few months ago, I had attended a gathering at a building in this area. I was told that there was a wreck on the main road though, and that the road was temporarily being blocked off. I was tired and I just wanted to get home at this point, though I felt horrible for those involved in the accident, obviously. And so I decided to take the bank instead, as it would take me past the accident and lead me out just a couple of miles from my house. Mind you, I have driven this road many times before, mostly in daylight, a couple of times after dark, but never alone. Of course, I was told the stories of the Lady of the Bank often growing up, but that honestly wasn't in my mind this night. I had other stressing matters taking up my thoughts as I drove. I had my music playing at a low volume as I was sort of carefully gliding through the curves. The only road-related issue that I did worry about was hitting a deer at this stage, but my thoughts were sort of harshly interrupted by a loud dinging noise 3 times. My heart jumped to my throat as my eyes darted over the inside of my car when I noticed the seatbelt, the icon for it, lit up. And then I finally realized that it was the alarm that somebody else was in the car and that they weren't wearing their seatbelt. I was confused as I checked to make sure that my seatbelt was securely wrapped around me and fastened in place. Just as the loud dinging started again, I once more glanced over to the passenger seat and I nearly fainted. There was a figure in the passenger seat just sitting there. All I really could make out in that split second that I noticed them was long, dark, wet-looking hair, mostly covering the person's face as they appeared to be looking forward out of the windshield. I remember a scream leaving my throat as I slammed on the brakes. The car skid to an abrupt halt, causing me to lurch forward, then being pushed back by the seatbelt. I can remember my heart beating in my ears as I looked up and then slowly over to the once again empty passenger seat. The annoying as hell dinging stopped and the seatbelt icon was no longer glowing in the dashboard. At that point though, I didn't want to stick around. I stomped on the gas, deer no longer being my biggest concern at that moment. I eventually made it home without further incident, other than the anxiety attack that still lingered. I've since told this story to a few of my family, friends, and locals. They all believe that the Lady of the Bank tried to hitch a ride home with me that night. And while my heart certainly goes out to her, I will not be taking that road after dark ever again. I was born in the early 90s. My parents were married in 1991 and I was born in 1992. For the first bit of my parents' marriage, they lived in a tiny apartment that needed a lot of work. When my mum found out that she was pregnant with me, finding a better home with more space moved to the top of their to-do list. My mother was about 7 months along with me, and every house that they had looked at had fallen through. Until the one. It was located out in the middle of nowhere in our little town, but that's exactly what my parents wanted. It was a 2, could be 3 bedroom and 1 bath house. It had 2 enclosed porches, a massive kitchen or dining area, and a living room as well. The best part though was that the rent was just barely over the amount that my parents were paying monthly for this tiny rundown apartment. And while this wasn't a beachside luxury mansion by any means, It was everything that my parents wanted and then some. So of course, they jumped on this offer. It didn't take long after moving in, though, for the weirdness to start. Activity made itself known pretty much from day one. This experience in particular, I can remember, even though I was only about 3 or 4 years old. So Halloween has always been a major holiday for my family. My parents decided to host their first annual Halloween party in this house as well, and it was a huge success. Tons of family and friends attended. They had music, food, games, costume contests. I remember that I was Baby Bop from Barney, and the best part was that a fake haunted house was in the garage, and it sat apart from the house, and we had a ball with it. After this was all over, my mum's 2 sisters and her middle sister's boyfriend, they decided to sleep over instead of making the hour-long drive back home so late. My parents made the living room floor, which was in between my parents' room and what was considered my room, as cozy as they could. Now, at about 2 in the morning, we said our goodnights, and I followed my parents into their room to crash, as I was absolutely terrified of my room. I remember waking up, though, to the sound of someone knocking on my parents' closed bedroom door. My dad was dead to the world at this stage, so my mother got up to answer it. I then heard the frantic voice of my older aunt asking where my dad was. My mum opened the bedroom door, more so that she could see my dad completely knocked out in bed. My aunt's voice became even more pleading, though, as she asked if they could all move into their room and sleep on the floor. My mum agreed, as my aunt swore that she would explain in the morning. I remember distinctly how excited I was to see my aunts and future uncle move their bedding into the small bedroom to sleep. It was my first sleepover in my young mind. Well, come morning, or later in the morning I guess I should say, we would find out exactly what had happened. My aunt said that after everyone had gone to bed and the lights were out, they started hearing movement coming from my room. At first, it sounded like footsteps walking around the room. Then it started sounding like someone was moving stuff around. It got louder, allegedly like someone was digging through my toy box. Both my aunts and my future uncle were on alert listening to this when creepy music started playing, according to them. They realized that it was the music my dollhouse would play only when you pushed a special button. They were convinced that my dad was behind this, as he's notorious for playing pranks on people. And that's when my aunt ran and knocked on my parents' bedroom door to see if it was somehow his doing. When my mum showed her that he was sound asleep, she said that it felt like her heart stopped, as she could still hear movement coming from my room on the other side of the living room. Well, after this, the experiences in the house got worse, and it was a very long time before my aunts and uncle would even visit again. Just days after this, my parents said that I came running to them late one evening and I was completely inconsolable. I said in between sobs that there was a mean face glaring at me through the living room window, this window being the same area that my family had run from. These are just a few experiences from that terrible house, and there's plenty more that I intend to share in the future, but for now, this will have to do. Have you ever looked into the eyes of someone who is truly crazy? Not just someone who does off-the-wall things or acts differently, but genuinely insane? I have, and it terrified me. Let me back up here a little bit. I will be vague on many details for obvious reasons, but a backstory is absolutely necessary. So I work for a large corporation. I actually have a couple of different bosses, but the one that I formed a genuine friendship with is the one that we call Jeff. Jeff is a very laid-back, go-with-the-flow type of guy with a great sense of humor. I also should explain that he is single with no children. Now, not long after I started working with the company, we became friends, and he often steps by my desk just to chat a bit. It was about a year ago, though, that he stopped by one morning and I immediately knew that he just wasn't himself. He seemed distant and stressed, which is very unusual for him. When I questioned what was wrong, he told me that he needed to speak with me about a situation. Of course, I was immediately concerned, and so I urged him to go on. He explained that a few years ago, long before I started at the company, another woman began working at the company, and she was not in our department but did work with our company that required her to interact with leadership in our area, including Jeff. Her name was Lauren. He explained his interactions with Lauren were not often, but she was polite and professional when they did need to speak. He said that she worked for the company for less than a year and then left as she announced that she was getting married and moving, and that was that. He didn't encounter her again until a couple of weeks prior, when he received a friend request from her on social media. He explained that he didn't think much of it and accepted it, as he was Facebook friends with many colleagues, both past and present. She then messaged him later on after accepting the request. He said that he chatted back with her initially as she seemed to just want to catch up a bit, and he learned that she had divorced and wanted to move back to our town. The conversation carried on normal until she asked if he would join her for dinner when she came back to town to visit in a couple of days. Jeff explained politely and declined her offer, and at first she took it well. But then it all went downhill from there. He stopped responding shortly after declining the dinner invitation, and within a few hours he received erratic and insulting messages from her. Everything from calling him names to saying that she was the best thing that he could hope for and he blew any chance with her. He actually let me read some of these messages myself right then. He honestly felt that they were just drunk texts, but still bothered him, and so he blocked her. He figured that that was the end of it as well. How very wrong he was, though. She then began emailing both his personal and work email, pleading for another chance, saying that she was drunk and didn't mean it, saying that she needed to see him, and so on. I would get to read a lot of these myself when I would later be asked to print these off for him for evidence, but the reason he was telling me about this that particular day was because he had received a message request from Lauren's sister saying that she needed to talk to him about Lauren and it was urgent. He accepted and responded to Beth, and Beth told him that apparently something had snapped in Lauren when she went through her divorce and she became fixated on a man that she called Jeff. Beth explained that she had tried to talk some sense into Lauren when everything fizzled out with the initial conversation with Jeff, but Lauren wasn't having it. Lauren told Beth that he was her soulmate and she was going after him. All this led to Beth explaining that Lauren had flown into our town and was staying at a hotel close to our company and was coming to see him at work, apparently. And Jeff said that he found out what Beth had said was true when he came in and found Lauren standing outside of his office. She immediately ran to him when she saw him and pulled him into an awkward hug. Jeff said that he smelt alcohol all over her and he immediately pulled away. She explained that she was here to get her old job back and needed to see him. She also brought him gifts that included gift cards, snacks, and a picture of herself. Jeff refused these gifts, but she became more forceful and insisted that he keep them. Jeff got away from her shortly after saying that he had a meeting. He went to HR to explain the situation and how he absolutely did not want her being employed there again. He provided me with a copy of the picture that she had left for him and said that if I saw her anywhere around the company property to notify security immediately. Beth later sent Jeff a picture of Lauren dressed as a man that Lauren had sent to her saying, "I'm wearing a disguise so that I can watch him without him knowing it's me." Again, this was nearly a year ago and things only escalated from here. Lauren made multiple trips back to our town but would try to catch Jeff in the parking lot. He would find multiple letters on his vehicle from her. Sometimes they made no sense at all. She once left him 2 letters that said the exact same things word for word, but one was in cursive and one was in print. Jeff blocked numerous email accounts only for her to make new ones. She professed her love to him, begged him to want her, stated that she made him her beneficiary if anything was to happen to her. She even sent emails that were clearly from her but claimed to be other men that wanted her and needed him to release her so that she could love them instead. Again, I got to read all of this when printing evidence. She eventually got his personal cell phone number somehow too, and began calling and texting him constantly. He would block the numbers, only for new ones to come through. This eventually ended up in court and a protective order was granted. This did bring things to a halt for a while. Jeff was finally himself once this occurred, as he had become a shell of himself, really. I genuinely felt horrible for him, in fact. That was until this week. On Monday morning, Jeff came by my desk and I could tell right away that he was not happy. Before I could say a word, he demanded to know who placed all those letters on his desk. Obviously, I was confused and I had no clue what he was talking about. I said as much and he explained that there was a thick stack of letters and handmade Valentine's cards on his desk from Lauren. We later found out that they had been stuffed under his door and the housekeeper found them scattered on his office floor when she went to go in and clean it. She didn't know what they were there for, and so she picked them up and neatly placed them on the desk. This was as troubling as it was figuring out how she got into the building in the first place. Well, shortly after, Jeff returned to his office to finish up some things before taking the letters to the police station. I was working away at my desk when I received a call from Jeff. Upon answering, I heard an almost panicked Jeff saying that she's here. He explained that he got a knock at his office door and opened it to find her on the other side grinning at him. He said that he told her that he was calling the police and slammed the door in her face and locked it. He called the police and then called me to inform me that she had been there and the police were on their way. I foolishly assumed that she'd bailed after he told her that he was calling the cops, so I got up from my desk and headed down to the hall to Jeff's office to check on him and wait on the police with him. And I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw her. She was sitting on the floor outside of his office door, humming to herself. She slowly turned her head to look at me. I struggled to explain the knot that formed in my stomach as our eyes locked. She looked a lot like the picture Jeff had previously given to me, but her eyes were just different. They were dark. There wasn't that lively spark that you would often see in people's eyes. It was like they were hollow, void of any normalcy. Her lips slightly twitched up into a smile. She then slowly turned her head back towards Jeff's door and she resumed her humming. Well, as you can imagine, that was enough for me. I booked it. I darted back to my desk. Thankfully, the police arrived shortly after this, and she didn't put up a fight. Instead, she calmly allowed them to arrest her and walked away willingly with them. Still humming, mind you, they informed us afterward. She is still in jail for violating the protective order. Jeff and myself are both still very shaken by that experience. And honestly, I will never forget that look in her eyes, staring into an abyss of true insanity. So I clean abandoned houses for a living, and I'm quite proud of myself as I've worked hard starting my own business at just 24 years old and building it to what it is now. I specifically targeted these types of cleaning jobs as you can charge much more than your average 1 to 3 times per week house cleaning jobs of inhabited homes. Plus, I rarely ever have to see anyone other than my team while on the job, which is always nice, for me anyway. Over the years, I have really been in some insane situations with these houses. Everything from encountering wild animals to once a deranged squatter taking up residence in the homes that I clean. There is one house, though, that stands out from the rest, however. One that honestly haunts me to this day. I got the job offer through a real estate agent that I made my friend over the years in this business. It's a small home, not much clutter left. Amela, my real estate friend, said over the phone, "Shouldn't need more than one or two of you to complete the clean," she continued in her enthusiastic voice. I rolled my eyes. I hated when she used her customer service voice on me. Yeah, what's the real deal with this house?" I answered in my usual half-annoyed tone. She responded more normal this time. "Honestly, Laurie, this house gives me the creeps. The granddaughter inherited it a couple of years ago, but has just recently decided to sell, and the grandmother apparently died in the home too." I rolled my eyes again. Death in the houses I cleaned was nothing new to me, and she was well aware of this. Amela continued, "I cut my pre-visit to the house short last week. I didn't even make it up the stairs where the grandmother apparently passed. It was just the feeling of being watched was overwhelming in this one." That got my attention. Amela had been in real estate longer than I had been in the cleaning business, and she took her pre-get-to-know before showing visits very seriously. "Anyway, I recommended your cleaning services to the granddaughter, and she agreed right away. Do you want to accept it?" she finished. "Yeah, I'll accept the job. How soon can we get to the clean?" I answered, feeling somewhat excited. Let me just check. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. As I mentioned, the granddaughter removed most of the clutter from the house, but it still needs a good TLC cleaning. The key will be left under the welcome mat," she said, back in her customer service voice. My eyes rolled yet again as I ended the call. Finally, an interesting clean, I thought, as I then dialed Morgan. The next day, my most trusted cleaner and best friend, Morgan, and myself drove up the horribly overgrown driveway and saw the well-aged small house come into view. Surely they'll need to hire an outside maintenance and renovation crew, I thought as I climbed out of my cleaning van. Morgan whistled as we stepped onto the small creaking porch. "You sure just you and I can handle this, Laurie?" Morgan asked as I fetched the house key from the weathered porch mat. "If the outside is anything like the inside, we're probably going to need the whole team," Morgan stated as she stood behind me. Amela's over the top, but would never underestimate a cleaning job," I answered as I slid the key into the old lock and turned until I heard the lock give way. I then pushed the door open as it made the usual ominous creaking noise. We were both silent as we stepped into what I assumed was the small living room. The musty smell of a far too long closed-up house filled my nose as my eyes scanned the darkened room. Just as Amela had said, not much was left in the room. A couch took up most of the room on the right. A small wooden coffee table sat directly in front of it, coated in a thick layer of dust. I noticed a few photographs still clung to the walls. "Let's get the supplies from the back of the van and get started," I said over my shoulder to Morgan. "I have dinner plans today, and I want this done long before." A bit later, I was scrubbing the dirty windows of the living room while Morgan opted to start upstairs. "Laurie?" I heard Morgan call from up the stairs located just behind me. "Yeah?" I called back. It was silent for several minutes as I waited for a response. I felt my aggravation growing as Morgan didn't respond. I threw my rag on the floor and wiped my sweating brow as I turned and headed towards the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed to the upper floor. "You better have a good damn reason for interrupting me and not answering," I yelled as I reached the final step. Suddenly, though, goosebumps covered my skin when I stepped onto the old wooden floor of the upper level. Weird, I mumbled to myself as I looked around. The upper level was a small hallway. 2 rooms were located on each side as I peered down the dark corridor. "Morgan?" I called in a softer voice this time. No answer. I slowly headed down the hallway, wishing that I had thought to bring my flashlight. I always hated working with no electricity, but it came with the job. I could see the light of day from the open door on the left side of the hall. The other door on the right was closed. As I looked into the open door on the left, I saw Morgan standing still at the bed located on the far side of the room. "It moved," Morgan said in an almost whisper. "Huh?" I answered as I walked in and stood beside her. "The bed, it moved on its own while I was cleaning the floor," Morgan said, still staring down at the bed. I then noticed that the bed was crooked now. The bottom was several inches away from the wall, where the top was still flush with the corner of the wall. "Do you see it?" Morgan then said, even softer now. I almost couldn't hear her. Instead of questioning her, though, I looked down towards the bed that her eyes were glued to, and I instantly saw what she was talking about. There was an imprint on the bed, the shape of a body, almost as if someone was laying on the bed at that very moment. The chills were really covering my body now, and I felt myself actually shivering. It felt like someone was staring up at us directly from that bed. I slowly reached for Morgan's arm and gently pulled her towards me. "Hey, let's go back downstairs. We'll finish the bottom floor together," I said, matching her whispering tone. Morgan didn't respond, but obeyed my request. The feeling of eyes on us did not leave us as we headed down the small hallway to the top of the stairs. In fact, I had to fight the urge to run down the flimsy steps in the end. Once we were safely down in the living room, the air somehow felt easier to breathe, if that makes any sense. "What the heck was that?" Morgan demanded, finally sounding more like herself. I ignored that question. "Look, you know I hate skimming on jobs, but let's get this level done and get the heck out of here." I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed to the next room, which was a small kitchen. Morgan stayed close beside me as we just worked in silence, cleaning the sink, counter, and the cabinets. We both instantly froze, though, after hearing what sounded like footsteps above us. "Don't," I said in a warning tone as I went back to cleaning dust and mice droppings from the cabinet. Morgan again obeyed, and she stayed silent as she went back to work on the counter. The footsteps, they continued moving around above us, on and off, as we quickly finished the kitchen. The last room branched off from the kitchen that appeared to be a small office. I was so relieved that we would be out of there soon. This room had stained and worn down carpet covering the wooden floor. I turned on our rechargeable vacuum and the loud buzzing sound almost deafened me, but honestly, I was kind of glad for it. Working in that eerie silence was not normal for us, as we usually chatted and listened to music, but I was too rushed to fool with conversation or a playlist right now. "What the actual hell?" I heard Morgan yell out over the sound of the vacuum. I jerked my head up to see Morgan staring at the ceiling, looking terrified again. Just as I cut the vacuum off, I heard what she had been referring to as the buzzing sound died down. Now, I can only explain it as the choking or coughing, gurgling sound of like an elderly person. It was only for a split second that I heard it, but that was enough. I yelled, "Screw this," as I grabbed up as many of our supplies as I could. Morgan joined me in grabbing up the rest. We dashed out of the office, through the kitchen and the living room, and out the front door. I was pretty much sprinting to the van while trying not to trip on the mess of the yard. Just as I got to the van, I heard Morgan shout, "Wait." I turned to see her a few feet behind me. I had left my supplies upstairs. We also didn't finish cleaning up there. We didn't even clean the bathroom, which must be up there. "You know what? I'm not charging the client for that. We can buy new whatever supplies are left. Let's just get out of here." I didn't wait for a response as I jumped into the driver's seat. Morgan hurried and threw the supplies in her arms in the back, and she slammed the door. I took one final look at the house as she slid into the passenger seat. And while I certainly couldn't be sure, but It almost looked like somebody was peering out of one of the two upper windows. I started the van. Hearing it roar to life was pure heaven in that moment. I floored it out of the driveway and back into town. I later called a mailer to explain the job was not complete and I would not be charging. That the granddaughter would have to find somebody else to clean that nightmare. This was a couple of months ago, and I was not kidding when I said that this horrid house, it still haunts me. In fact, it was only last night that I dreamt that I was in a bed, staring at an old, cracked and familiar ceiling. I felt weak and frail as the weight of someone crawling on top of me took the air from my lungs. I felt cold hands around my throat, squeezing tighter and tighter, that awful gurgling, choking sound coming from my mouth being the last thing that I heard as I woke up in a cold sweat. And weirdly, as I was getting ready in the morning, I noticed that there seemed to be some marks around my throat that are still visible. I got home around midnight, almost 1 a.m. from work. My neighborhood is usually dead quiet around that time. I live in a small suburban area where no one's ever really out late. I've been working late nights at the bar for the past 3 years, and in all that time, I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen someone else out walking that late, if at all. So, seeing anyone on the sidewalk at that hour immediately felt out of place. I was sitting in my parked car in front of my house, talking with my boyfriend on the phone before heading inside, just unwinding, not thinking much of anything. Out of pure habit, I glanced at my driver's side rearview mirror, and that was when I saw someone. I saw the swaying movement of legs, and I noticed a bright light bouncing with each step, lighting up the ground beneath them. It looked like it might have been a phone flashlight, but whatever it was bright. As soon as they reached the sidewalk, they stopped, and then the light lifted, deliberately, perfectly, and aimed straight into my mirror, right at me. I got chills instantly. Still on the phone, I frantically told my boyfriend to hang on while I searched for my keys. My hands were shaking. I couldn't find my keys fast enough. I don't know why, but I felt like if I looked up again that the light would be closer, that whoever was holding it would be right next to my window. After what felt like an eternity, I found my keys, started my car, and bolted out of that neighborhood. As I turned the corner, the light faded from view. I tried to explain to my boyfriend, but I was so scared that all I could think about was putting distance between me and that block. The direction that they were walking, there's a large cluster of mailboxes that they could have possibly ducked behind, but aside from that, there really was nothing else there. No cars, no fences, no trees, just open sidewalk. Even the blocks that I passed on the way to my boyfriend's, I didn't see a single person. To think that they could have been hiding like they got caught terrifies me, though. I don't know what I saw, but the way that that light aimed perfectly at my mirror, it felt intentional, predatory. Maybe it was paranoia. I do read a lot of horror after all. Maybe my brain was spinning stories because I started to doubt myself as I drove away, but a reaction of seeing that light and really hoping that that person would just keep walking is what lets me know that it was not safe. I've always been into paranormal stuff, and I saw my friend posted his encounter that happened in my house, so I've decided to tell you guys my story too. It was 2014 when I first moved into that old house in Selfoss, Iceland. My family and I, we had mixed feelings about it right from the start though, but we brushed it off as just our imaginations. I guess it was easy to ignore that eerie sense of being watched, considering that we all felt it in every house that we'd ever lived in. But this one, it felt different. There was something more to it, something that we couldn't explain. I've always been sensitive to these kinds of things, even as a kid. I remember when I was 4 years old crying to my mum about an ugly man that I'd see at night. That face has always been stuck in my mind, a shadowy figure that haunted my dreams and never left me alone. As I grew older, I began to see him more and more as well, and by the time that we moved into this new house, I could feel him again, watching from the shadows. I was used to it by then, but the house itself seemed to have its own presence too. It wasn't just me who noticed it as well. It was the little things, I guess. The sounds of footsteps upstairs when we were all downstairs. My mother and my siblings would look at each other, knowing full well that no one else was up there. The first time going into the attic and having a strong feeling like we were being watched, a cross with Jesus hanging over the window and a creepy mask just laying there, but the most unsettling thing happened one morning when a family friend stayed over. She was in the living room, and as she was just waking up, she heard someone run down the stairs. Confused, she asked my brother if it was me, but he told her that I'd already left for school. I hadn't even been home yet, to be honest, but the kids' toys suddenly turned on and they were playing their music. We even have video of this. Then, the voice of an old woman would whisper, sometimes just in our ears and just saying hello, or if we were staying up late, she would tell us to go to sleep, and we all knew that whoever that was, that they were not actually there and had passed away here. There was even talk of someone else, though I never really figured out who. I also had an old alarm clock, one that would ring so loudly that it would wake the whole house. And one morning, as it went off, I woke up, but I just couldn't move. There in the corner of my room stood the same shadowy silhouette of a man, just like the one that I'd seen as a kid. I froze in terror. I couldn't move, and it felt like it was getting closer, but before I could even react, my brother opened the door, drawn in by the sound of my alarm. And just like that, the figure vanished. Strange occurrences kept happening too, like one night I was in the living room preparing to eat dinner in front of the TV. I turned off the lights, the TV on, and as soon as I pulled the table closer, the lights flickered on and the TV turned off. It happened again and again, each time more unnerving than the last. I'd turn the TV back on, turn the lights off, but as soon as I moved that table, it would reverse. This happened 4 times before I screamed, "Leave me alone." And that's when I heard it, a really loud bang, and it scared the life out of me. I ran to check it out, and the bathroom door, it had this massive crack running right down the center of it. It didn't stop there though. In my room, the weird things continued. Like my bedroom door would creak open by itself, or I'd hear strange scratching or knocking sounds on my walls. The strange thing though was that every time that I knocked back on the wall, I'd hear a knock in return. It was almost like something was trying to communicate with me. And then there were the marks, scratches on my skin, bruises under my ribs, and once even a broken toe. I knew that it wasn't the old lady. She was too gentle, and I always got this protective feeling from her. But the shadow man, the one who had been following me since I was a kid, he was getting stronger, more violent. It started to affect my dog too. He would bark uncontrollably at the corners of the house, growling at thin air, and when I tried to investigate, he would always jump in front of me, blocking my way, as though trying to protect me. He would nudge me back into my room, warning me to stay inside almost, away from whatever was lurking out there. One day, we visited a medium about all this, and she immediately focused on me. With one look, she said that there was a shadow man, a dark entity that had been following me all my life. He was trying to get me, were her words, but I couldn't let him. He was strong, allegedly, and I don't know what was happening, but each day felt weirder than the last, and I've tried to ignore it, but it just never stops. It feels like the Shadow Man is always just a step behind me, waiting for me. I always get a weird feeling when talking about him. I feel like my chest is getting heavier even writing this. I really don't know what to think about all of this anymore, and I'm just hoping that someone might have some answers here, or at least a way to make it stop before it gets any worse. Sorry this is all a little bit jumbled as well, and it's long, I know, but I do hope that someone out there may have at least some answers to what this could be and what I could do about it. It has been following me, my mum, and even my grandpa for quite some time now. I'm 51 years old, and I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada in 1973. At the time, my father was in the Air Force, stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, while my mother was pregnant with me. Now, while on vacation leave, my dad and mum and a bunch of their Air Force buddies decided to go hiking late at night into the desert. My father and a bunch of his friends, they all took LSD, but my mum stayed sober and played babysitter for the rest of them, considering that she was pregnant, obviously, but according to my mum,